for the early part of May.
I'm Catty Kay in Washington.
I'm Christian Fraser in London.
Let's start with
The European Union, Brexit,
Russian interference.
Donald Trump's Twitter feed.
We'll
move on.
I think there are going to be a lot of questions now.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be fascinating to watch.
We're nearly out of time.
This is a big deal.
Beyond 100 Days, Monday to Thursday on the BBC News Channel.
We're in the most turbulent period in British politics since the Second World War. The votes are being counted in hundreds of local councils in England, and tomorrow they'll be counted in Northern Ireland. The stakes have rarely been higher. Yes, a very good evening from the BBC's Election Centre, where we're standing by for the first results of these local elections. Throughout the day, millions of people have been voting in much of England and in Northern Ireland. Local issues, without any doubt, will dictate many of the results, but it is impossible, of course, to ignore the wider political landscape, the Brexit deadlock at Westminster, the prolonged uncertainty that has come with it. As ever, these nights are a challenging test for all the political leaders. Now, the Prime Minister, accompanied by husband Philip, was casting her vote in the local elections in Maidenhead today after a rather hectic 24 hours, making lots of headlines when she sacked her Defence Secretary, Gavin Williamson, following a leak of information from the National Security Council. What about Jeremy Corbyn? Well, he's not been voting today because there are no elections in London, none in Scotland or Wales either, but he's been campaigning, of course, in recent weeks, knowing that Labour has to prove that it can take seats and councils from the Conservatives.
The results are now starting to come in, and I'll be here at this giant touchscreen with all the analysis.
And as ever, our political editor Laura Kuenssberg is with us with her take, her expertise on the night's results. We'll have reporters in all the main counts, and we're joined by senior politicians from across the political spectrum. So stay with us for Election 2019. So, millions of votes have been cast. And of course, everything's now being counted, except in Northern Ireland. And we should get a strong flow of results in before long. So what I'd like to do straight away tonight is take a look at some of the counts going on around England right now. Let's have a look, for example, at Swindon, where they've been running in with the ballot boxes. The Conservatives there defending a wafer-thin majority over Labour. We're watching to see if they can hang on, or indeed, if Labour can take it, especially with the planned closure of the Honda car plant being such a big issue there. It's been a big campaign theme in Swindon. And some boxes arriving too in Sunderland in the northeast of England, only a third of seats up this year. The early news, and let's be cautious, the early news is that Labour's vote is down sharply in some areas in Sunderland. It's already lost a seat there to UKIP and a seat to the Conservatives, so we'll be following that. And the scene in Colchester in Essex, which is currently in no overall control, the Conservatives have been getting closer to a majority there in recent years. So the question, I suppose, there is, can they get over the line tonight? We shall see. Just some of the counts going on right now. We won't hear anything from the 11 councils in Northern Ireland. Just to stress, they're not counting until the morning. And even then, the results will take some time to come in. We're joined throughout the night by politicians of all persuasions, including the Lib Dem Deputy Leader Joe Swinson, Labour's Barry Gardiner, and for the Conservatives, the Brexit Minister James Cleverly. To the three of you, a very warm welcome. Thank you very much for braving at the studio, and we'll be with you in just a second. Before we come to you, I'd like to bring in Laura, just to spell out for us, right at the start of this marathon, Laura, what is at stake tonight?
First off, most straightforwardly, who will the people be who make decisions for millions of us around the countries about school admissions, about who collects the bins, about roads and all those other important things in towns, villages and cities around the country? Second of all, traditionally what we'd be looking for in elections like this is what's happening to the support for the government? Is it falling away, as it so often does in big sets of local elections? And are the big opposition party on the march? So we'll be looking for evidence of the balance between the two main Westminster parties. But we can't ignore the third thing. What is the layering on of the crazy turbulence we've seen at Westminster? What is in voters' minds when they look at the deadlock at Westminster and when they look at the way that our politicians have been trying to wrangle with Brexit?
Just a quick word before we go to Rita, because some results already coming in, as we can see on the screen there, with a few results which are favourable to Labour, but we'll look within those results in a moment with Rita. But just a quick thought as well, Laura, about the bigger landscape that is here and what we're likely to be able to look for in these local results, which will tell us something about the bigger picture.
First thing, fascinatingly, when these seats were last contested, the idea of a European referendum was just a promise in the Conservative manifesto back in 2015. Now we all know we are living in a completely different political landscape. In particular, where will people who voted UKIP the last time round go? UKIP's contesting far fewer seats this time. Where will those voters go? Will some of them stay at home? Where will Conservatives frustrated about the Brexit progress or lack of go? What will this mean for the authority of the Prime Minister too? Of course, there are plenty of Tories at Westminster who want to see her gone and who'd like to see her gone quickly. So a terrible set of results for her, which frankly a lot of Tories expect, would undoubtedly crank up the pressure on Theresa May still further. And of course, also for the opposition party, Jeremy Corbyn's team want to be able to show off real evidence. Not that they're just in a kind of unhappy stalemate, level pegging roughly with the Conservatives, but they can make progress in the parts of the country where general elections are lost and won.
OK. Lots of things there for us to think about. Lots of things to think about. But we have some results coming in already. Rita, what do we have?
We've got Sunderland. You mentioned Sunderland, Hugh. They're still counting there, actually. As you can see, there are still 18 wards to declare, but this is a Labour hold. In a sense, it was always going to be so. Labour has been solidly in control since the 1970s here, and they were unassailable. But there are some interesting things going on if you look at the figures. Let me just show you the seat changes so far, and this is with 18 still to declare. Labour has lost 2 seats, the Conservatives have gained 1, and UKIP has gained 1. Even more interesting is the change in the share of the vote. Look at that. Labour down 14%, UKIP up 10%, the Greens up 5%, and then some division of the vote elsewhere. That is very striking. Now, it is, of course, very early days. We'll see how that translates, but, you know, quite a stark figure there.
Rita, thanks very much. Well, Barry, some thoughts on that first of all. I know we're early days, and I know that, you know, Sunderland's obviously a very big traditional heritage for you, but still 14% down at this point in the electoral cycle. What do you make of that?
Well, I think what's clear is that from the graph that we were just shown is that 10% of that has gone to UKIP. And in the present circumstances, given the disquiet over Brexit, I don't think that's a remarkable thing. 5% up for the Green Party. That's something which I imagine a number of Labour voters, if it's those people that have switched over, they've tried to go for what they saw as a left party, but just register their discontent in terms of what they see the Brexit position being. But as you say, it's very early days. Yeah. It's a council that is solidly Labour, and you know, long may it be so.
Well, what I'm going to do is just go straight to Sunderland, if I can, to the count. And Luke Walton is there for us. Luke, thanks for joining us. What's going on? Tell us what you make of the results, then, what we should read into them.
Well, huge seats are being declared here all the time. You can hear the noise in the background. Sunderland, of course, famous for its rapid election counts, and tonight is no exception. As you say, Labour is dominant here. There's no danger of them losing their majority because they've only up a third of seats up. But so far, it's not been an auspicious start for Labour. They've lost one seat to UKIP, as you've mentioned, one to the Conservatives. I also understand the Lib Dems now have a gain here as well, and the Green Party are apparently on the cusp of a victory here as well, although there's been a recount there. So some of their votes are going to all those parties. I think when it comes to UKIP, I think it's worth mentioning that UKIP have put up a full slate of candidates here in Sunderland. Last year they only had a handful, and of course this is a Brexit voting city, and that has been a factor on the doorstep. A lot of people talking about frustration and anger about the delays to Brexit. That's a factor. Also worth pointing out that there have been a lot of local issues here that have not gone well for Labour. There's been a row about the relocation of the council headquarters and allegations of a waste of money, that the children's services here have been severely criticised by Ofsted and actually handed over to an independent body. So there's a mixture, if you like, of national and local factors. What I'm also picking up from campaigners is a real anti-politics feel on the doorstep, talk of campaigners being spat at and shouted at. So it has been a very volatile election here in Sunderland. As I say, no chance of Labour losing control, but so far they appear to have lost 3 seats already, and we're early into the evening.
Luke, is there any suggestion at all, I'll put this to Barry in a short while, but is there any suggestion at all that Labour's loss of support in parts of Sunderland is due to its stance on Brexit, or is it to do with other things?
Well, that is certainly what UKIP is telling me, and indeed some of the Labour campaigners. I think it is worthy of note that 3 of the city's Labour MPs here are supportive of a second referendum, and according to UKIP, that hasn't gone unnoticed among some voters, hasn't been popular with some voters. But even UKIP will say that there are also local factors at work here, that this is a controversial administration that's been in power for a number of decades and has had some very bad headlines in the last few months. So I think there's a mixture of national and local, but Brexit clearly is a factor. This, after all, was the city which led the way to a leave vote on referendum night, and clearly there are strong feelings on that issue here.
Luke, thanks very much. Luke there for us in Sunderland. I'd like to go straight to Swindon, where they're also expecting the results in quite shortly. And Dan O'Brien is there for us. Dan, what's going on? What's the state of play at the moment?
Yeah, good evening, Hugh. Swindon is always a very close race between Labour and the Tories, and they count the votes incredibly quickly here, as you might be able to hear in the background. It's partly thanks to the fact they play dubstep to keep people counting as quickly as they can. But we've had a couple of results in the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. No losses for the Tories yet, who control the council and have done since 2004. But there's been a very significant result for Labour in the last few minutes. The area of Swindon known as Pen Hill, staunchly Labour, it always has been. The incumbent there quit the party not so long ago. She stood as an independent, so up against her, Labour put their parliamentary candidate, Kate Lineker, the parliamentary candidate for North Swindon, a seat which has followed the party of government for the last, ever since it was created in 1997. Labour have lost that seat. It has been taken by the Conservatives for the first time in that seat's history. So very early days, we're only 3 or 4 votes results in so far here in Swindon, but the Conservatives' tiny majority, it was a majority of just 3 going into this election. They are quietly comfortable that they will stay in power. A reduced majority everybody is talking about, a low turnout everybody is talking about, but quietly confident the Conservatives here in Swindon that they might, just might, hold on to power, defying everyone else's expectations.
Tell us a little bit about the nature of the campaign then, and what did it focus on? I mean, clearly there are some big issues in Swindon, not least the Honda car plant, etc., but other big local issues as well. What would you say was the main feature of the campaign?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Honda, obviously a massive issue for this town. 3,500 jobs affected if that plant does close down as expected in a couple of years. But I have to say that's not been a massive issue during the campaign, because the parties have been fairly united in wanting to fight that closure and promising to work together for it. It's actually been Brexit on the doorstep. That's what everybody is saying. You knock on the door, they're almost yearning for the days when people would talk to them about potholes or about recycling collections. That doesn't happen anymore. They get a barrage of Brexit. That has dominated this campaign.
Dan, thanks very much. Dan O'Brien there with the latest for us there in Swindon. And I suppose I'll come, James and Joe, I'll come to you in a second, but back to you, Barry, again, on the. I think we're going to come to this all the time, what people are saying about Brexit on the doorstep, even though this is a local election. Does it surprise you that both of our correspondents there are saying that they have detected a lot of frustration, if not anger, with the lack of progress in Brexit, and actually Labour supporters are frustrated with the party's own stance on it?
Clearly, I think in any local election, you always get the national factor overlaying the local factors. I think the big local factor in Swindon, of course, is the closure of the Honda plant. And the way in which that's... I went to Swindon a few weeks ago, actually, and was speaking with the local LEP there. And that has affected everybody in the town. Interesting that, you know, your briefing there is saying that in some wards there's a swing to Labour. I think there were 11 out of 11 the Conservatives had to retain the majority.
But
there.
I think his point there, Barry, wasn't it, was that Honda, although it's a big story, and clearly it's a big issue for lots of families, hadn't actually been a big feature of the campaign. He came back to say, didn't he, that it had been Brexit. Brexit was the thing that lots of these party workers, including your own, were coming across on the doorstep, the frustration about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure locally that Brexit is an issue. As I say, national will always overlay those local issues, and you saw that in Sunderland as well. This is a seat where, you know, the Conservatives have had 29, Labour had 24, Lib Dems 2, and then there were 2 independents. So it wasn't a seat that we felt, you know, we were in line to win, but it's one in which we always want to. We feel we've got a chance of doing that. But these elections, in a sense, I think you've got to say, well, 60% of the seats that are up tonight are actually Conservative seats. These elections will be a test of the Conservative Party far more than, I think, a test of the Labour Party or any of the other parties.
They're a test for everyone, aren't they?
Well, of course they are, but these are not the traditional cities where Labour has, you know, so much of its stronghold.
Okay, I mean, so, you know, James will agree.
And last time, I think, if you go back, it was 2015, on the same day as the general election, that these particular set of seats were up for election. And that was at the end of the coalition period. So the Liberals were doing extremely badly at that stage. And they suffered because of the general election being on the same day.
Of course.
In those seats as well.
Let me bring
so
in, yeah.
I think we will see a sort of redressing of the balance in that sense as well.
Okay, well, we'll see. James, it's a test for you as well, clearly. It's a test for Joe as well. I'm just thinking, again, because we're likely to come to it several times, what would you say to viewers at this early stage in the evening about, you know, your expectations, given what we all know are massive levels of frustration in big pockets of the country about what's happening at Westminster?
Well, to a large extent, I agree with some of the points that Barry's been making. He's right that the last time that this particular mix of local government elections happened coincided with the general election, where my party, the Conservatives, did better than expected. So we had a turnout boost because it was a general election. This means we're going into these elections at a, you might say, an artificially high level. And 9 years into government, you would expect us to be losing lots and lots of seats. That's the normal situation. I think at the 9-year point, when Labour were in government, we had taken something like 4,500 seats off them. And until 2015, we were still winning seats. So you would normally expect, for example, in Swindon, I mean, Barry's saying that, you know, he wouldn't expect to take Swindon. Well, Swindon's a bellwether pair of constituencies, and you would expect Labour to be making big gains at this point in the electoral cycle in places like Swindon. But our local government, our councillors work hard. They deliver good council services. I hope that they're judged on that delivery, but it would be unrealistic for me to pretend that, you know, 9 years in government and Brexit as a backdrop, that this is going to be anything other than a really, really tough night for us.
I'll come to Laura in a second. Joe, a quick word about, you know, the challenge facing you tonight.
Sure. Well, I mean, last year we had a good set of local election results. We made 75 net gains in councillors. We nearly beat Labour in terms of how many new councillors gains we made, but you just pipped us to the post, I think, with 78. So it would be good to beat Labour tonight on that front and to make more Lib Dem gains. And I'm hopeful that we will, because when I've been out and about across the country, the mood has been positive. So if we can get into the triple figures of gains, then that would be a really good night. And that would be part of that Lib Dem fight back, which is happening because, you know, people are absolutely disillusioned on the doorsteps with the job the government's making. I mean, if you like, the only thing that unites the country at the moment is everybody's view that the government's dealing with it badly, and it doesn't matter whether people will leave or remain. Everyone can agree on that pretty much. And I have to say, the view of the Labour opposition, isn't much different on that. And so I do think that people are looking for an alternative, and the Liberal Democrats have been very clear we provide that alternative.
The three of you have been keen to set out what you want to, you know, define as your sort of bedrock in terms of the last election and this one, all the rest of it. What I'd like to do before I bring Laura back in is ask Rita just to remind us of the seats being defended, and, you know, we'll know exactly then what the yardstick is. Yes, thanks, Rita.
So these are the seats being defended. This is effectively the electoral battleground tonight. And you can see that the Conservatives have by far and away the largest number of seats, 4,901. And this is partly, I think Barry Gardiner was saying, this is partly because of the nature of the contest tonight, that most of the seats are in Conservative heartlands. London isn't voting, nor is Wales, nor Scotland. And so that is reflected in these figures. And to a certain extent, whether the Conservatives have a good or a bad night, it would be very surprising if they don't end up with the highest number of seats after the end of today. Labour on 2,105, many fewer. Liberal Democrats on 647. That was a point of lowness, really, after a decade where the Liberal Democrats lost seats, punished by voters, everyone thinks, because of their role in the coalition. They had a slight uptick, actually, between 2018 and 19, and they'll desperately be hoping to build on that. UKIP on 176 and the Greens on 71. I want to show you one more thing, which is the seat changes that happened last time these seats were contested. And as was mentioned before, the local elections 4 years ago happened on the same night as the general election. There was a good turnout. David Cameron won that election for the Conservatives, and his victory was reflected in the Conservatives' performance in the local election. So 541 seats there, a sort of high watermark for the Conservatives. Different story for Labour. They lost 203 seats. They'll be very much hoping that now, as an opposition midterm, they can build on that much more. Lib Dems, as I said before, a bad night for them, losing over 400 seats. Quick word about UKIP. They put on 176. They had 176 gains there. Not all of those seats will be UKIP anymore. They've had quite a few defections since then. At the time they got those seats, they got a healthy share of the vote, around 13%. They are bumping along much lower now, and the question tonight is, where will those UKIP votes go?
Rita, thanks very much. Rita, they're just very usefully giving us some of the seat changes and some of the seat levels that we were talking about, so we know what the context is. In a moment, we'll be going to Trafford because it's a very important contest there in the south of Manchester. We'll also be going to Colchester in Essex, and we'll be talking to our correspondent there as well. Laura, your thoughts at this point, having heard the contributions, the initial contributions from our guests here?
Well, I think, you know, I'd actually like, if I can, to have a bit of fun with the panel here, because always there's some furious expectation management that goes on. And what we haven't talked about is where the big numbers might actually end up. And by tomorrow morning, by the end of play tomorrow, we'll be thinking about how many seats did the government lose, probably, and how many seats overall did Labour and the Lib Dems manage to gain. So could you, all three of you, be as honest as you possibly can about where you think it's going to end up, Minister, perhaps? What would be a bad night and what would be a good night?
Always honest. Well, look, I mean, you don't want to lose seats. You don't. These are hard-working councillors, don't worry. So you don't want to lose seats. So, but for us, well, let's take independent figures. That's probably the fairest. Rawlings and Thrasher.
So it's 500 a good night for losing 500.
Lord Hayward was predicting somewhere between 500, 800 and 1,000. Those are the three figures.
Losses, that is, yeah.
Losses. Those are the three figures that have been kicking around in the public domain. There are so many unpredictable.
Not in the public domain. Does that feel about right for you tonight so far?
The challenge that we've got is there are so many variables. As I say, we're coming at this from an artificially high watermark. We've got the backdrop of Brexit. We have got 9 years into the electoral cycle. All these things are combined, which make this really, really unpredictable. So
But you're not disagreeing then with sort of losing maybe as many as 800 seats potentially?
Well, all we can do is cherry pick little bits of experience that we pick up on the doorstep. I've had difficult conversations on the doorstep, but then again, I've been pleasantly surprised in other places. So I think it's going to be a very, very mixed.
But if you ended up on, let's say, 500 losses, would you be honestly quite relieved by that?
You're not going to be happy. That's 500.
No. I mean, I'm not saying you're happy.
Some of your colleagues might be relieved by
but you know, John Major, for example, back in the 90s, lost nearly 2,000 seats. So you know, that's a meltdown. So I'm just asking, if it was in the region of 500, would that be all right? Well, let's put it another way. Would that be manageable?
I would be, obviously, if it was 500 rather than 1,000, I'd be happy with that. But yeah, we fight every seat to win every seat.
Okay.
And Barry Garden, for you, I mean, at this stage, the opposition should be absolutely on the march. And you stood there and bravely said that Swindon isn't the kind of place where you would expect to win. Well, Swindon is exactly the kind of place where Labour needs to be showing gains if you've to have a hope of winning convincingly at the general election. So what would be a good night for you?
What I would say to you is, Rita just showed us the 203 losses that we sustained last time round. I would like to see every one of those reversed. I would like us to if you like, come back to where we should have been at the last time round. But these are, and you will acknowledge that these are not the traditional Labour. These are the shires. These are broadly, not all, but broadly these are the shires. And they're the parts of the country where historically Labour hasn't done as well.
But surely you must be showing more gains than just restoring 300 seats.
I want to take our message about getting more money into education, getting more money into social services, you know, getting more local services run cheaper, because, of course, Labour councils, on average, are £351 less expensive than Conservative councils. So I want to get that. I want to get that message out.
Campaigning's done. Campaigning's done.
It's never done. You know that, Laura. It's never done. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
3 weeks.
So I want to get that message out on every doorstep. And of course, I'd love to have as many new Labour councillors as possible up and down the country. The key thing, though, is actually not the number of individual seats. It is, do we control more councils? Because when you control a council, that's when you can actually change the structure of local services and do what you want for local people and their well-being. So that's when you can actually make the difference.
Viewers listening to you carefully, thinking that you just said that actually you're looking to make 200 gains. Is that right?
No, look. You asked me to give you a figure. Yeah. I'm not trying to do a prediction. It's stupid to do a prediction at this stage of the evening. I've no idea. The other factor that I think possibly you may, Laura, wish to comment on is that UKIP, how many seats it's contesting, will also have an impact on what happens.
And very few, in fact, very few.
Fraction of what they were.
Yeah, indeed. And whereas last time, you know, they were in there playing.
Joe?
Now they're not.
Joe?
So, I mean, I would like us to be in the three figures of net gains. That would give us our best local elections result in terms of net gains since 2004. So that would be a really good night. We're controlling 6 councils going into this. Obviously want us to hold those councils, want us to look to gain control of other councils, and there's some interesting prospects out there, and to have a good springboard for the European election poll, which is in just 3 weeks' time, and where lots of people are going to want to see what they can do to express their view and frustration about Brexit and how to stop Brexit, and a Liberal Democrat vote is a vote to stop Brexit.
And Joe Swinson, there are some whispers both from the Tory side and the Lib Dem camp that you might be looking at maybe 400 or 500 gains. Is that realistic, or would you be?
Well, I would clearly be over the moon if that happened. I mean, you know, I think if, you know, the higher end of what you're saying there, that would be a better election night in terms of gains than we had ever had in our party's history. So, you know, I'm not going to sort of set that as the benchmark, because, you know, we've got people across the country who have done an amazing job, and I think we are set to make some gains. But I'm not going to say it has to be our, you know, best election night ever.
Just managing our expectations.
I think you've gained 3 in Sunderland, for example. So that's
which is good news, absolutely.
So what I'd like to do, thank you for all of that. The very important contest going on in Trafford, because this is, of course, a very big flagship Conservative council in the past, because it was one of their very few councils in that part of the world. Nina Warhurst is in Trafford for us, where the Tories lost control last year. Could it go into Labour control? Nina, what's your reading of things there?
It's going to be fascinating watching how things unfold here tonight, Hugh. As you said, from 2004 onwards, this was firm Conservative territory. Last year, it went under no overall control, but with Labour having one more councillor. And that was due to lots of different reasons, one of them being Tory plans to build on Greenbelt, another being a botched cleaning contract that they were seen as responsible for. But Labour tonight saying that the gains that they made last year and their projected gains tonight will be down to good old-fashioned door knocking. And looking at the piles growing down there, there seems to be some credence to those claims. I spoke to one Labour campaigner down there who said the demographic round here is shifting. There's some rapid gentrification happening in this parts of South Manchester. He said they're just the sort of people who like Jeremy Corbyn. So that national picture is at play. And in fact, I was just talking to the Conservative group leader on Trafford Council, and I said to him, is it going to be a bad night for you? What would a good night look like? And because of that 4-year cycle you've been talking about, he said actually just clinging on to the 29 seats we have would be a good night for the Conservatives in Trafford. I said, do you think that's going to happen? And he didn't look optimistic. So I put it to him, how much would that be to do with the national picture, with your party leader, with what's happening 200 miles away in Westminster? He said that will be a significant factor if the Tories do badly in Trafford tonight. And interestingly, this is Graham Brady's seat, the chair of the 1922 committee, and it somehow jumped onto the top 100 target seats for the Labour Party should there be a general election.
What kind of campaign has it been, Nina? What have been the issues there? I mean, I'm just wondering, again, when party workers talk to you about their experience on the doorstep, what do they say?
They're talking about frustration with austerity, which isn't necessarily something we've heard a lot about in Trafford in the past. This is quite an affluent part of Greater Manchester, but they're saying the messages on austerity, on cuts to green spaces, to the threats to green spaces are really resonating with voters here. They're also talking about how voters are pleased that they protected the Greenbelt land here under Andy Burnham's changes. He's the mayor of Greater Manchester, of the combined authority, and he's changed the spatial framework. Those were the plans to build on green spaces here. So we're seeing some traditional Conservative Party voters shift across. And last year, the Green Party, of all parties, made 2 gains in Altrincham. That is firm Tory territory, and they're optimistic of making a third tonight.
Nina, thanks very much. We'll talk to you a little later. That's good. We're looking, of course, at the main contest as well in the east of England. Let's just have a look at the list of contests that we have there, because we have Colchester, which we're going to visit in just a second. We'll have Andrew Sinclair talking to us there. We'll be looking as well at Basildon and St Albans and Peterborough and Thurrock and North Norfolk, just a few of the ones that we're watching in the east of England. So let's go to the top of the list, and Colchester, which is quite a big battle going on there, and Andrew Sinclair is there. Andrew, tell us what's going on.
Well, Hugh, the politics of the East has always been dominated by the Conservatives. James Cleverly has his seat just down the road from here. Priti Patel and Bernard Jenkin are also neighbouring MPs. The Conservatives run most of our councils in the East, and the expectation is that after tonight that will still be the case. The interesting thing will be to see what happens in a few of those key councils, like here in Colchester. A good night for the Tories. They should take this seat, this council. A good night for the Tories. They should be able to take North Norfolk. A bad night for the Tories, and we could see places like Peterborough and Southend go from Tory to no overall control. Now, here in Colchester tonight, I have to say the Tories are very jumpy. The Conservative Party chairman, Brandon Lewis, has been here this afternoon campaigning amid fears that the Tory group leader here might lose his seat tonight to the Greens. From North Norfolk, the news doesn't look good for the Tories either at the moment. A Tory contact told me recently that they're braced for heavy losses. He said the Tory vote has been on strike today. And I'm also hearing that in Peterborough the Tories are bracing themselves for losses as well tonight, so it doesn't look good for the Conservatives. Quick word on turnout, which I think will be very important tonight. We've got nothing here from Colchester at the moment, but in Basildon, some of the early wards are reporting turnouts of 17%, 19%, 23%. We've had 30% so far, and that's the highest.
Well, of course, Andrew, we'll see what the turnout is in other areas. It may well be that that's, as you say, that Basildon is a pocket of low turnout. We'll see if that's the case. But just going back to Colchester, where you are, and just wondering at this point what you think would be the factors that would be affecting that contest there. If the result goes along the lines that you've been partly suggesting, what would you tell viewers?
Well, talk to the Conservatives and they say on the doorsteps we've been finding that people are certainly tired of politics and tired of politicians, but they do want to talk to us about local issues. Talk to Labour, talk to the Greens, talk to the Liberal Democrats, and actually quite a few Tories as well. And most people will say Brexit has played big in this campaign. Remember, the East of England was in many places a heavy vote leave area, and there is a lot of frustration over Brexit. A candidate from Labour was telling me a short while ago it's been a hostile environment out there. He says it's been absolutely awful fighting this campaign, and I've heard lots of stories of doors being slammed in faces, candidates being sworn at. A Conservative candidate here in Colchester was punched last week. A Labour candidate in Great Yarmouth was also punched the other week as well. Now, we should stress this sort of thing is incredibly rare, and I think on the whole campaigning has been civil, but everyone I've spoken to says that Brexit is playing very big on the doorsteps and the atmosphere has been very fractious.
Andrew, good to talk to you again. Thank you very much, Andrew Sinclair, for us there in the east of England, in Colchester, and looking at and really just reminding us of the huge tensions that there are, of course, as part of the political process at the moment. But we've had how many results in? 10 councils declared, 238 to go, but 10 declared, and full marks to the 10 who've declared. Can I just say we're full of admiration for the quick counting, even if it is with a low turnout. And we've got 161 councillors elected, so our congratulations to them. But we've got more than 8,000 yet to be decided. So 10 councils in. What I'd like to do is ask Rita to just go through the list that you have there of early results, Rita.
Let me show you some of them, Hugh, and let me just explain how to read this screen. Most of it is pretty self-evident. When it's gone blue, that means that the council has become Conservative. When it's red, it's Labour. And if you see the little flashes there are at the end there, that shows you what the council was before tonight's results. So in the case of Broxbourne in Hertfordshire, that is a Conservative hold. Holton in Merseyside, that is a Labour hold. Havant in Hampshire, Conservative hold. Newcastle upon Tyne, South Tyneside, Sunderland and Wigan, all Labour holds. Let's just go into Sunderland, because we had a look at this before. Although it's a Labour hold, they have hung on to the council. They are still counting there. What was interesting here was what was happening to the change in seats. Let's just have a look. Let's try this again. So, although it's a Labour hold, Labour have lost 8 seats, and they've been divided up between the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats, UKIP and one Green. And Also interesting is the change in the share of the vote. So Labour now down 16%. So the count's still going on there in Sunderland, but the share of the vote for Labour certainly gone down quite strikingly. I want to show you one more. Now, this is Swindon. So Swindon was Conservative and it is still being counted. It hasn't yet been declared, which is why it's in white. If we just go into it. So you can see there, the winning post is 29. There are still 10 wards to declare, and it's a straight fight between Conservative and Labour. Conservative on 24, Labour on 21. And if we just take a little look here at the share change, better news for Labour here than in Sunderland. The share has gone up by 5%, but this is still work in progress. The count is still on.
Rita, thanks very much. I'd like to bring in our resident guru, Professor Sir John Curtice, who's in our election centre, not too far from the studio here. But John, welcome and thanks very much. It's good to have you with us again. What do you make of it so far? What are the signs so far that you are looking on with interest?
Well, what we're collecting up here, Hugh, are the detailed voting figures for individual wards in each of 40 councils. Now, it's still very early days. But let me remind you, of course, of one of the major features of the 2017 general election, and that was the way in which between them Conservative and Labour dominated the election, winning over 80% of the vote, the biggest combined share that they had had since 1970. On these early signs so far, Hugh, we might now be saying tonight that those days are now over, and that even though the Brexit Party is not fighting these local elections, even though Change UK are not fighting these local elections, when in particular I look at the voting figures for Conservative and Labour and compare them with last year's local elections, I am looking at a lot of minus signs, both for the Conservatives and for the Labour Party. I'm looking at a lot of plus signs for the Greens, who on average so far have been winning 12% of the vote, double what they've been getting when they were fighting these wards before. I'm seeing UKIP doing particularly well in Sunderland, which may be to do with local elections, but otherwise clearly stronger than they were last year or in 2016, although not necessarily doing quite as well as they did in 2015 when they got 13% in the general election. And the Liberal Democrats, not spectacular, although some occasional spectacular successes. But I'm looking at rather more pluses than I am at minuses. So I think the truth is that so far at least the message of the opinion polls that both Conservative and Labour have been losing ground during the course of the Brexit impasse, that story may be confirmed by the end of the night. The bit that the polls are telling us that I can't so far see in the data is the evidence that the Labour Party is now ahead of the Conservatives across the country as a whole. But as I say, it's early days, and maybe when we get more data, and we will see rather clear evidence of a swing to the Labour Party than I can see so far.
We had a go at putting our guests on the spot earlier, John, in terms of seat numbers, which I know is a bit of a risky game at this point of the night. But what are your thoughts on yardsticks there about what would be good or bad?
My thought, Hugh, is remember that the first past the post electoral system can often mean that seats won or lost are a poor guide. And I think the point we may need to come away from this election is even if, for example, Labour were to gain seats and the Conservatives were to lose seats, maybe the real story is that both of them have lost ground when you actually look at the voting figures. So my advice to people is to listen out to what we have to say about the votes. Don't just listen to the seats, because although you know a net, if the Labour vote goes down less than the Conservative vote, Labour will gain seats, or vice versa. Actually, if they're both down, that might be the key story of the night.
And what are you saying about the nature of the campaign that's led to this vote? I mean, what is your reading of how that's gone in terms of local versus national issues?
Well, I think certainly in Sunderland, where there has been a conviction of a local Labour councillor over a sexual matter, maybe that cost the Labour Party in particular. And to that extent, maybe the picture in Sunderland is particularly striking. There's some signs, perhaps. I mean, one of the things that people have been saying about the whole Brexit impasse is a plague on all your houses. And there is some sign in the results that maybe voters have occasionally just been voting forever, Greens, UKIP, Liberal Democrats, who suddenly seem capable of challenging the local incumbent. So that's something else for us to look for. Otherwise, although your correspondents have been reporting some low turnout, so far I have to say the evidence we have is that the turnout is pretty much in line with what you normally get in local elections, which is around the mid 30%.
Oh, that's interesting, because, of course, you know, there had been lots of talk about people just staying away and the turnout noticeably dipping. But you're saying that so far you're not detecting that?
So far. But again, crucial caveat, Hugh, this is relatively early in the night and we need a lot more data before we can be absolutely clear what are going to be the key patterns of the night.
Don't go away, John. We'll be back. Thank you very
Don't
much.
worry.
John Curtice there for us. What do you make of that, Laura?
Well, really interesting. In the last couple of days, privately, senior Labour politicians and senior Tory politicians have been predicting a plague on both of our houses set of results. Everybody who works in and around Westminster, everybody who's been paying attention to politics in the last 6 months or so, has seen how both of our main parties have really been struggling to cope with the challenge the electorate set them. And it's not, therefore, surprising if we are seeing this early evidence coming through. The parties are both split in different ways, the Tories more profoundly, but Labour too struggling with how to cope with the Brexit challenge. And it may well be, as we've heard from our reporters at Counts, that while people have obviously paid attention to local issues, time and again people are saying, whether you're Labour or whether you're Tory, as far as I'm concerned, you're making a mess of it.
You picking that up?
I think that is, as I say, it's the backdrop against which local issues are projected. And I think the thing that surprises me is the figures that Joe was suggesting were the aiming point for the Lib Dems. As the explicitly anti-Brexit party, you would expect the Lib Dems to mop up huge numbers of, you know, curse on all your houses type votes. So, you know, that would be what we'd expect from there.
Just accepting there that the public is largely anti-Brexit because you're making such a mess of it.
No, what I'm saying is that what we know from the referendum result is half the country voted to remain, and that should be, you know, the target that you're dipping into. We still don't really know, and I know I took this up with Barry when we did the Brexit debate a number of months ago before Christmas, that really the British people still don't really know where the Labour Party sits on Brexit. We're getting contradictory messages. I think that's probably being reflected in some of the results that we're getting in traditionally Brexit voting, Sunderland, for example. And so, you know, Brexit is an issue, but as we've still heard, there are local issues that are coming up about, you know, cleaning contracts and bin collections and that kind of stuff. And you can't really disaggregate the two.
But that's very interesting what you just suggested to Joe Swinson, that somehow if you are going to lose seats because of your handling of Brexit, that's somehow evidence that people don't want it. Now, that's rather a different thing to people being frustrated with your handling of it. And might that give you pause to think again about whether or not you should consider another referendum?
No, what I was saying is that if 48% of the British people voted to remain, and the Lib Dems are the explicitly Remain party at this election, they should be aiming for 100 seats, 500-600 seats. I don't know.
But I mean, by that rationale, if, as you said, and where I do agree with you, is that Labour's position is, you know, is clear as mud on this because they seem to be trying to be everything to everyone. But that would mean that 52% of the population would all be voting Conservative in these elections, and you'd be doing very well. So.
Well, no. The point is that there are going to be people who wanted to vote for Brexit that are frustrated with the fact that it's not been delivered. I squarely.
I'm just leaning back and letting them fight it out.
Don't worry, because I'm coming to you next.
Exactly what
I'm coming to you next. because Labour's failure to actually make good on their explicit commitment to respect the referendum result is part of the reason we haven't been able to deliver it. And I think that's why they're getting some stick in places like Sunderland that want Brexit to happen. I want Brexit to happen. I don't think Barry does. Well, and I think that's been picked up on the doorsteps.
Well, why don't we see what's going on in a part of the world that is very much in favour of Brexit, which is the West Midlands, much of it anyway. Let's have a look at the councils to watch in the West Midlands, because we'll be keeping an eye on Walsall, Stoke-on-Trent, and we'll be looking at Dudley and Worcester and Warwick and Telford and Wrekin. I want to go to Stoke, actually, because that's where my colleague Patrick Burns is for us tonight. And Patrick with a view on Stoke, but also on all of the West Midlands as the political editor for the BBC there. Patrick, thanks very much. Stoke, let's start with Stoke and what you're picking up there.
Well, in a way, Labour have heaped the pressure on themselves here because they chose this city for the main launch of their campaign for these elections. So in a sense, given that this is one of those traditional core Labour voting areas, which has actually flip-flopped in recent years between Labour and no overall control, and for the past 4 years, since that Tory high watermark year of 2015, it's been run by a coalition of city independents, a local party, and Conservatives. Labour 4 seats short of an overall majority. Now, to pick up that theme that Laura was mentioning about a plague on both your houses, there is certainly that anger and frustration here in one of the biggest Leave voting areas of the country. And in this City Independence Party, you have, it seems to me, the perfect vehicle for that sort of disaffection to express itself, albeit that the turnout we expect to be much lower than the 52% or so that we saw the last time these particular seats were contested 4 years ago. Obviously, although we talk about local issues in local elections, as your guests are saying, this is bound to be looked at in terms of the parliamentary scene. Stoke South switched from Labour to the Conservatives at the last general election in 2017, so there'll be an awful lot of interest to see how that sorts itself out in this election, albeit the turnout, unofficially I'm hearing, in the area of 20–25% here in Stoke. There's another seat rather like that one, rather like Stoke South, in Walsall North, just down the M6 in the Black Country, which again went from Labour to the Conservatives. Again, voters probably thinking at that time that the Conservatives were a better bet to deliver that. But as I say, anger and frustration, very definitely the mood, as we're hearing from other parts of the country as well here.
Tell us about some of the other councils in the region, in the West Midlands there, Patrick, that you think we should be really taking note of the results this evening, what that might tell us.
Well, I mentioned Walsall. There are 2 actually in the Black Country which are absolutely on a knife edge. Walsall at the moment is run by the Conservatives, but only on the casting vote of the mayor. Dudley, Labour are the largest party. They can currently run the administration, but they only have 1 more seat than the Conservatives. Another one that I think is particularly interesting to watch out for this evening is Telford and Wrekin, one of relatively few that are controlled by Labour outside of our core metropolitan areas. But Labour have a majority there of just 1 seat. And given that it's a whole council election, I think no one's in a position in Telford and Wrekin to count their chickens. It's a unitary authority. And then generally across the West Midlands, then Coventry, one would have thought, along with Wolverhampton, would be relatively safe for Labour. But I think a key point of interest is Solihull, which has been a Tory stronghold for many years. But will that be one of the places where the ructions at the top of the Tory party squeeze their majority? Could it be the Liberal Democrats who get some of the benefit in an area of the country, a town which they have enjoyed some success? They had a Liberal Democrat MP for 10 years in Solihull. At the moment, the Greens are the official opposition there. So Solihull, I think, could also be interesting in terms of the multi-party pattern there.
Patrick, good to talk to you as ever. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you again in the night. Patrick Burns there for us in Stoke. What I'd like to do now is go to Colchester. Actually, we're joined, I'm pleased to say, by the Conservative MP, Sir Bernard Jenkin. Bernard, I think it's a good morning now, isn't it? Yes, good morning. Thanks for joining us. What is your reading of how your party is doing there in Colchester?
Well, it's the same the country over. The turnouts are low. We found a lot of resistance to both the main parties on the doorsteps. A lot of voters are resorting to protest parties, even the Liberal Democrats, even though the Liberal Democrats are very pro-EU, and we're not expecting particularly good results.
Does Theresa May's name come up on the doorstep at all with your party workers?
Quite a lot, and people are very disillusioned that whether they voted Remain or Leave, that the country made a decision and the politicians haven't implemented it.
What are your party workers telling you about perceptions of the Prime Minister on the doorstep?
Well, there is not. She still has a a degree of personal sympathy, but I think people think it's time for a change, that they can see that she is lost the plot. She's got a very divided cabinet. They can see she's not in control of events. And there is certainly amongst Conservative activists and council candidates, there's almost universal feeling that it's time for her to move on.
Stay with us, Bernard, because I have James Cleverly here, who I'm sure would like to answer that. James?
Well, changing the Prime Minister is not going to necessarily help us deliver Brexit. Labour MPs actually sticking to the word that they made and voting for it would actually deliver Brexit. So let's start off with that. Prime Minister said that she's going once that first stage is delivered. So if the Labour Party stops sitting on their hands and actually did what they promised at the 2017 general election and since the 2017 general election and actually vote to deliver Brexit like they said they would when they were appealing for votes, then we could actually get this over the line.
Hang on, Minister, this is about your party too. I mean, one of your colleagues has just said the Prime Minister has lost the plot.
She lost the plot?
No, and you sound furious that people like Sir Bernard Jenkins haven't voted for her deal.
The vast majority of Conservative MPs have voted to deliver Brexit. The vast majority of Labour MPs have failed to.
Yeah, but you know that wasn't my question. I mean, how much has it been a problem tonight that people like Sir Bernard Jenkins are saying to our viewers that the Prime Minister has lost the plot? You are clearly furious that not all your colleagues have voted for her deal. He's saying a vast majority, I think he said, of Conservative MPs and activists think it's time for her to go.
Well, I keep things simple and straightforward. I'm a Conservative until very recently Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, and I aim my criticism first and foremost for the MPs who have reneged on the promise, and that's Labour MPs.
Sorry, can I?
Barry, just give me a second. Give me a second, because we're going to lose the line to Sir Bernard. Bernard, just come back on that, and just to recognise the fact that you and some of your colleagues were in a position where you could have supported a Brexit deal, but you didn't. So what are you saying on the doorstep to voters who say, we wish we'd had Brexit? Do you say, well, of course, I was one of those who blocked it?
Well, I'm saying that, incidentally, I didn't come on this programme to have a spat with my good friend and colleague James, and I'm sorry that I wasn't warned about that. Of course, he's got to defend the government line. But what I would say here is that the majority of Conservative MPs voted against extending Article 50, and yet that's what the government chose to do. And I think most voters are very disappointed, having been unable to agree on an extremely unsatisfactory deal that a great many Conservative MPs voted against when it first appeared. It's very sad that the Prime Minister decided that staying in the European Union for longer instead of leaving and now she's negotiating with with Jeremy Corbyn, which will make the deal even worse. This doesn't look like a sensible way to leave the European Union. I'm afraid that's what people are saying. James, you're doing a valiant job to defend the government, and I'm sorry we've been.
Well, I'm never going to criticise Bernard. He's a long-standing friend. As I say, my criticism is directly and squarely aimed at the Labour MPs who promised to deliver Brexit, and as I say, and I won't stop saying it. Don't worry, and have spectacularly failed to do so.
I'm just going to thank Sir Bernard Jenkins for joining us. Bernard, thank you so much. I'm just going to thank Sir Bernard Jenkins for joining us. Bernard, thank you so much, and for staying on in Colchester. That's kind of you, Sir Bernard Jenkins, the Conservative MP. We're going to have a quick news bulletin in a second. In a second, Barry. But if you can be just concise to this point, go for it.
Well, the point is simply this. James is totally confusing delivering Brexit with delivering the deal that has been criticised not only by most of the Conservative Party, but by every party across Parliament.
Not true.
It is not. Sorry, you've had your say. Just let me reply to it.
There was nothing wrong with the withdrawal.
You don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to hear it. But the point is, you, as a Brexit minister, should understand that we are in there trying to bail you guys out. We are now trying to negotiate with you because your Prime Minister, who's lost control of her party, who's lost any chance of getting her deal through Parliament, has had to come to us and say, please, I now need to listen to the ideas that you've been putting forward about how we can actually get a compromise that will work for most people in this country and will get through our parliament. And that's the truth of it. Don't tell us that we're not trying to deliver Brexit. That was our manifesto commitment, and we're trying to do it. But we're trying to do it in line with our manifesto, and our manifesto was very clear. We wouldn't have the sort of bad Brexit that you lot managed to negotiate, and we certainly wouldn't have a no deal. And that's why we've kept that position, and we're trying to go in there to get a compromise. So Joe's on one side of the argument, way over on the Remain. You're on the other side, or Bernard's right on the extreme on the other side, because he would very happily go out with no deal, as he's just told you. But the point is, you can't get your deal through. We are trying to get a compromise that will bring the British people back together, because the lesson that John Curtice was telling us about is this country has been divided because of the stupidity of your previous Prime Minister in having this whole thing in the...
Labour said they had nothing... But Labour said there was nothing wrong with the withdrawal agreement element. They had concerns about the political declaration. They said there was nothing wrong with the withdrawal agreement. We took the political declaration out.
And your Prime Minister said that they were inextricably linked, and you know it.
We took the political declaration out. We presented the withdrawal agreement, which the Labour front bench said they had no problem with. They didn't vote for it. They have been absolutely explicit. The Labour front bench have been explicit, clear and honest. They don't want to deliver Brexit. They want to bring down the government. They want a general election. They've said so.
Joe, your perspective.
Well, I mean, Barry's just said it all, really, when he said what Labour are trying to do right now is bail out the Conservative government to deliver Brexit. And you've said you want to deliver Brexit. Yet Labour Party members, Labour Party voters, actually are saying they want a people's vote with the chance for the public to look at the deal and say, is this a good deal or a bad deal? Should we stay in the European Union? Will you stop Brexit as the Labour Party with the opportunity to make that people's vote happen? Will you stop Brexit? Yes or no?
Yes, our NEC...
You will stop Brexit, so you're not trying to deliver Brexit.
I'll answer you, Joe. The NEC just passed the policy of the party that said if we are landed with the stupid deal that they negotiated or a no deal, we will absolutely opt for a people's vote. That's exactly what our NEC has said, unequivocally. It said that in those circumstances...
Does Labour want to stop Brexit? Yes or no?
We have been a Remain party which accepted the result of the referendum. We're now trying to deliver on the result of the referendum, but we will not have Brexit on any terms. And that's the mistake that James has made. He thinks that whatever he calls Brexit is what everybody else has got to sign up to. It's not. And those were the red lines that we laid down. It must not destroy jobs in this country. It must not.
That's a nonsense.
It is a nonsense.
There's no scenario where Brexit isn't bad for jobs and is good for workers' rights. I mean, this is absolute fantasy.
Shall we call that end of round one? Yes? Should we say that's end of round one? Yes? OK. And then we can all take a breath.
Well,
Thank you very much.
At least we've had some enlivenment in the first part of the programme.
Certainly had that.
This is normally the dull hour,
We've certainly had that.
Everybody's trying to manage
dull with you three.
expectations.
Any footage of ballot
It's
boxes
nearly
really
20 to 1 in the morning. It's not dull at all, OK? What I'd like to do is have a look at the scoreboard, the BBC scoreboard. Let's have a look at it. Just quieten these people down a bit. And there's that's the councillor count, OK? Tories down 2, Labour down 20, the Lib Dems up 10. And by the way, the Greens are up 6 at the moment. John Curtice was telling us earlier on, it's worth keeping a very close eye on the performance of the Greens as well because of the patterns of voting that we're seeing. So -2 for the Tories, -20 for Labour, +10 for the Lib Dems, +6 for the Greens. Let's have an update on the news and join Ben Bland.
Hello, here is a summary of the BBC News. Votes are being counted in local elections across England and Northern Ireland. Elections have been held for 248 English councils, 6 mayors and 11 councils in Northern Ireland. Jessica Parker reports.
Polling card in hand, the Prime Minister heads in to vote. The picture of these local elections will start to take shape over the coming hours. Voters have been taking their messages into churches, town halls, schools, community centres across the country. Now, it's time to take that message in. The contest is over and the counting begins. For candidates and campaigners, the nervous wait. Thousands of seats are up for grabs at 248 councils across England, 6 mayoral contests too, and all 11 councils in Northern Ireland. This is a big set of local elections, and parties will be watching closely, testing the waters after a tumultuous time in Westminster. But local elections, of course, are about picking the people who'll run local services, set your council tax and decide how to spend it. Early results are trickling in, delivering the verdict, one ballot box after another. They were certainly eager to get going in Swindon. It's democracy in energetic action. And energy's what's needed. It's a long night ahead. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The Prime Minister says the case is closed after the Defence Secretary Gavin Williamson was dramatically sacked on Wednesday. It was over leaked details from a National Security Council meeting. But on Thursday, opposition parties insisted that there should be a police investigation into whether the Official Secrets Act was breached. Gavin Williamson continues to deny telling the Daily Telegraph about discussions over whether the Chinese firm Huawei should help to build the UK's 5G mobile network.
The Prime Minister has said that she now considers that this matter has been closed, and the Cabinet Secretary does not consider it necessary to refer it to the police, but we would of course cooperate fully should the police themselves consider that an investigation were necessary.
The Prime Minister has sacked the Secretary of State for Defence because she believes there is compelling evidence that he has committed a crime. But despite that, she does not believe he should face a criminal investigation. Where is the justice in that?
The Canadian aerospace firm Bombardier has announced it will sell off its plants in Belfast as part of a worldwide restructuring programme. The company is Northern Ireland's largest manufacturer. It employs around 3,500 people to build aircraft wings and other parts. Bombardier says it's committed to finding the right buyer. Unions insist that the government should step in if one can't be found. The Governor of the Bank of England says interest rates could go up more frequently than expected in the next few years. They're currently being held at 0.75%. The market had been expecting just 1 or 2 interest rate increases by 2021. But Mark Carney said if Brexit is resolved and inflation and growth continue to pick up, then more increases are likely. Facebook has banned several far-right and extremist figures and groups, calling them dangerous. Among those removed is Nation of Islam founder Louis Farrakhan, the former editor of Breitbart News, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist and founder of InfoWars. In a statement, Facebook said it has always banned individuals or organisations promoting hate and violence regardless of ideology. India's mobilising mass transport to evacuate about 800,000 residents and tourists from low-lying parts of the southeastern coast in the face of Cyclone Fani. The storm's expected to make landfall on Friday before moving towards Bangladesh. The authorities in the states of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu have issued red alerts warning of heavy rainfall and winds of more than 200 kilometres an hour. That's it from me. Now back to election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre. 18 councils declared. No one's changed hands yet. We've got more than 200 to come and some 300 councillors elected so far. But we have more than 8,000 to go, so still early stages. But we're getting tidbits, little whispers and little hints from various parts of the country. So, Laura, what are you listening to?
Well, just from contacts from different parts of the country, a couple of very positive signs potentially for Lib Dems in St Albans, where they think they might do very well, maybe even take out the council leader. That's the kind of part of the country where parties have to be able to punch through, that kind of really sort of bellwether area in the southeast, obviously a commuter town into London. Lib Dems also looking good in North Norfolk, I'm told. Interestingly, Barnsley and Wirral, 2 councils which Labour isn't likely to lose, but actually seem to be having a difficult night. And the council leader in Barnsley himself has told our political editor, our colleague up there, that it's looking very difficult there for them. Why? Brexit.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, because there's an extra note there on Wirral, which we were being told earlier, Labour having lost 3 seats there, which is enough for the council to go into no overall control, and that Brexit factor there again. Just on the Lib Dems in St Albans and North Norfolk, Joe, Does that tally with what you're being told?
Absolutely, and I mean St Albans is. I was there in the campaign just a few weeks ago. We've got a great team there led by Daisy Cooper, who has got a great chance of being the next MP for the seat. And you know, the team there was just so positive, upbeat, and of course, I mean North Norfolk, you know, the area where my colleague Norman Lamb is the Member of Parliament, an area actually quite different in terms of its profile, in terms of Remain Leave. So I think what we're seeing is that for all the Brexit discussion that we've had in a quite heated way just now, actually as Lib Dems we're making gains and being able to punch through in both Remain areas and also in Leave areas as well. So that message is resonating. It's obviously about Brexit, absolutely, we're the party that wants to stop Brexit, but it's also about what our local community champions are doing on the ground and other issues as well.
You mentioned Leave areas. Hartlepool, of course, is one of those. As we understand it, Labour have lost control there in Hartlepool. Rita, do you have some figures for us?
Absolutely, Hugh. We think that this is the first change of control of council of the night. Labour losing Hartlepool, a council that they've been in control of since 2010. And you can see the results here. Independent councillors on 16, Labour on 13, the Conservatives 3, UKIP 1. Now, independents have been quite strong here for some time. There have been different groups of independent councillors and they are in the majority here. Let me show you the seat change as well. Now look at that. Labour losing 5 seats and those have been divided up between 4 independent councillors and 1 UKIP. So a Labour loss there and that's going to hurt them.
I had Hartlepool down as no overall control, actually, because we controlled 16 seats. The Conservatives had 3, and the Independents and others had 14 between them. So I had it down as no overall control. So I don't think that's accurate.
Well, our understanding is that it was a Labour majority of 3.
Yeah.
Previously.
Well, that's not my understanding.
You should be winning those, Barry.
OK, we'll settle. We'll settle
there were
it in a second.
resignations
the dispute
We'll
and
settle
then
it. We'll settle
clarify
it. But according to the figures we had, it was a narrow Labour majority of 3 from last time. Not your figures?
No, as I say, my figures are that we had 16 Labour, there were 3 Conservatives, there were 3 others, and there were 11 independents. That made it a no overall control.
OK.
Even though Labour was the largest party, it was no overall control.
We'll clarify it. We'll certainly clarify it. But I have to say that the figures for us there were quite clear. Maybe we're basing them on 2 different things, Barry, in terms of maybe what precisely happened in the last election. If there have been any movements within that council since then, for example,
I think Labour lost the majority because of resignation.
I think we're missing the. I mean, we're dancing around on the head of the pin. The bottom line, this is Hartlepool. We're 9 years into government. Labour should be mopping these up comfortably, and they're not.
Is that fair?
Look, I certainly would like to be actually swinging it the other way from what I thought was no overall control to Labour. Of course I would. But these are precisely the areas of the country, the ones that you quoted, in which I think Brexit is playing out. And, you know, that's where we are. It's the national that's overlaying in the local.
But with the government in such chaos much of the time, should it not be that the main opposition at Westminster is scooping up people's frustration, is looking like a good and credible option, and our very early results are suggesting actually that's just not the case?
You make a fair point. Let me try and give what I think is an honest answer to it. And that is that Labour's message is actually trying to appeal to both sides, and in that sense it's complex on Brexit. Okay,
so it's not
the Conservative message is Brexit in different ways. The Liberal Democrats' message is Remain in different ways. Ours is trying to say we want a Brexit, but if we can't get that, then
Barry,
we want a second referendum.
Hold it for a second.
That's a complex message.
Hold it for a second.
Get that across.
I just want to look at the scoreboard of councillors so that we know exactly where we stand. Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre, where I'd like to have a look at the main scoreboard that we have right now to show exactly where we are in terms of the election of individual councillors. And as you can see, Labour on 148, down 28 as things stand, down 27 as things stand. 115 for the Tories, down 13. Lib Dems on 38, they've gained 17 already. The Greens on 6, having gained 5. UKIP on 4, having lost 2. And the Independents, and we saw the performance there in Hartlepool, on 33, having gained 20. Your thoughts so far, Laura?
I think what we are seeing at this early stage of the night is what some politicians privately feared, is that both of the main parties, Labour and Tory, would be punished by people at the ballot box for the chaos, turbulence and what's resulted in gridlock at Westminster. Of course, local elections play hard in terms of the issues that matter to people around the country. Who looks at schools, who looks at transport, all those sorts of things. But no question about it, our two big parties do seem to be losing out because of their individual agonies over the Brexit process. And the smaller parties, whether that's the Lib Dems or the Greens in some areas too, appear to be benefiting from that.
We were talking earlier about Swindon and the challenge for the parties in Swindon, for the Conservatives and for Labour. It's a Conservative hold, and it's one of the results that Rita can tell us about.
Yes, absolutely, Hugh. So these are some of the early results in. Some of them we've talked about already, but Swindon has just come in. And as you said, it is a Conservative hold. So they are still counting. There are still 3 seats to declare. But the Conservatives have got over the winning post. They're on 29, Labour on 23, and the Liberal Democrats on 2. Now, let me show you the share change, because this is interesting. This council very strongly fought over by Labour and Conservative. Now, although this is a Conservative hold, their vote share has gone down by 2% and Labour's has gone up by 6%. You'll notice UKIP down by 8%, and it looks as if a lot of that vote has gone to Labour and the Liberal Democrats, with a couple of percentage points for the Greens and an independent. One more that I want to show you. They are still counting here in Wirral. So there are still 8 to declare here. Labour on 29, Conservatives on 18, Liberal Democrats on 5, the Greens on 3 and the Independents on 3. Now, although they are still counting here, what is very interesting, again, is the share change. Now, look at that. At the moment, Labour down by 14%. The Greens up by 12%. So something very interesting happening in this council, suggesting perhaps, even though at this early stage, suggesting perhaps that in areas where Labour is strong, their vote share is going down.
Rita, thanks very much. Barry?
Yeah, there's a local issue in the world that I'm aware of, which is that the council has been building on Greenbelt. And so that actually, I think, is reflected in the fact that our vote has gone down there and lost to the Greens because of the protection of the Green Belt. And it's been a very contentious issue locally, so I think we're looking at local factors.
I mean, that's a big green surge there, Laura, isn't it? And it ties in with the other green pluses, the other green gains that we were looking at earlier.
Well, it certainly is, and that may be one of the emerging themes that feels very strong by the morning, that people are going elsewhere. They're looking at Labour in Labour areas, and they're looking at Tories in Tory traditional areas, and they're thinking, you know what, I'm just going to do something else this time round. Just a very quick word, though, on Swindon. With that result now confirmed that the Tories have managed to hold Swindon Council, that is, and I can't say this enough, that's exactly the kind of area where Labour would have wanted to and should be making progress if they are to appear that they're on the march, that they've got, no pun intended, momentum behind them on the way to Downing Street eventually, as and when we are in a general election. Of course, we're not in a general election, but those are the kinds of areas of the country that party members, activists and campaigners traditionally look to. And if you think of the Honda decision, huge loss of employment in that town, which will affect thousands of people, many, many families, for the Conservative Council not to be punished for that, so something quite notable, I think.
Why would that be, Barry? What is your reading of that?
I don't have a reading, is the honest answer. I don't, as I said to you earlier, I've been to Swindon recently, spoken to the enterprise zone there, and you know, it's an area where, as Laura says, we would have hoped, you know, maybe not necessarily expected, but hoped to have done better. Sad that we haven't.
You've held on to Exeter and Harlow. I'm just noting that as they're coming through. By the way, we were discussing Hartlepool. Can I just clarify this because it's important. So based on the figures given to us by the local council and by the Press Association, we had Hartlepool down as a very small Labour majority.
That's yeah, and I take what you say. In fact, the information I have is that because of resignations by Labour councillors, it had actually been so that may have been what was the case previously and at the last election. But because of the resignations, I believe it had gone to no overall control, and therefore.
I think that that information was more recent. But anyway, that's the cause of the confusion. Yes?
Sure. Yeah, indeed.
Some thoughts on what would you read into Swindon? Because Swindon is an area that clearly, as we all recognise, is in Westminster terms, has been a bit of a bellwether area. It's significant in terms of what it tells us about the balance of power between Conservatives and Labour in that part of England. What do you read into it?
Well, I didn't get to visit Swindon this year for these campaigns, but I have campaigned down there previously when I was deputy chairman. And I know that the local MPs work very, very closely with their local councillors. They work very, very hard. They're very, very engaged with their local community. And this is going to sound boring, but they campaign relentlessly on local issues. It is bins and parks and council tax and that kind of stuff. And I think they've been rewarded for good old-fashioned grassroots graft. And I'm really glad that they are, because they're a really good team down there. And I think that's been a big part of it. I can't, as I say, as you've been saying, this is a traditional bellwether area. It's one that we were very worried about, having recently and only recently taken overall control. We were worried about it. And it's the kind of place where we, hand on heart, were expecting the Labour Party, because of potentially national issues and being 9 years in government, is the kind of place where we would expect them to pick up a number of council seats, and they haven't. So we're very pleased with that.
Less good news for you, James, is that you've lost control of Basildon. It's gone to no overall control. Was that something you expected?
Well, as I say, what we were expecting is the figures that were kicking around. Rawlings and Thrasher and Lord Hayward were saying we were likely to lose somewhere in the region of 1,000 councillors. On those numbers, unfortunately, that was the kind of place. I've been campaigning there. We knew it was very, very tight, and that is obviously a disappointment. Yeah.
Let's have a look at the figures. Rita, do you have some figures on Basildon for us?
Yes, absolutely. They've just come in. So let me take you back to the previous graph, actually. So this shows you the composition now. So this is a Conservative loss. We've just found this. They've still got one to declare. It was Conservative, and before that it was a hung council. So Conservatives on 20, Labour 15, Independents on 5, and 1 UKIP councillor there. Now, what I was looking at before was in fact the seat change, and you can see the Conservatives lost 2, Labour have gained 2, Independents have gained 2, and UKIP down 2. So that is Basildon, a Conservative loss, and it's now gone into no overall control.
What I'd like to do, Rita, thanks very much, and we'll have another chat about Basildon in a second. We're looking at our set of key wards, if you like, which tell us something about the wider picture here. Some 720 of them, 135 of them have declared so far. So what I'd like to do is have a look at those figures, just in terms of the percentage share of the vote and what that tells us. So just have a look at this. Labour on the key wards, this is just these key wards I'm talking about, 720 of them. So 136 of them in, this is by no means complete. Labour down 7% as we speak. Tories down 1% as we speak. The Lib Dems look up 7%. UKIP down 5% and the Greens up 4%. So the big gainers clearly right now are the Lib Dems and the Greens. So based on those figures, I'd like to bring John Curtice back in. And John, your thoughts at this point?
Well, first thing to explain, what we've simply done there with these figures is to add up the total number of votes that each party's got in the wards insofar where we're collecting the detailed results, and compared them with 2015, irrespective, for example, of whether the UKIP have or have not fought the ward again or not. So, first of all, that decline in the UKIP vote is somewhat misleading. Yes, it's probably going to be true that in the wards that UKIP fought this year and fought in 2015, the UKIP vote's going to be down a bit, but it's certainly going to be up on what it was in 2016 or 2018. And the truth is that by the standards of the more recent local elections, UKIP are doing rather well where they stood. But of course, they're only 41 of 6 seats. Liberal Democrats certainly, well, remember, they're defending a very poor baseline in 2015. But even if we compare their vote with what they did last year, it looks as though the Liberal Democrat vote is up. So again, another piece of evidence that the vote is fracturing across different parties. And then I think perhaps the most remarkable set of statistics so far, the Greens. Just there in those simple raw figures, the Green vote up. If we actually look at the wards where the Greens have actually been fighting, again, their vote is clearly well up. Conversely, both Conservative and Labour certainly losing ground as compared with last year. But what you will have noticed is that so far the Labour vote is down more than is the Conservative vote, even though we are comparing it with the 2015 result when Labour were already well behind the Conservatives. And so far, at least, this is the one really remarkable surprise of the night, that the Labour Party are apparently doing very badly. Now, it may be that it's going to be part of a wider piece, because the other thing I can tell you is this, Hugh, is that it looks as though that both Labour and the Conservatives are performing relatively poorly in those wards where they were trying to defend the seat. So what we may be discovering at the end of the day, it's not so much a battle between Labour and Conservative, but a battle between incumbents and insurgents, and a battle where incumbents, whether they be Conservative or Labour, have been struggling to hang on to their share of the vote.
John, many thanks again. John Curtice there with the latest thoughts for us, and those keywords as well. Laura, some whispers?
Just some whispers that rather match with what Sir John was saying there. The Tories, I'm told, have taken a couple of seats from Labour in Bolton. Now, there's a very important marginal in Bolton West. Again, the kind of seat that Labour need to be taking in a general election to win a majority. Labour, I'm told, having a sticky time in Ashfield in the Midlands, and the Tories also may be making some gains in Stoke. Of course, Labour seats there, but very strong Leave areas. And just also to underline these kinds of gains we're seeing from the Greens and potentially also from the Lib Dems. Also in some areas, not just strong Remain areas, because you might have thought, oh, well, all the unhappiness about Brexit in Remain areas, natural that people might go to the Greens and the Lib Dems, who both want another referendum. But it doesn't seem to be a uniform pattern. It seems to be happening in lots of different pockets.
Very interesting.
Indeed, I've just got a little bit of intelligence. Apparently, it looks like Jacob Rees-Mogg is now going to have a Liberal Democrat councillor, with the leader of Bath and North East Somerset Council likely to lose to the Liberal Democrat challenger Dave Wood. So,
that's me.
Yeah, not just in Remain areas.
Can we talk about Tandridge in Surrey? Because my understanding is that the Conservatives have lost control of Tandridge in Surrey. It's still counting, but that's where we are at the moment. Short by 7, they're on 15. The Lib Dems on 9, the Independents on 8. And if we just turn that into the gains and losses, there you see the picture. The Tories down 5, Lib Dems up 1, and the Independents up 4. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Let's go to the count and talk to Leanne Lawless, who's our correspondent there. Leanne, tell us what's going on. What's your understanding?
Yes, well, of course, Tandridge has always been traditionally a Conservative stronghold. They've held a majority here since the year 2000, but last year that dramatically and drastically changed when they lost 8 of their seats, leaving them with an overall majority of just 1 seat. And we know tonight that the Conservatives have already lost 5 of their seats, the Lib Dems gaining 1 of those seats and the rest going to the Independents. And there is very much a sense from the council leader, Martin Fisher, who I spoke to earlier, that there's going to be a lot more losses to come, and it's not going to be a good night for the Conservatives at all. Now, last year, those losses were put down very much to a housing plan, a local housing plan, where residents were concerned that thousands of homes were being built on green belt land. But of course, now this year, Brexit is coming into play, with the Conservatives saying that they fear that could also contribute to some of the losses. We know that the local residents, 52% of them voted to leave the EU, compared to 47 that voted to remain, so perhaps that is coming into play here. We have got a few hours left. It's expected to declare here at around 2:30 in the morning, so it is still early days, and we won't yet, of course, know until 2:30 whether the Conservatives have actually suffered their first defeat here in nearly 2 decades.
Very interesting, Leanne. Thanks very much again for the update there on Tanbridge. Leanne Lawless, our reporter there. Let's have a look at one of the other significant results that we need to just take stock on, and that is, I think, Wirral, isn't it, Rita? Let's talk through the figures at Wirral and what's happened there.
We've just had that. So that has now gone into no overall control. It was Labour, and Labour have lost the council, and it has now become a hung council. You can see they're still counting. There are 2 to declare, but Labour have failed to retain control of this council. These are the bald figures. Labour on 30 seats, the Conservatives 22, Liberal Democrats on 6, and Green and Independent 3 apiece. The seat change here is really interesting. So Labour down 4, the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats getting 1 apiece, 2 to the Greens. And let's take a look at the share change. Painful for Labour, minus 14% there. And the Greens up by 12%. That's a really, really interesting result there. I just want to show you one more result, Hugh. Brentwood in Essex, which is a Conservative hold. Conservatives have held Brentwood with a majority of 3. You can see the seat divisions there. But if I show you the seat change, look at that. The Conservatives have actually lost 5 seats, and the Liberal Democrats have gained 4 seats. And this is even starker. Isn't that interesting? The share change there. Conservatives 42%, and sorry, I think I've got the wrong graph there. There we go. Conservatives down 8%, Lib Dems up 22%.
Rita, thanks very much. And interesting there when you went through the Wirral figures to see that UKIP were down by 7%, because, of course, in other parts of the country, it's notable that the UKIP performance has been stronger than that, and there are certainly pockets of support. What I'd like to do is bring in Mike Hookham from UKIP. I think, Mike, you're in Grimsby, yes? Thanks very much for joining us, and good morning. Tell us what's going on there.
Good morning. Well, we're doing very, very well. I mean, our vote share is up. We've got people here that were standing just as paper candidates, but they're taking a lot of votes, and I think they're taking those votes away from the Labour Party and from the Tories.
What do you make of the performance generally, Mike, in the sense that, you know, you're fielding so many fewer candidates as a party across England in these elections? So what are the challenges there?
Well, yeah, as you said, you know, we've got 1,400, I think, 20 candidates, but that's treble what we fielded last year. I mean, our vote share is going up. We can see that. We've taken 3 seats in Sunderland. I think there's 2 seats, extra seats in Derby, and we're seeing our percentage across the country going up. I think what we are seeing is that we're back again, and you know, we're happy. I'm quite happy with our results.
Despite the fact that, as you know, I think you'd agree, the perceptions of the party in the last few years have been ones of turmoil and chaos, really, not just among the leadership, but among the membership as well.
Yes, it has been. We've had 2 years of turmoil. We're now back on the rise again. Our membership's up. We're financially back in the black. And we are now back on the field, fielding candidates for local elections. We'll field them for Westminster election. And, of course, we've got the 23rd. We've got European elections, which we didn't think we'd have to stand candidates. But here we are again, standing European candidates. We will stand that, and I believe we'll do very, very well.
It's got to be... I mean, it's a bit of a challenge, Mike, isn't it? Given that so many of the people who've been elected UKIP councillors in the past have ended up leaving the party, and they've ended up, you know, not fulfilling the promises that they made initially in party terms. So how confident are you that the people elected today will have a rather better track record?
There's a bit of... Sorry, I missed a bit of that. There's some cheering going on behind me, so I missed a bit of what you were saying.
I'm saying that because so many of your former councillors have ended up abandoning the party and going elsewhere, how confident can you be that the ones elected today will be, you know, any better?
because I think some of those candidates that's left us did so because of some of the poor leadership that we had. We've got a very good leadership team, which I'm one of those in the leadership team. And we are now, as I say, the membership is rising because of Brexit, because of this poor deal that Theresa May is trying to get through. They're seeing now that we are a party that is that's electable, and we are on the rise, and we're doing very well now, and we will do very well in the future.
I read in one place, Mike, a comment from one of your former colleagues that you were about to be steamrollered by Nigel Farage and his new party. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, where is Nigel? He's not here tonight. I don't think he's standing any candidates tonight. This is a party that has no policies. It's got no NEC. It's got no structure whatsoever. It's a leader who dictates to everybody. And as I said, where are they tonight in local elections that matter to a lot of people around the country, what happens in their wards, in their streets, in their towns and cities? Where is Nigel Farage and this party?
Well, you'll find them at the European elections, won't you? If if that's the case, you'll get the challenge at that point.
Well, bring it on. I'm up for the challenge. As I say, I didn't believe I would be standing again as an MEP. We are 100% committed to getting Brexit, to leaving the European Union. Theresa May promised 108 times that we would leave the European Union. We are not doing that. We are standing again to say we are going to campaign and make sure that we honour 17.4 million people and leave the European Union. I'm up for the fight. I'm up for the campaign.
When you were campaigning in these local elections, were people talking to you honestly about Brexit, or were they talking to you about local issues?
Well, a lot of people was talking about Brexit and was talking about the betrayal of the establishment parties. But yes, it is a local election. It's local issues, and it always will be, and that's what it should be. A councillor should represent the constituents on local issues, and that's what we've been talking about. We have a party that's got local policies, and I think they're winning through, and people are seeing that we are a genuine, honest party that represent the working man and woman of this country.
Mike, good of you to join us. Thanks very much. Mike Hookham there for UKIP in Grimsby. What I'd like to do now is cross over to Sunderland, where, of course, Labour are in control, but they lost 12 seats there, and their leader is Graham Miller. Graham, good morning. Thanks for joining us. What happened to you in Sunderland? I know you're still in control there, but what happened with the loss of seats?
We lost 10 seats, and my view on it is very, very simple. Sunderland voted as a city to leave in June 2016, and having had a Labour message across the city from members of Parliament saying that we need to be having a people's vote in a second referendum, people in Sunderland have said we're just not accepting that from the Labour Party, and I have lost 10 councillors tonight because of that Brexit situation where the Brexit message has stepped into an over local politics, and that's the outcome.
Well, I may ask Barry Gardner to comment on that in a second, Graham, if he's willing to do that. But what would your message to Barry be?
My message to Barry would be that at the end of the day, we have to be very, very careful about what we're saying with regards to Brexit when we have large Leave constituencies and we have that message going directly to the people that we believe that we want a people's referendum, we want a people's vote. When the people have said no, we want to leave. We made that quite clear by 63% to 37% in 2016. And if you don't enact that democracy, we will not vote for you. And I think we've seen a massive protest vote on that issue tonight. And it's always local councillors that pay for it, because it tends to be, it happens in local elections, and hopefully the party will learn from it, and we will not make this mistake again.
But just to be clear, Graham, you're saying no referendum, no other referendum, no people's vote, as it's called, under any circumstances. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying, this is my view, as somebody who voted to remain, as somebody who is a Democrat, as a strong, long-standing, serving member of the Labour Party. When you give people a vote, when you say that we're voting to leave or remain, and you make it that simple a choice, and Parliament agreed that question, people expect you to then deliver on the outcome of that, and we need to be seen as a party to be trying to deliver that outcome. If we don't, people obviously and clearly take it that they will not vote for us, they do not trust us, and it's very, very difficult to get local matters, local policies to get people to vote for you. And the Labour Party is all about local issues and dealing with local matters and helping people. But in this issue, where we've lost 10 councillors to the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, UKIP and the Green Party, clearly people have decided to vote against us across the city, and it's absolutely, in my view, down to that fact.
But people voting for the Lib Dems or the Greens clearly will not be exercised about a people's vote in the way that you say that others are.
I think it's a tactical vote. People have gone to who best to vote for to basically say no to the Labour Party in their wards. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Let me just bring in Barry. Thanks very much, Barry.
Yeah, Graham, can I just say my commiserations to you, and you know, I really sympathise with everything that you've said, and it is a complex message that the Labour Party is putting out, but we have absolutely, as you rightly said, we committed ourselves in our manifesto to delivering on the referendum result, but we always said that we wouldn't do it in the way that the Tories wanted. We wouldn't do it in a way that meant a no deal. And so you're right, I understand that. And when people think that actually democracy is going to be traduced in the way that you've talked about, naturally a city like Sunderland is going to be rightly upset about that, because they were very clear. I think it was the highest vote for leave in the country, actually. So I completely get it. And I know, as you do, that the chances of people who have been voting Labour all their lives but who are disaffected then voting for the Tories in that situation in Sunderland, it is highly unlikely. So I completely understand your reading of it, that these are protest votes.
There's an element, yeah. There's an element of cyclical voting there. We've lost councillors to the Conservatives because those wards, some of those wards, migrate from the Labour Party to the Conservative Party and back again. Yes, you have an element of that in there. I'm not arguing that. But when you lose so many councillors, and all I've picked up for 6 weeks on the door is that we basically Labour members saying they cannot and will not vote for us because they are not seeing that their vote to leave is being supported by the Labour Party. That is something that we need to be aware of, and we need to absolutely think very carefully about what we do next. And it gives me, as leader of the council with the group, a task now to work out what we do going forward, because we have to continue delivering services, which is what we do, and that is what the Labour Party is all about, and we're very good at it. But we cannot ignore this message. It hasn't come from out left of centre. This is clear across every ward in all 3 CLPs in the city, that people have been very unhappy with that position. And as leader of the council, I've got to say this, because I am here to represent the people of the city, that we need to be seen to be Democrats here. We need to be seen to be supporting what the people voted for.
Totally respect that, and my commiserations to you and the councillors that have lost, and you know, pass on our best wishes.
But the point is, Barry, he's basically calling for a change of policy, isn't he? That's what he's calling for.
Thank you very much, Barry.
I think what he's calling for is absolute clarity, which is absolutely right, and that, Graham, all I would say to you is that's why we are in at the moment with the government trying to negotiate the sort of Brexit that actually Labour members would recognise is going to protect those jobs in Sunderland, protect those just-in-time supply chains that particularly you depend on for jobs up there. And that's why we're doing that, because we want, if we're going to leave, and we've said, like you, I was Remain, but we said we accepted the result, but we must do it in a way that protects people's jobs and their livelihoods, and that's what we're trying to do.
Mr Miller, thanks very much for joining us, and it's good to have you talking to us today. Graham Miller, the leader of Sunderland Council. Well, that was a clear message.
It certainly was. And Barry Gardner, I wonder, when you're saying you respect him and passing on commiserations, but he's clearly asking you to do something different.
Yeah.
He said, people will not vote for us. They will not trust us. if we as a party don't make Brexit happen. Now, he's not saying, oh, please see if you can work something out with the Tories that would be better for Labour voters and for families around the country. He's saying, pleading with you to get this done and not to ignore the referendum result. And I know that you're one of the people in the shadow cabinet, actually, who is nervous about offering another referendum. You've made that clear yourself on many occasions. So is it time for Labour to be clearer about the fact that your policy, first and foremost, is to try to deliver the referendum result, and then only if that goes wrong somehow, to have another public vote?
Laura, you have just articulated exactly what the NEC said our policy is earlier this week. You know that.
I'm not quite sure that's the case. I've just quoted to you a Labour council leader saying people will not vote for us and they will not trust us.
But you've just perfectly described the situation that you said is that we should make it clear that we're trying to deliver on the referendum result to leave the European Union. We should be clear about that, and only if we cannot get a deal that is, not no deal and not the deal that is going to stymie those very jobs in Sunderland.
But what's going wrong at the moment if people aren't understanding that policy? If you have a Labour council leader plainly,
and Laura, you know why. You know perfectly well why.
Because tell our viewers. Tell our viewers.
You know it and they know it. Because actually many people in our party who are members of the party actually, like me, wanted to remain in the first place. They campaigned to remain, and actually some of them still would like to remain. And their voice has also been heard. And that's why if a party is seen to be speaking with two voices, it's very difficult to communicate that actually what the policy of the party is a complex policy, and it is conditional. It says we will, first and foremost, we want to respect the democratic will of the people. If we cannot do it in such a way that it's going to protect their livelihoods, then we will go back. If it's got to be a Tory way, we will actually then go back to the people and allow them to choose.
Pick a side on this.
We have.
The side of Brexit?
No, the side of uniting our country and getting the people who originally voted like me and you for Remain, and I can't remember what James did in the first place, but certainly now to leave, for all of them to say, actually, this isn't exactly what I voted for, but it's a compromise that we can all live with and that we can see respects democracy, but also keeps people in their jobs.
But Barry Gardner, what you're really acknowledging there, though, aren't you, is that your party's leadership is not explaining what you think is the right policy clearly enough. That's basically what you've just said. It's difficult to articulate and it's not getting through.
Look, I just said to you, I think that there are many people in the party, members of the party, who are passionate about remaining. They believe that actually this is the only thing that matters.
And you're letting them down.
In fact...
People in the country too, Barry. You're letting them down.
In fact, it's not the only thing that matters, because democracy matters. There are two competing principles here, and we're trying to hold them in tension. These guys want to opt for one. Joe's just said it. You've got to choose. You've either got to opt for people's livelihoods, or you've got to opt for democracy. We're trying to say there is a way to reconcile them. And we believe there is. And that's a complex message. And that's why it's difficult to get that across. And I really sympathise with people like Graham in Sunderland, because they are in the most Leave constituency in the country. And they have suffered as a result of that message being one that is, about reconciliation rather than simplistic, yes, Leave or yes, Remain.
But the bottom line, Barry, is he's finding that message not just a hard sell, an almost impossible sell. That's what he was saying.
But you know equally that in other seats in the country, which are Remain seats, it will swing the other way.
Of course it will.
It will swing the other way.
But that guy's lost 10 councillors. That's the reason we brought you.
Absolutely. And this is why we are trying to hold these things in tension. But there are two important principles, and we are the only party that is trying to be faithful to both of them.
Well, Joe's been just underlining the fact that she's got a clear view on Brexit and what to go, how to proceed with it. So I'm just wondering, is that translating into the Lib Dem performance, Rita?
It is, Hugh, if these early results are anything to go by. We had Professor Sir John Curtice a little earlier saying it looked, on the basis of the early results, as if the two main parties were suffering and that some of their votes were going to the Liberal Democrats, among others. And in all of these 8 councils here, although some of them are still counting, the ones in white are still counting, the share of the Liberal Democrat vote has gone up. Let me show you a couple of these. Liverpool was Labour, has been held by Labour, and it was unassailable. It was always going to be Labour, and you can see the bold figures there. But what's really interesting is the share change. That's taken me to something else. Let's try that. There you go. That's what I was after. Labour down by 6%, the Liberal Democrats up by 9%, and the Greens clearly benefiting as well. Conservatives down by 2%. I can show you something similar in a very different council. So Havant in Hampshire, that was Conservative and has been held by the Conservatives, and similarly it was an unassailable council. But if we look at the share change again here, look at that. Conservatives down by 7%, Labour down by 2%, Liberal Democrats up by 11%. So behind the bold figures and results, there's some very interesting shifts going on.
Indeed. Rita, thanks very much. Joe, some thoughts on those, when we see that Lib Dem performance then Havant, for example, and others?
I think what's interesting is, we all come into these election night programmes with our, views of which seats that we think, which areas we're particularly looking to, we think we're going to do well. And we're talking about areas here which, we've got fantastic teams there, I'm sure, but they were not on our list of places that we thought our vote share was going to go up by 11% necessarily. So I think what we're seeing is that message is resonating, and clearly where we've had huge resource, then we're seeing very significant gains. But in places which have not been traditional Lib Dem heartlands necessarily, then we're also seeing the public responding to that clarity of that message, and that we're setting out very, very clearly. Voting for Lib Dems, you get local community champions, and also we have this message that a vote for the Lib Dems is a vote to stop Brexit. And with the European elections coming up in 3 weeks' time, then that is a springboard going into that.
And your loss of 7% of the vote there, James, tells you what in a place like Havant?
Well, it's often the case with councils where we are in control, we're very strongly in control, that there are local issues. I don't know enough about that seat to know whether it's local issues or whether it's national issues. As I say, it's probably a blend of both. And from a very, very low base that the Lib Dems had in 2015, frankly, you would expect big results. As I said earlier tonight, you would expect big results from them as part of the natural, perhaps pendulum effect that you get at local government elections.
We're being told in St Albans that you've lost 3 seats so far as Conservatives. Big swings to the Lib Dems. We were mentioning them earlier, so Tories very likely to lose control of that.
And just a few other whispers from around the place. Labour feeling quite optimistic in Trafford, apparently, which, as we know, we've been discussing, a key place in the northwest, hoping to make gains in Southampton too, and also expecting the Tories to lose Southend Council, perhaps the council leader losing his seat. One tiny point just might be worth making. Could have a complexion on these results. EU nationals living in the UK can vote in these elections. Maybe that might be having an impact on some of the pro-EU parties. Who knows?
You mentioned Trafford. Why don't I go back to talk to Nina Warhurst there, who's in Trafford for us. Nina, what are the signals there?
We've not had any of the results in from Trafford, but so far, Hugh, across the northwest, it's not been a good night for Labour. When the night started, they had about 70% of the councillors across the northwest. They've held on to some areas we might expect: Chorley, Wigan, Liverpool, as Rita was just talking about, but some significant losses. You talked about Wirral earlier. They lost 2 seats there to the Greens, 1 to the Liberal Democrats. There's a sort of civil war happening within the Labour Party over on Wirral mayoral. That could be at play there. 4 Labour councillors this year have already left to go independent there. Up in Bolton, in Greater Manchester, they've lost 3 seats to the Conservatives and 1 to a hyper-local party, Farnworth and Cursley first. Now, Cursley has been Labour for 100 years and has now switched to becoming independent. If we look at South Manchester, in Stockport, this was a key Liberal Democrat target. They voted Remain. They were one of the 3 parts of Greater Manchester where they voted Remain. The Liberal Democrats so far tonight have made 1 gain from Labour. That means they only need to make 2 more to be neck and neck with them on that council in part of Greater Manchester. Ironically, here we are in Trafford, and the part of Greater Manchester, the borough that was under Conservative control from 2004 until last year. But both of the main parties here expect Labour to take full control tonight. At the moment, they have just 1 more councillor than the Conservatives, no overall control, but they think that Labour tonight will take it.
What are party workers saying there tonight, Nina? What are you picking up from the various teams there?
Well, the Greens are very optimistic that they might be taking a 3rd seat last year because of plans to build on Greenbelt and just because of a good grassroots campaign strategy. They took 2 seats in Altrincham in South Trafford and they expect to take a 3rd tonight. Some of the Labour campaigners have told us that on the doorstep they're hearing a lot of talk of austerity beginning to become more and more important to voters in Trafford. The Conservatives, many of them are feeling despondent, and the former leader of Trafford Council, the leader of the Conservatives on this council group, told me earlier he would directly link this to the performance of the Prime Minister over Brexit at the moment, of what's going on down in Westminster. So there is some blame being pointed towards the party leadership.
Nina, thanks very much. Nina Warhurst there with the latest for us in Trafford. You make of that, Laura?
Well, it's just so interesting, isn't it, that neither of the big parties is benefiting from the chaos that we've seen in Westminster for the last 6 months, it seems. And maybe that's not surprising. You know, people have watched on as a country. Have they seen, you know, night after night arguments over Brexit? Every time both of the parties trying to grapple with their own divisions, as Barry Gardiner then was, you know, very openly admitting, to quote him, Labour is speaking with 2 voices on Brexit. Now, for any political party, at any time in history, that's not something that's very easy to do. It does not tend to bode well if you're trying to get people to put a tick in your box in the ballot box. That's hard. Now, of course, it's a party leadership's job to communicate that message, if indeed it is the right thing to do. But if you listen to that councillor from Sunderland, really cross with what's being done in his party's name and really feeling the impact on the ground. But the Tories are not having an easy time of it either.
No.
No, look, we went into this expecting to have a really, really tough night because, as I say, really good results in 2015, better than we expected in 2015, to be perfectly honest with you, plus the backdrop of Brexit. What I find really interesting is that we, I think, had psychologically budgeted for having a bad night. I think the Labour Party, with their creative ambiguity about Brexit, it took Barry about 15 minutes of monologue to still not really explain Labour's Brexit position.
Well, of course, Tories would never be ambiguous about everything.
No. Well, so our position has been straight. We're determined to deliver Brexit, and it's not been easy, and it's been painful internally. We're determined to deliver it. We're unambiguous about that. The Labour Party has been trying to ride 2 horses in the hope that they would be the recipients of whatever votes we might have lost because of our Brexit position. And what it seems to be the case is that whilst people are understandably frustrated with the party of government for not yet delivering Brexit, they are clearly just as frustrated with the Labour Party for trying to play both audiences against the other. And Barry's sitting between Joe and I saying, oh, I'm not going to do what you want, Joe, which is to remain, and I'm not really going to do what you want, James, which is to leave. Well, those are the only 2 options you've got. And the Labour Party trying to be neither remain nor leave while simultaneously remain and leave, I think it seems to be being punished at the ballot box.
No, Barry's recognising that there are different ways in which you can leave. Surely, that's it, isn't it?
No,
it's not just
no. I don't think that's.
Leave.
I don't think
it's
that's
how
what,
we leave.
No, I don't think that's what Barry's recognising at all. There is a withdrawal.
It's exactly what I'm recognising, because actually it's what the Supreme Court said. If you remember what the Supreme Court said when there was the initial challenge over triggering Article 50, they said the referendum has decided that we should leave. The Parliament's job is to decide how we should leave. And that is why your party has completely split over this, because you've got some, like Bernard Jenkins earlier, who would like to very happily go off into a no deal. You, sensibly, I think, would not countenance that. But the deal that the Prime Minister has come up with is one which she cannot get through Parliament. And instead of 2 years ago coming to both opposition parties and saying, look, I recognise we're miles away from where you are, and we're certainly not where the Labour Party is, but we need to come together to actually get the country through this because the country is split on it. She didn't. And now, latterly, a month ago, she's come to the Labour Party and said, OK, now I need to take seriously the sorts of compromise suggestions that you've been putting forward.
So
and that is what your negotiators are now doing with our team, to try and work out that and see if we can get a common ground that the people of this country will be able to say, yeah, I can live with that. And Parliament can say, yeah, let's go.
Do you think the EU have been unreasonable with the withdrawal agreement that's been negotiated? And if you do, which bits of the withdrawal agreement do you think the EU have been unreasonable over?
OK, look, the withdrawal agreement, as you well know, is 600 pages, and we.
So the simple yes or no. Do you think the EU have been unreasonable with the withdrawal agreement?
Look, the
yes or no answer, mate.
It's not a yes or no answer.
No, it literally is. Do you think the EU have been unreasonable with the withdrawal agreement?
But unreasonable in what sense?
Do you think they've been reasonable?
Because
do you think
yes,
they've been
that's
reasonable?
Why I voted for
you
it.
do?
Yes, that's
you
why I
think
voted
they've been
for
reasonable?
it.
So,
yes, that's why I voted for it. So that's my yes or no answer.
Right.
Where's yours? I think yes, and that is why I voted for the withdrawal agreement. The Labour Party have always said that,
what we won't do,
evidence, that you are happy with the withdrawal agreement, but it was the political declaration you didn't like, so we took that out. You then refused to vote for
as your Prime Minister
we literally
has said,
did.
as your Prime Minister has said,
together?
On a number of occasions, they are inseparable. And the whole point is that we will not support a blind Brexit, particularly when the likelihood is that it will not even be your Prime Minister, who is, the current Prime Minister, who is delivering on the second part of it.
The political declaration was never binding anyway.
It's a completely blind Brexit. We need to try and get some structure.
What we're seeing is Labour looking for excuses to not vote for...
If we are, James, then why are you asking us in to try and bail you out?
But, Minister, your party is in power, and if you have got the Brexit deal right, it's not just whether or not why hasn't it passed through Parliament, which is about what the Labour Party's been doing, and some of your own side, but if you've got the deal right, why are we not seeing that in results coming back on the doorstep? Why am I hearing that you're losing seats in Peterborough, one of the strongest Brexit voting towns in the country, where there just happens to be a by-election in a couple of weeks? That's the kind of seat where you would expect, if you were truly the Brexiteers delivering Brexit, that people would be sticking with the Conservatives. Why are you losing ground to the Lib Dems, even up the road from you in Brentwood?
It is completely expected that because of the delay, the deeply undesirable delay in delivering Brexit, that people are angry with us as the party of government. That it's understandable.
And people are entitled to be angry with the Conservatives for failing to deliver.
It's unfortunate, but it is unfortunately also inevitable. What I'm saying is, in addition to the frustration with the Conservative Party, the party of government, and when you're in government, you always cop the blame because you're the party of government. What I'm saying is, in addition to the frustration with us, the Labour Party, who clearly thought they could harvest that disquiet by avoiding making any tough decisions, are also being punished.
Well,
and I think that's the story of the night.
Joe?
Many Labour voters, want to see us keep the benefits of EU membership, so it's not surprising that they're punishing the Labour Party, and we've heard from Barry tonight, he wants to deliver Brexit, he just wants to pretend it's a slightly different Brexit to the Brexit that Theresa May is putting forward. But, this isn't also just kind of some normal, in government it's a bit difficult and you lose seats. The government is making such a monumental mess of this. we're seeing a level of crisis and chaos in government that, we have not had for such a long time. I mean, I don't even know what you compare this to in terms of the level of, you look at the numbers of ministers that have left, you look at the general chaos, the way that nothing is being done other than Brexit. So, I mean, that is the calamity. It's not just a general, well, people don't like voting for the government. And that's what you hear on the doorsteps from people.
But, Jo, why don't you respect the referendum result? Why? I understand the economic arguments, and I agree with those. But you have made, your party has made, the second word of your title, Liberal Democrat.
You just asked me a question, Barry. Will you let me answer it?
Yes, of course.
So it's more than the economic arguments. This is also about our place in the world, about who we are as a country, about how we have influence, about how we join with others to solve the major problems. We've had Extinction Rebellion, this climate emergency that we've declared in Parliament this week, and I'm delighted to have been able to vote for that motion and to the Labour Party for bringing that forward, and I'll give credit for that. But in tackling that issue, our membership of the European Union is absolutely crucial because we have to work with others, and the EU has, with UK leadership, been able to be really instrumental in that and on so many of these international problems. So this isn't just about the economics.
That wasn't my question.
And so my answer
my question was why don't you respect democracy?
So I do. So Theresa May went and negotiated.
I'm just going to have to say it. It's end of round 2. Okay? I'm really sorry, but we will be back. All right. Thank you very much, Rita. Quick update.
We've got a result in from Walsall, and this is the Conservatives' first gain of the night. It was a hung council, and the Conservatives have gained it with a majority of 4. Now, this was a straight red-blue fight, as you can see. Conservatives got 32 seats and Labour 26, with the Liberal Democrats on 2. So an interesting council, an interesting area, because the Conservatives took a seat off Labour in the parliamentary election in 2017. So that just tells you how hotly contested this area is. And just to quickly show you the seat change here, Conservatives up 2, Labour down 2. So that's the Conservatives' first gain of the night.
Rita, thanks very much. Talking about the Conservatives' first gain in terms of councillors, what about councillors? Let's have a look at the scoreboard, because this is where we are in terms of numbers of councillors. The Tories at the moment down 53. The Labour Party at the moment down 43. The Lib Dems up 48. The Greens have also made several gains, and we'll bring you the figures in just a second for the other parties, because what I'd like to do now is join Ben Bland for the latest news.
Hello, here's a summary of the BBC News. The first results are coming in after voting in local elections across England and Northern Ireland. Elections have been held for 248 English councils, 6 mayors and 11 councils in Northern Ireland. The councils in Northern Ireland will begin counting in the morning. Jessica Parker reports.
Polling card in hand, the Prime Minister heads in to vote. The picture of these local elections taking shape over the coming hours. Voters have been taking their messages into churches, town halls, schools, community centres across the country. Now it's time to take that message in. The contest's over, counting is underway. The first results are in, a few smiles and cheers. But in Hartlepool, Labour has lost control of the council. And overall, the party's so far looking at a small net loss of seats.
It's not looking good. This is going to be a very difficult night for Labour. We've been out and about across the borough, and the message we are getting loud and clear is all about Brexit. And the residents are telling us they're going to make sure there's some change because of their dissatisfaction over Brexit.
The Conservatives held on to Swindon but lost Tandridge and Basildon. So, some early signs it could be the smaller parties like the Lib Dems and Greens gaining ground, but there's a long way to go. This is a big set of local elections, and parties will be watching closely, testing the waters after a tumultuous time in Westminster. But local elections, of course, are about picking the people who'll run local services, set your council tax and decide how to spend it. Delivering the verdict, one ballot box after another. They were certainly eager to get going here. It's democracy in energetic action. And energy's what's needed. It's a long night ahead. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The Prime Minister says the case is closed after Defence Secretary Gavin Williamson was dramatically sacked on Wednesday. It was over leaked details from a National Security Council meeting. But on Thursday, opposition parties insisted there should be a police investigation into whether the Official Secrets Act was breached. Gavin Williamson continues to deny telling the Daily Telegraph about discussions over whether the Chinese firm Huawei should help to build the UK's 5G mobile network.
The Prime Minister has said that she now considers that this matter has been closed, and the Cabinet Secretary does not consider it necessary to refer it to the police, but we would of course cooperate fully should the police themselves consider that an investigation were necessary.
The Prime Minister has sacked the Secretary of State for Defence because she believes there is compelling evidence that he has committed a crime. But despite that, she does not believe he should face a criminal investigation. Where is the justice in that?
The Canadian aerospace firm Bombardier has announced it will sell off its plants in Belfast as part of a worldwide restructuring programme. The company is Northern Ireland's largest manufacturer. It employs around 3,500 people to build aircraft wings and other parts. Bombardier says it's committed to finding the right buyer. Facebook has banned several far-right and extremist figures and groups, calling them dangerous. Among those removed is Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, the former editor of Breitbart News, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist and founder of InfoWars. In a statement, Facebook said that it has always banned individuals or organisations that promote hate and violence, regardless of their ideology. People living in the northeastern coast of India are bracing for the arrival of one of the most powerful storms to hit the region in years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes as Cyclone Fani approaches. Many have taken refuge in shelters set up in schools and government buildings. The cyclone is expected to make landfall within the next few hours with winds of up to 200 kilometres an hour. That's it from me for now. Time now to join Election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre. 43 councils across England have now declared. There are 200 or so to go, and 838 councillors elected so far, with nearly 8,000 to go. So, you know, we're getting there, but there's still quite a long way to go. Laura, just some big thoughts at this point about where we are?
So far, not the kind of night that Labour would want to have had. At this stage in the electoral cycle as the opposition, they should be showing that they're really making big strides. That's not what we're seeing at this stage. The Tories were expecting something pretty grim. They're not seeing something that's awful, but they're not seeing something that's great. But on average, from what we've got in so far, I'm told by our arithmetic, the Tories are losing roughly 1 in 6 of the seats that they were defending. Labour are losing roughly 1 in 10 of the seats that they were defending. So, you know, it's not a good night for either of the big parties so far. But what's interesting is how the votes seem to be going to the smaller parties, and particularly the Lib Dems seem to be making gains, and the Greens. Right. The really interesting thing, not just in Remain areas. Oh. You might have expected, with all the absolute, you know, anxiety around Brexit around the country, you'd have seen only Remain areas where the Lib Dems and Greens sucking up, and then perhaps UKIP benefiting from Brexit paralysis in Leave areas. They're not doing badly, but the Lib Dems and the Greens seem to be picking up in all sorts of places, including the leader of Colchester Council, who's apparently just lost his seat to a Green.
There you go. And within that pattern as well, of course, in terms of a slightly more complex pattern than usual, at least 40 or 44 gains to the independents too. So they're absolutely just in terms of the way people are channeling votes in this rather volatile area that we're in. So just looking at Green gains, including seats in Sunderland, which we noted earlier, didn't we? Wirral, South Tyneside, Reading, Tameside, Colchester, Exeter and St Helens. And John Curtice just telling us, I mean, recapping on what John was saying earlier, really. John saying this is a further indication on the plague on all your houses kind of theme that seems to be expressed in these elections. And then John saying, you know, focusing on the independent outcome. Independent candidates have so far secured an increase of 43 seats. John, are you with us? Thank you very much. Can we talk about this block of independents? Because, 43 or 44 increase is not insignificant. But is it really a pretty varied bunch of candidates there in terms of political colour?
Sure, they will. I mean, a few of them are ex-UKIPers, but I think what seems to be interesting, the independent gains seem to be particularly strong in places such as Barnsley, where there already was something of an independent group, but that it looks as though, as we've been saying earlier tonight, wherever there was somebody apparently available to express protest against apparently the party system, and certainly whether it's Conservative or Labour, whoever's the incumbent, it looks as though some independent candidates are also profiting from this pattern. So, we've already been saying, Lib Democrats up, particularly up in places where they were starting off from second. The Greens putting in one of their best local election performances ever, making gains of seats and doubling their share of the vote typically. UKIP, well, maybe not back to the level of 2015, but still well up on other recent local election performances. And that conversely, both the Conservatives and the Labour Party are losing ground. And above all, they're losing ground where they were previously stronger. So you put all this together, and frankly, it looks as though the response of the electorate in the local ballot box is not so much your two remain or your two leave, but that rather between you've rather made a mess of things.
As you speak, John, we're just looking at the chair changes in those key wards that you and I were talking about earlier, because of the 720 identified, 317 have now come through, and we're looking at Labour down 4, the Tories down 3 in terms of percentage share, Lib Dems, as you were saying there, up 6, and the Greens up 3. UKIP down 6, so clearly, talk a little more about that.
Yeah, well, the explanation for that, of course, is remember UKIP are fighting far fewer wards this time than they did back in 2015 when they were much stronger on the ground. They're only fighting around 1 in 6 of the wards. So not all, but quite a lot of that drop is simply the fact that they're putting up fewer candidates. If you actually look at what's happening in the wards, they're fighting this time, and they were fighting last time. Yes, UKIP is down a bit, but the truth is, the evidence of the opinion polls that the voters, amongst other things, are now more willing to vote for Eurosceptic parties than they certainly were in the general election or indeed in last year's local elections. Broadly speaking, that picture is confirmed, even though none of Nigel Farage's candidates are on the ballot paper today.
John, we'll talk later. Thanks very much. John Curtice there for us. Why don't we have a look at the full scoreboard, because that's quite useful at this point. The number of councillors. I talked to you about gains and losses earlier. So Labour on 386 as we speak, down 48. Tories on 278, down 58. The Lib Dems on 109. They're up 52 so far. Still early days. The Greens on 13, up 10. And UKIP on 8, down 15. The Independents, a big boost of 53. Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre, where we're keeping tabs on these local elections in England. They're taking place, of course, in Northern Ireland too, but they're not counting in Northern Ireland until later this morning, and the results coming in later today. So we're focusing on these results across England. 248 local authorities in England and some 8,500 councillors being elected. Let's bring in Rita with news from St Albans.
And this is a Conservative loss, Hugh. It's just been declared a Conservative loss. It had been Conservative since 2015. The Conservatives had a majority of 2 on this council, but although they are still counting, the Conservatives cannot get past the winning number. So it is now the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats neck and neck on 20 seats each, and the contest now is to see who will be the largest party. Let me show you the seat change that's happened. The Conservatives have lost 5 seats, the Liberal Democrats have gained 4, and Independents have gained 1. And what's always so interesting here, as I've shown you before, the share change. Look at that. Conservatives down by 14%, Liberal Democrats up by 20%. Jo Swinson smiling very broadly there. St Albans is a very Leave, I beg your pardon, a very Remain area, voted 63% to remain in the European Union. It could well be that what we're seeing is the Liberal Democrats benefiting from that fact.
Rita, many thanks, and we'll be talking a little more about St Albans and the performance of the Tories and Lib Dems there a little later on. What I now want to do is get right up to speed on what's happening in Derby. Now, Derby, of course, traditionally a very big Labour area, and our guest in Derby is the long-standing Labour MP and former Foreign Secretary Dame Margaret Beckett. Margaret, thank you very much for joining us. Could you bring us up to date on what's going on there in Derby as far as Labour is concerned?
Well, we've had rather a disappointing night. These are not seats that are necessarily a very good territory for us, and we have in fact lost some ground, which we're very sad about, but not wholly unexpected, to be frank. There's a wild card factor here, which is that we are one of the seats that is piloting having individual voter identification. It's much too early to know, but there's some anecdotal suggestion that's put some people off.
Well, that's a very interesting point, Margaret, because we were discussing this a short while ago, before we came on air, actually, whether this would be a factor, because, as you know, it's been introduced in several areas. But what kind of things are people saying there, then? Indeed. That this has caused, what, more problems than people had thought?
Well, I mean, as I say, it's much too early to have a clear picture and good evidence. But there are some people who seem to have been saying that they were put off going to vote when they realised. And there's some suggestion that there have been people who've gone to vote without fully realising. Now, I don't know whether they didn't take enough of the right kind of identification or whether they didn't realise that they were supposed to take extra ID. But there is some suggestion that it may have been a factor, but it's much too early to be fair to say that that's of consequence.
As you say, we'll wait to see whether there's more evidence on that. We were talking earlier, Margaret, to the Labour leader of Sunderland Council, who was pretty forthright in his view that Labour's policy of including a possible option of another people's vote into certain circumstances, that had proved incredibly unpopular with lots of Labour people in Sunderland. That was the message. Now, does that message make sense to you in terms of what you're listening to in Derby, or what's your take on that?
It's not, I mean, like Sunderland, people in Derby voted to leave, but that's not what I've been hearing from people in Derby. And indeed, one of the things that slightly surprises me about that is that if people are very clear that they want to leave, I presume, I don't know whether, is he saying that Mrs May's deal is acceptable? Because if he is, then surely he should welcome the opportunity for people to confirm that that is the case.
Well, I think his problem was, and we discussed it with Barry Gardner, who's here in the studio, his problem was that he felt that there was a lack of clarity and that people were unsure about the part of the Labour message around this, and that the very prospect, in fact, he was very clear about one thing, the very prospect of a second vote for lots of people who felt very strongly about Brexit was terribly off-putting. Now, I know that your view on the vote is different because you've made a great initiative in Parliament on it. But do you recognise that in some parts of the country, for Labour voters, it's very unappealing?
I do recognise that. I mean, I completely recognise that some people don't want to be bothered. Some of them feel perhaps that they've expressed their view, that's it. However, it's very easy to say that now. But if it all goes ahead, if, let's say, Mrs May's deal or something like it gets through Parliament, I wonder how people will feel very shortly afterwards when they see how things develop. if they haven't had an opportunity to say that, yes, this is acceptable. There's a very great danger in assuming that everybody will be happy with the outcome. It's my feeling, and what I'm hearing from a lot of people, I'm talking about people now who voted to leave, is that this is not what they thought they were getting. And that there, I think, is a difficult conundrum with which people like the Sunderland Council leader have to come to grips, as we all do. But all of this is really difficult territory for everybody, and I think we have to recognise there are perfectly legitimate differences of view and are bound to be so.
Well, of course. I mean, of course there are differences of view. Let me turn the question around then, if I can, and ask you, do you think there are areas of Labour's policy on Brexit that could be more clear, that could be, you know, an easier sell to the voters?
Well, I think, I mean, I would have liked us to be clearer and more forceful about the fact that we think that in the end, whatever it is the House of Commons decides, ought to be put to the people to see if that is acceptable to the people. You know, there's a lot of talk about establishment stitch-ups and so on, but if it's in the end the people who decide, then by definition that can't be an establishment stitch-up. There's a very, you know, there are terrible dangers both ways. I completely understand the people who don't want to be bothered, the people who think it's going to be divisive, time-consuming, all of the rest of it. But one way or another, we have to settle this question. We have to decide where our future lies. And certainly if Parliament can't decide it, then that makes it a very difficult argument. But my own feeling is that if what is being put forward by Parliament in the end may not be what people thought they were voting for, they should have an opportunity to say whether or not this on balance is something they want to live with, or whether they don't.
Dame Margaret Beckett, good to you to join us. Thank you so much. Nice to talk to you. And Margaret Beckett there for us in Derby with her take on things. I'd like to go to Rita for, I think we've got a result which is interesting in Peterborough.
Absolutely, Hugh. This is a Conservative loss. The Conservatives had this council. They had a small majority of 2. It has now become a hung council. It's gone into no overall control. These are the broad figures. The Conservatives, the largest party, on 28, Labour on 17, Liberal Democrats on 9, Independents on 3, Greens on 2, and the Liberal Party, the old Liberal Party that didn't join with the Social Democrats, they've got 1 councillor there. Let me show you the seat change here. Conservatives losing 4 seats, Labour gaining 3, the Liberal Democrats gaining 2, the Greens gaining 1. Interesting seat this, because of course we now know there's going to be a by-election on June the 6th after the MP Fiona Onasanya was recalled. Looking at this result, one wonders if Labour will take some heart here, that they may be able to hang on to that House of Commons seat, given that their performance here has been quite good.
Rita, thanks very much. That's an interesting prospect. We'll talk about that in a moment, but I want to bring in now Sir Graham Brady, who is the Conservative MP for Altrincham and Sale West, who is of course the chairman of the backbench Conservative MPs, the 1922 committee. Sir Graham, good morning. Good of you to join us. Thanks very much. And it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so we're very grateful. Give us the latest take that you have there on what's happened to the Conservatives in Trafford in this election.
It's a bit difficult for me because I've been waiting to come on air with you and might have missed any results coming through. But seeing the way the votes were building, I think it's very likely that, as we certainly expected from last year, we may see Labour taking overall control with some of those seats in the north of the borough, which went heavily Labour last year. Also seeing another councillor in those wards coming to the Labour Party. In my end of the borough, I think we're seeing no sort of great stunning results for the Conservative Party or for the Labour Party. A couple of quite tight battles, one ward which is very tight between the Conservatives and Labour, 1 or 2 that are very tight between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. and one where the Greens might pick it up for the second time running.
What are people saying to you on the doorstep, Sir Graham, when you've been campaigning in these elections? Have they been a combination of local issues and national issues, or have they been focusing very clearly on the big picture with of course, Brexit dominating the landscape?
Well, obviously a combination of the two. Certainly I've picked up a lot of concern on the doorstep in some parts of my constituency about the Labour Council perversely propped up by the Greens, allowing massive development of green belt land, which is something which is causing very real concern. So some local issues that have been cutting through to some extent, but it's also undoubtedly been harder for us to get our vote to turn out, and that is because of dissatisfaction about the national scene. And I think the overwhelming view on the doorsteps in my area for a very long time has been, for heaven's sake, get on with it. And I think there's massive frustration that we have yet to see the whole thing through and reach a resolution.
How often does the Prime Minister's name come up on the doorstep when you canvass?
Well, it does from time to time, but I think it's more an overwhelming frustration that something which was central to the government's purpose has yet to be achieved, yet to be fulfilled. And that certainly is something which is reflected both in some Conservative voters who've chosen to stay at home, and also looking at some of the spoiled ballot papers here this evening. I think there are more, I suspect, than is usually the case, and quite a number of messages about the failure to leave the European Union as promised.
What's your message to those Conservative local chairmen and chairwomen who want to change the rules so that a challenge is possible to Theresa May as leader? What do you say to them?
Well, the 1922 executive, as you know, debated this matter at considerable length. We agreed that we could change the rules, but we decided not to change the rules last week when we had that discussion. And instead, we have asked the Prime Minister to be symmetrical. She's already set out the timetable for her departure and for the election of a new leader in the event that she gets her Brexit deal through in the near future. We've asked her to be equally clear about her plans if she fails to get that Brexit deal through. So we clearly thought that was not a conversation that was sensible to have in the run-up to local elections. It would have been deeply unhelpful to local government candidates up and down the country.
Sir Graham, I'm just going to...
the resolution that we've heard.
I'm just going to bring in Laura, Sir Graham, thanks.
I know after your conversations with the Prime Minister after those meetings last week that you were promised a response from her. I know also Tory MPs were expecting a response, something clear, actually, during this last week. Have you had any response and just been bashful and not told us about it yet?
Well, as I say, Laura, what we thought was a good idea was not to get diverted into this in the few days leading up to local elections, which would have been really unhelpful to local election candidates around the country. So I do think we will receive a response, and we expect a response, but no, I haven't had that response yet.
And when do you hope to receive it then?
Well, we've got the local elections out of the way now, and we have, I suppose, a bank holiday weekend. But we will be looking to hear a response to what we have put to the Prime Minister in the near future.
Sir Graham, so far the Conservative losses in terms of councils are Peterborough, Southend, St Albans, Tandridge and Basildon. On the basis of that, and who knows what else will happen, but what kind of message will you then be taking back to Westminster and to Downing Street?
Well, look, I think these elections around the country are very mixed. It doesn't look like it's a good night for Labour. It doesn't look like it's a good night for the Conservative Party. I think there's an element of a plague on both your houses and some protest votes being cast in various directions. There's no doubt we need to pull together. We need to be more obviously competent as a government, and we need to make progress crucially on the central issue of Brexit, which is both frustrating people that it hasn't happened and is also taking up far too much time and preventing the whole government machine and Parliament from focusing on all the many other things we want to focus on as well.
So Graham, it's good of you to join us, and thanks for waiting patiently to talk to us. We're grateful. Thanks very much indeed. So Graham Brady there for us in Trafford. We mentioned Southend there, didn't we, in that list? And I think Rita's got some figures for us. Hi, Rita.
Yes, here it is. Here's the touch screen to show you. So this is a Conservative loss. They held this council by a majority of 5 in 2018. It had been hung before then. It was a Conservative gain last year. Well, it has now become a hung council. The Conservatives have lost this council. These are the figures. Conservatives on 20 seats, Labour 14, Independents on 11, and Independents are traditionally strong in this council. Liberal Democrats on 4. The 2 other interesting things are the seat change, so that explains the overall story. Conservatives losing 7 seats and those being divided up between Labour, Independent and Lib Dem. And let me also show you the share change, a big dip in the Conservative share of the vote, 12% for the Conservatives, and clearly the Independents are getting a big boost there. UKIP interesting as well, down by 6%, although UKIP were only fielding 7 councillors in 17 seats, so that may explain that dip as well. But again, Southend-on-Sea apparently reflecting a theme that we've seen during the course of the night, which is the 2 main parties, Conservative and Labour, apparently going back in terms of their vote share in the councils where they are traditionally strong.
Rita, thanks very much. And this is the moment where at 8 minutes past 2 in the morning, I can say to Joe and Barry and James that they can actually, within the next few minutes, don't run away. Don't run away. But I just want to say thank you for being with us, okay, for the last... oh gosh, how long is it? 2.5 hours? So, and for providing us with some lively debate, which is never taken for granted. But thanks very much, and we'll see you next time, hopefully, yes? Thanks a lot. What I'd like to do now is go to Tandridge and talk to the Conservative MP, Sam Gyimah, who's there. Sam, good morning.
Good morning.
There's a bit of a delay, sorry, on the line. So just give us an update on the Conservative performance there.
Well, we have lost the council. It is extremely disappointing, but not surprising because the big issue for us has been housing and the Green Belt. We lost a number of seats last year, and we've lost some fantastic councillors this year. The overwhelming beneficiary has been the residents group that campaigned against more houses.
So clearly, those are big issues. How would you rate those in terms of people's attention locally with the national picture?
Well, I mean, the housing thing is the single biggest issue in this constituency because it's 95% Greenbelt. And so any proposal to build more houses is deeply contentious. But of course, the national picture, Brexit deadlock in Parliament, hasn't helped in terms of the mood on the doorsteps. But we can see by the parties that people chose to vote for locally that the local issues are a significant factor as well. The Liberal Democrats who were at the nadir 4 years ago seem to be coming back and improving. They've done well in terms of winning some seats. The Conservatives have had control of the council since 2000, and much as I would like that to continue forever, the laws of politics are such that there comes a point when things rebalance. So an extremely difficult night for us.
When the Brexit issue is raised in all its forms, what are people saying to you?
I think it's what you've been hearing from some of the other MPs you've been interviewing. I heard the interview, Sir Graham Brady, sort of why hasn't it been sorted out? But also just a frustration with people not understanding what is going on in Parliament. What are you doing up there on the doorsteps? And that's certainly been an issue that I have picked up. And I think there is a sense about that across the country, and that is a consequence of the fact that Parliament is in deadlock.
On the kind of campaign that you've been running and the kind of path that you've been proposing, again, what kind of response do you get?
Well, it depends on who you speak to. And for people who, I know what I said that if Parliament is in deadlock, then the one answer is to let the people back into the process and to have a final say. And there are some people who will give me high fives in the street for that, and there are others who would say, well, if Theresa May's deal can't get through, then why can't we have no deal? The country, my constituency, is as divided as Parliament is.
Indeed it is, and I'm just wondering then, what is your reading then of the factors that lead into your performance there in Tandridge and the performance of the Conservative Party, across the board, where, you've lost control of places like Peterborough and Southend and St Albans and Tandridge and Basildon? How much of that is down to people's perceptions of the way that the Conservatives have handled the Brexit process as opposed to other things?
I think we can't get away from the fact that there have been a number of issues at national level on which the government hasn't covered itself in glory. But there are local elections, and voters are also quite discerning, and I can't speak for every local area and the factors that are driving it, and it is still early days. I mean, for example, there are parts of my constituency where the count is happening tomorrow, so I'm just very cautious about drawing huge generalizations. But we know the national issue has been difficult. In this part of my constituency, Tandridge, 95% greenbelt housing is always the issue. It's the biggest single issue as far as my post bag is concerned. The beneficiaries are a local group, independent group that campaigned on housing. But yes, the national picture definitely is the backdrop here. We can't get away from that.
Sam Gimmer, very good of you to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, and joining us there from Tandridge. So, magically, we have a new panel. We're waiting very patiently in the wings. Christine Jardine, the Lib Dem spokesman for Work and Pensions. Good to have you, Christine. Thanks very much. Dawn Butler's with us too, the Shadow Cabinet Minister, and we have the Education Minister for the Conservatives, Nadeem Zahawi. Are you all happy to be here? Yes? How's it going so far? I'll start with Christine.
Oh, I'm very happy to be here. It's going very well for us
yes.
tonight.
Yes.
And we're hearing more good news from Chelmsford. We don't have a result yet, but it's looking very exciting there.
What are the factors?
I think what we're seeing is that people are fed up with the mess that the government has made of Brexit, and Labour isn't providing an alternative. It is, as people have said, a plague on both your houses. They're getting it wrong, and they see us as the natural party to go to in those circumstances. I think we also have to take into account that someone said earlier, even in Leave seats, Brexit is not, I think it was Margaret Beckett, Margaret said that Leave is not what people expected when they voted Leave. So perhaps they don't want it now. And that's where I think the momentum has come. We saw the petition for a second referendum. We saw the march. We're seeing a move away and people saying, no, actually, you've both got it wrong. And the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, there's an increase there as well. This is what we want to see. We want to move away from that and think again about Brexit.
Dawn, a few tough results for Labour so far. What's your take?
Well, I think it's too early to kind of identify a trend because it's very complex in terms of the national picture and then local pictures. So I think we'll kind of have to wait for a good 24 hours before we can say, OK, this is the definitive trend. And we weren't, expecting, we were quite cautious because obviously lots of these elections are essentially in the Conservative heartlands. So, we were quite optimistic but cautious. And I think we just have to wait and see how it pans out throughout the evening. I'm really sorry for the seats that we've lost and for all those councillors that have worked hard. So I'm really sorry that we have lost seats, and I hope that we don't lose too many more.
I mean, you're down about 50 seats at the moment. I suppose if I was being brutal, I'd say, this government's in a state of crisis, or whatever you want to call it, because it's, it's a political crisis. You should be in a position where you really were having a good night, and losing 50 seats at this point in the cycle I could suggest is not a great place to be. What would you say?
Well, I don't think I've seen any pundit anywhere saying this is going to be a good night for Labour.
Okay, but why wouldn't it be?
I don't think anybody was...
But it's a fair question, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think anybody was saying that. And I think at the end of the day, when you look at the national picture, and you look at Brexit, and you look at what's going on in Parliament, you look at how it's been handled by the government, how we've tried and been dragging the government kicking and screaming to inject any form of democracy into the decision-making process, people are rightly kind of fed up. And we've been speaking about Brexit now for 3 years, and we don't seem to have moved further forward very much. So I can understand the frustrations of people, and I can understand the frustrations of people staying at home or going to the polls or voting differently to make a point. I can understand all of that, and I can understand that they feel that, I mean, Hansard did a report on the 2017 election, and it was only 16% of people that felt that they had some influence over the international picture, and that's fallen even further. So I can understand all of that.
I'm not sure whether you were in a position to listen to your colleague from Sunderland earlier, the leader of Sunderland Council, who came on. Obviously, Labour is still in control in Sunderland, but he'd lost 10 councillors. And, he was pretty forthright. He said, look, people hate this people's vote thing. They hate this notion of a second referendum. They don't want it. And for that reason, lots of Labour supporters didn't turn out to vote for us because of that policy. Barry Gardiner, tried to answer that. But that message was very clear. I'm just wondering from your perspective, does that make sense? And if it makes sense, does Labour's message need to change on that?
I think you'll find, Hugh, that as the evening wears on, you'll find that people have a strong opinion, but opposite to Sunderland and other people's opinions. So we have a wide range of voters within the Labour Party, and some are strongly Remain and some are strongly Leave. And so our policy from the very beginning, which was born out of a democratic conference, hasn't changed in respect of where we want the country to be. So in terms of us respecting the referendum, and that's why Labour voted to trigger Article 50, which was respecting the referendum and saying, OK, we're going to try and give this a go. And at every stage, we have tried to help the process, but still holding on to Labour's core values. And you're right, it's not a simple message, because this isn't a simple situation. And those people that pretend it is actually doing a disservice to both the voters and to us leaving the European Union.
There's a result in from... Sorry, John. There's a result in from Middlesbrough, which I want to bring in, because there are 6 mayoral contests going on, which we've not touched on yet, but this is the first one we've had through. So look at this. This is the executive mayor's position in Middlesbrough. This is an independent gain from Labour. So Andy Preston, the businessman, stood last time. He was narrowly defeated by Labour then. But look, he's come through this time. And look at that majority of over 10,000 on a turnout of 31%. But if we look at the percentage of the vote, and this is where it's a bit more dramatic, isn't it? 59% to the Independent, 23% to Labour. So let's see what's happened there since last time. So the Independent, Andy Preston, has put on 30%, which is pretty massive. Labour's down by 11, and then another Independent up by 10. So Middlesbrough, I mean, I'm just, again, there may be some local factors, Dawn, but I'm just wondering again, why would that be happening to you at this stage in the cycle? It's a bad sign, isn't it, for you?
Well, this is a very unique set of elections at a very unique time. There's not sort of been this turmoil since, the Second World War. So we really are a unique time politically. But I mean, it is expected that the smaller parties and the independents are going to do better in this election, and that has been everybody's forecast, because it is that kind of plague on all of your houses type syndrome. So I don't know exactly what's happened in Middlesbrough, but evidently the independent has gained a lot of ground and benefited from people not liking any of the major parties.
Nadeem, lots of people watching will be saying, hang on a second, why are we asking all these questions to Labour when you're responsible for this Brexit mess, as they see it? And you're losing, what, at the moment, 74 councillors, and and you've lost control of at least 4 councils. What's the message you're going to take back to Westminster if this trend continues? I accept that there's several hours to go, but if this trend continues, what are you going to take back to Westminster as a message?
Well, my message to my colleagues would be we all need to reflect on tonight and actually deliver on what we all promised the electors, which is to deliver Brexit. And if you look at where we are, yes, it's early days and lots of caveats around tonight. There's lots of counting tomorrow as well. My area is counting tomorrow. What? But the forecasters, and we did have a high watermark in 2015 where we won 6 out of 10 council seats, 32 councils. We're expected to lose between 500 and 1,000 councillors tonight. That looks a bit better tonight, so I'm positive on that. Labour should have surged, expecting to win about 800, 900 seats. Lib Dems, if they have a good night, should win about 500 seats. So my reading to date is that if we don't keep our promise in Parliament and deliver on Brexit, the 2 major parties are being punished for that. So either our voters not turning out and sitting on their hands, or some Labour voters in Brexit areas of the country are coming out and actually sending a very clear message to the Labour Party that you better deliver on Brexit. Now, your response to that would be, well, but in those same areas that voted for Brexit, Lib Dems are doing well.
Yes,
now, the reason for that, and with my sort of ex-YouGov hat on, the psophologist hat on, is when you have a low turnout, the smaller parties, if they can motivate their voters to come out, they look like they're winning, so they get a higher proportion of the vote on it's a law of small numbers, essentially. But the overall message, I think, that I would send to my colleagues in Parliament is the Prime Minister's instinct has been right on this all along. We have to deliver Brexit, otherwise the 2 major parties are going to get punished. And I think that is what we've all got to reflect on. And I hope my colleagues, at some point, we know what Parliament is against, we need to know what Parliament's in favour of, and we need to deliver on Brexit, otherwise we're both going to struggle.
I should say, John Curtice was saying earlier, the turnout is, not noticeably worse at all from, previous local elections.
But local elections deliver low turnouts. That's my point, which favours the smaller parties.
They do.
They can get their people out.
I think what's interesting, though, about this is even if you forget about Brexit for a moment, perish the thought, I know, but let's forget about Brexit for a moment. If you apply some of the more traditional expectations of a night like this, huge set of local elections, what you'd expect to see at this stage in the cycle, convention might be boring, but it can be useful. What you'd expect to see is a government losing lots and lots and lots of seats and the opposition really genuinely making strides. Now, so far tonight, it seems none of those things are actually happening. And Brexit does seem to, therefore, have changed yet another set of conventions. And we see the Tories falling back a little bit, Labour not making the kinds of gains that they ought to be making at this stage. And we've said, I mean, you guys have only just sat down, so forgive me for saying this, but we had a couple of hours of the people who were in the seats before all sitting saying, it's very, very difficult, this. It's very, very complicated, very hard to get the message right. Well, it's the job of them to get it right. And I think what we are seeing in various different shades, whether it's support moving to the Lib Dems, support moving to the Greens, people saying almost, as long as it's not either of the 2 main people, I'm happy to go with that. But what it does mean in terms of potential lessons for where we are in an eventual general election, it doesn't suggest that either party can break away from each other.
Unless we deliver on Brexit, and that's my point, which I hope
you would say that.
You
would say that, Minister. You would say that, Minister.
Well, I'm trying to deliver what I think is the message that's being delivered to us, which is to all parliamentarians that be careful what you wish for if you do not deliver on the promise you made in a manifesto in 2017, certainly for both of the major parties. And I've been saying this for months. I've certainly been saying it in the last few weeks as well. If we don't deliver on Brexit, then we will unleash forces that none of us around this table know where this thing ends up, whether on the hard left or the hard right. Populist parties. Now, in these local elections, some of the smaller parties, and dare I say, we'll see it probably in the European elections, like the Brexit Party, haven't got many candidates. So I think it's a warning that we should all heed, and actually heed the instinct of the Prime Minister and get on and deliver Brexit.
Okay. Laura, forgive me for a second, because we'll have plenty of time to pick it up. What I'd like to do is look at one of the big battles royal between, in this instance, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems in Portsmouth, because we can get an update on that. And my colleague Peter Hendley is there to talk to us, because that's the current position in Portsmouth there, with needing 22 for a majority, the Lib Dems on 18 and the Tories on 16. Peter, tell us what your reading is of things in Portsmouth right now.
I'm a bit puzzled, actually, and confused by it all, because nothing really's happened here at all. And even the turnout is the same as you would expect in a local election. And for weeks, all through the campaign, everybody on the doorstep was saying that there was this vitriol from the public towards local politicians because of what was happening nationally, and that people would stay at home and that the big parties would suffer. It just hasn't happened here at all. There have been a lot of local issues that people have been able to get their teeth into. A parking scheme, a district energy thing that was scrapped by the Liberal Democrats. And people know that their vote matters here, because it was a very tight contest between the Liberal Democrats and Labour and the Conservatives. And UKIP came here with high hopes. Even a few hours ago at the beginning of the count, they were thinking they could take some seats. They didn't get there. They didn't even really get decent seconds or thirds. And the same for the Greens as well. There was a public awareness because of the Extinction Rebellion, but they didn't feel that translated into votes. People turned out, they voted in a local election in the usual way. Can I refer you perhaps to a Portsmouth author, Conan Doyle and the Sherlock Holmes mysteries? Perhaps this is a case of the dog that didn't bark. You've got to look at why nothing actually changed here, that people were sticking to local issues.
And it's odd, though, isn't it, Peter? Because you and others and lots of colleagues were reporting a very different message on the doorstep. So what would have happened in the meantime, do you think?
I don't know. I really don't. And I've asked the question to the councillors who are here. Everybody was honestly, genuinely saying this is what we're hearing from the public. They don't want to turn out. 31.5% average turnout here. That's very much what you'd get in a local election. They were saying that they wouldn't support Theresa May. Well, the Conservatives were down 1. Labour up 1, Liberal Democrats up 1 here in Portsmouth. It remains a council in no overall control, but with the Liberal Democrats running things. And you've got to say what happened to all the feeling that there genuinely is in this city, as in many other cities around the whole country, about what's happening nationally with Brexit. It wasn't reflected in the voting patterns. Well, the only thing I can say is that perhaps that was because people were concentrating on those local issues here.
Peter, we love your openness. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you later. Peter Henley there for us in Portsmouth. Let's go to central London and talk to Sian Berry, who's co-leader of the Greens. Sian, thanks very much for waiting to talk to us. It's at 2:30 in the morning. So, as things stand, you're up 13 at least. So what's your reading of things?
Well, it's very exciting for us at the moment. Of those 13, at least 6 of them are breakthroughs for the Greens onto brand new councils. And they're places that you Hugh, might not expect to see Greens getting elected, like South Tyneside, Tameside, St Helens. These are places that voted for Brexit, but they're electing Green councillors, which could be confusing if you didn't think and realise that it was people working hard, listening to people, knocking on doors, actually dealing with local issues and doing dealing with the problems that led to Brexit, which was, these big councils dominated by one party, taking people for granted, not listening to them, while central government's ignoring whole swathes of the country. If Greens are out there knocking on doors, actually listening to people and actually working on the issues that they care about, they're getting elected, and they're getting elected by really big margins. I'm very excited about the results that I'm seeing coming in because we're doing things like beating the Conservative group leader in Colchester Council by nearly 800 votes, and that's very exciting because we were not even sure if we'd win that seat. So I think people are swinging to other parties because of the Brexit mess, but let's not forget that it's about the problems that led to Brexit as well as people's sort of messy positions on Brexit at the moment that's leading to this.
You touched on a few of the areas, so just for if people are just joining us, your green gains in Worcester, Cotswold, Leeds, Rochdale, Sunderland, Wirral, South Tyneside, Reading, Tameside, as you said, Colchester, Exeter, St Helens. It's a very broad spread, isn't it?
Yeah. These are areas all around the country. And let's not forget, this was supposed to be a very tough election for us. We're defending about half our council seats. And these are seats that we won in 2015 when we just come off the back of our green surge. We had a lot of new members, a lot of new supporters back then. And you'd expect it to be tougher for us this year to defend those seats. But in those 4 years, what we've seen is the new members who joined us getting together, working hard, targeting seats, working for breakthroughs on new councils in whole new areas of the country. So we are a very mature party now. We are firmly established, I think, as the fourth party in local government across the country. And we're now vying to be the third party across the country, the second party in cities like London, and being the official opposition on more and more councils where we actually do make a big difference. Even if you've only got one green, we make a difference. But when you've got a decent group actually working on budgets and putting forwards good ideas, it really can transform an area when you've suffered from having that kind of one-party state that's taken everyone for granted and not really doing the work.
Sian, for now, I'm going to say thanks, but I think you're joining us in the studio later. Very
I
brave.
will be.
Very
yeah.
brave of you. Thank you very much. Sian Berry there from the Green South, thanks to her, in central London. Laura, what are you picking up?
Just a really interesting thing. Some of our analysis is showing, in line with the pattern of voting in our key wards, for every one seat the Tories are losing to Labour, they are losing 2 to the Lib Dems. Now, that means, theoretically, if that continues overnight tomorrow, the Tory losses could actually seem much more significant when more of the rural areas come in. Add to that, I've just been told the Lib Dems are now expecting to take Bath and North East Somerset Council from the Tories. So that would fit with that pattern, more evidence that the Lib Dems might actually gobble up rather a lot of the seats from the Tories in different parts of the country.
And more than had been predicted.
And more than had been predicted. But right at the beginning of the programme, and I was hearing from today from Liberal Democrats and from senior Tories, quite confident predictions, fear from the Tories that the Lib Dems might end up taking as many as maybe 500 seats. Joe Swinson, your colleague, was doing a good job of saying, oh, well, I'd be over the moon if that happened. But I have to say, Christine, you're looking rather more chipper.
I have to say I would be over the moon as well if that happened, because
but is it likely?
that would be our best local election result ever if that happened, which is why I'm slightly sceptical. I mean, the Conservatives are talking this up, we could get 500 seats. They have never, ever suggested that before, and it would be astonishing. But if I could just point out...
From a low ebb, a 40-year low ebb in 2015, of course you're going to gain hundreds and hundreds of seats.
Well, we would hope so. But how can you dismiss? How can you say, oh, well, you should be gaining more? Surely that says something about your lack of confidence in how the Conservatives could be doing if you're telling us that...
2015 was a high watermark. We won 6 out of 10 council seats, 32 local authorities. We're bound to lose... The same period of time in power for Labour, they'd lost 3,500 council seats. I'm just giving you the sort of the psophologist hat on a little bit, not trying to be party political. I think it's important just to be put these things.
No, Dean, you said that almost with the face.
I'm just. It's the fact.
Yeah, but not comparing with in 2015, the Lib Dems were punished for all the austerity measures. They were in government with the Tories, so you are going for a particularly low
at the same
base.
time,
so it is expected. I mean, John Curtice also said that it's expected that the Lib Dems will make huge gains
at the same time. Under Ed Miliband, the Labour Party gained 587 seats in the local council elections. We're not seeing that tonight. What we're seeing tonight is this plague on both your houses.
Let's have a look at what we are seeing tonight. Let's have a look. Sorry, John. Let's have a look to see what we are seeing tonight. So these are the figures so far, rather than sort of lots of conjecture. This is where we are, OK? So far, the Tories are making a loss of 86 council seats, because these are councillors, these are not councils, these are councils. 86 down for the Tories, 49 down for Labour at the moment, 67 gains for the Lib Dems, and then There are 14 gains for the Greens, actually, and the Independents have gained 66. So they're part of the picture, very important part of the picture too. So that's the scoreboard. What I'd like to do now is join Mike Embley for the news.
Thank you very much. Here is that summary of the BBC News. The first results are coming in from voting in local elections across England and Northern Ireland. Elections have been held for 248 English councils, 6 mayors and 11 councils in Northern Ireland. Councils in Northern Ireland will begin counting in the morning. Jessica Parker reports.
Results coming in, some smiles and cheers. But there's disappointment too for Labour. They've lost control of Hartlepool and the Wirral. Overall, the party's so far looking at a small net loss of seats.
It's not looking good. This is going to be a very difficult night for Labour. We've been out and about across the borough, and the message we are getting loud and clear is all about Brexit, and the residents are telling us they're going to make sure there's some change because of their dissatisfaction over Brexit.
But the Tories are looking at initial net losses too. Despite holding on to the battleground of Swindon, the Conservatives have lost control of St Albans, Tandridge and Basildon. Earlier, the Prime Minister, polling card in hand. What does the picture mean for her?
I think she needs to take a look at how many councillors we've lost overnight, wake up in the morning and think about how she thinks the Conservative Party needs to put its best foot forward.
So some early signs it could be some of the smaller parties, like the Lib Dems and Greens, gaining ground. But there's a long way to go. This is a big set of local elections, and parties will be watching closely, testing the waters after a tumultuous time in Westminster. So on it goes, verdicts being delivered, one ballot box after another. They were certainly eager to get going here. It's democracy in energetic action. And energy's what's needed. It's a long night ahead. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The Prime Minister said the case is closed after Defence Secretary Gavin Williamson was sacked on Wednesday over leaked details from a National Security Council meeting. On Thursday, opposition parties insisted there should be a police investigation into whether the Official Secrets Act had been breached. Gavin Williamson still denies telling the Daily Telegraph about discussions over whether the Chinese firm Huawei should help to build the UK's 5G mobile network.
The Prime Minister has said that she now considers that this matter has been closed, and the Cabinet Secretary does not consider it necessary to refer it to the police, but we would of course cooperate fully should the police themselves consider that an investigation were necessary.
The Prime Minister has sacked the Secretary of State for Defence because she believes there is compelling evidence that he has committed a crime. But despite that, she does not believe he should face a criminal investigation. Where is the justice in that?
The Canadian aerospace firm Bombardier has announced it will sell off its plants in Belfast as part of a worldwide restructuring programme. The company is Northern Ireland's largest manufacturer. It employs around 3,500 people to build aircraft wings and other parts. Facebook has banned several far-right and extremist figures and groups, calling them dangerous. Among those removed is Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, the former editor of Breitbart News, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist and founder of InfoWars. In a statement, Facebook claimed it has always banned individuals or organisations that promote hate and violence, regardless of ideology. People on the northeastern coast of India are bracing for the arrival of one of the most powerful storms to hit the region in years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes as Cyclone Fani approaches. Many have taken refuge in shelters set up in schools and government buildings. The cyclone is expected to make landfall any moment now, with winds of up to 200 kilometres an hour. That's it. Now back to election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. We were talking about the Lib Dems performance just before the news there, because it's an interesting prospect now, given what's going on in some of these areas, with signs of some rather more significant gains than people had predicted. If it were, for example, in the realm, let's say, of 500 gains in terms of council seats, well, that would be the best result for the Lib Dems, because their previous high was back in 1995, and that was a gain of 483. So anything more than that would be kind of record-breaking. But as Nadine was pointing out earlier, and Dawn as well pointed it out, the party's had an incredibly tough time in elections, certainly since 2010 when they entered the coalition government. And since 2010, if you add it all up, they have actually lost more than 2,000 councillors. So, you know, it's got to be put in that context. Is that a fair context, Christine?
We have been through some difficult years. We did well last year as well. And we're going to do, this figure of 500, you know, that would be an astonishing result if that happened. So, you know, I'm not suggesting for a minute that's going to happen. But I think what we're seeing is that we are coming back, that people are coming back to us. They are fed up with Brexit. They are fed up with the mismanagement by the Conservative Party, the lack of a real opposition from the Labour Party. And they're coming back to us. And seats like St Albans, I'm very pleased to see we're doing very well there. We're doing well in the Cotswolds. We're doing well in Chelmsford. Lots of interesting results tonight. And it does kind of show that the Minister said, you know, stick to your manifesto. Well, yes, we are. We've said from the very beginning that we thought Brexit was a bad idea and that we don't want it. We'll compromise and have a referendum on the deal. But I think what we're seeing tonight is that people respect that and they are coming back to us in large numbers, perhaps not as large as, 500. That would be astonishing. But it is significant.
We have a result in from Worcester, which is one we've been waiting for. And this, I think, is a Conservative loss. Conservatives on 17, Labour on 15. But let me just go over to Rita and ask Rita to take us through these numbers in a little more detail. Rita?
Yes, as you say, Hugh, this is a Conservative loss. They're short by 1. It is a council that has been hung recently and it's now gone back into no overall control. These are the bald figures. Conservatives on 17, Labour on 15 and the Greens on 3. And we can just see the seat change here. The Conservatives have lost 1 seat and the Greens have gained 1. So that Council of Worcester just been lost by the Conservatives.
Thank you very much, Rita. Another result coming in. I told you there were 6 mayoral contests happening, 6 roles of executive mayor in Copeland. Now, this is an interesting one because the independents, in this case it's Mike Starkey, have held on to Copeland, which of course is a very long Labour tradition in this area, but the independent Mike Starkey holding on by 10,000 votes. Linda Jones-Bullman in distant second place on 4,500. The Tories in third. Let's look at the percentage share of the vote here in Copeland for this mayoral position. 57% for the independent, 26% for Labour. But I think the change will be the one that underlines what's happened here. If we look at that, the independent putting on 27%, and we've seen the independents in quite a few of these contests now putting on quite a big percentage increase. Labour down 14, the Tories down 13. And Dawn, just if you look at somewhere like Copeland, which for decades has been decent Labour territory. Would you expect, for example, the Copeland mayor to be an independent, or would you expect he's held on, by the way, but would you expect it to be a natural Labour territory?
I think we always expected the independent mayor to hold on. And actually, in Middlesbrough, doing a bit more research, they'd had an independent mayor since 2002, so Labour only won it in 2015. So there's no surprise that it's gone back to being an independent mayor. So that's really no surprise.
Okay. It was Ray Mallon, of course, in Middlesbrough, so it was I'm not saying it was a one-off, but he was a bit of a unique figure. Yes, yeah, a bit of a unique figure. Just a thought there on relative performances again when we saw what Rita had to tell us just now, Laura. What do you think?
Well, I mean, so far, if we look at the historical precedents and don't worry about exactly what's been going on at Westminster, but worry about actually what the public are making of the parties relatively, it is by historical precedent really not the kind of night that Labour should be seeing. If we go back in time a little bit, if we think of this sort of equivalent period in the run-up to the 97 election, for example, Tony Blair's Labour Party at that point was making massive gains, gobbling up hundreds and hundreds of seats every time there was a local election. Similarly, David Cameron's period in opposition, making hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gains on the march. And Dawn, I just wonder, forget the complications of Brexit, which is true. Do you accept, yes or no, this is disappointing for you to be in this situation?
We'll get the answer in a second.
Aha! Give her more
We'll get the
time
answer
to
in a
think about it.
second. I've just got a bit of management here. Let's have a look at the councillors' scoreboard. Labour on 515 down 50. The Tories on 417 down 90. Lib Dems gaining 70 at the moment. The Greens gaining 14. UKIP down 17. And the Independents up 68. Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. Now, Laura, you have a question for one of our guests. Let's have the question.
Traditionally, the Labour Party should be gobbling up seats right around the country if you want to look like you've got a credible shot at number 10. That's not what's happening. You're falling back. You must be disappointed.
But I mean, in predominantly like the shires and the areas where these elections are, traditionally, Labour's not known to gobble up lots of seats in these areas.
Marginal areas,
so,
Swindon,
you know, we're
Bolton.
defending, what, 2,105 seats, and the Conservatives are defending 4,901 seats. So we hope that we will make progress, but we know it's going to be tough.
But the forecast is down, is gaining between 800 and 1,000 seats tonight.
I mean, we never really look at the
That's
forecast
all that, Nadeem. I never saw that forecast.
And take
Well,
much
1,000
notice
gains?
because
800.
Every
so.
forecast has a different. I mean, I don't know what forecast that was that you were reading.
In the sense that,
but
back to Laura's
Do you
point.
accept the broad point? If you are to look credible to the public, like you're really on the march towards number 10, you should be making gains tonight, and so far you're making losses.
Well, we gained Trafford. We gained Trafford,
but overall you're falling back,
but we gained
it seems.
but we also have to talk about what we have done, and we gained Trafford, and we're really pleased about that. And we got some Labour councillors, and they showed how good Labour are when they're in power and the difference they can make. And we ended up gaining the council, and I think we'll see more of that as the evening wears on. And I also think that, you know, to be honest, like when the general election happened, when people get to see and hear what Labour's policies are like, instead of like the biased media projection of Labour, I think we would do even better.
But you're losing seats. I mean, let's leave that point for a second. So far tonight, you're falling back at a time when you could be making
really
progress.
early in the cycle, so we've still got 24 hours left to go. So it's really, I don't think that we should make the mistake of trying to say this is a trend. We really have to wait until the end so we can say, okay, this is what happened, and let's do some analysis. And I think it will be, as I said, it will be a matrix of things. It will be national, it will be local. All of that will feed into making a difference in the results. Portsmouth, for instance, we're talking about Portsmouth, and oh wow, look at the results there. So I think it will be very mixed, and some of it will be very local, some of it will be national, and we'll have to see.
But overall, Dawn, do you think how do you think about your prospects of getting out of this cycle of elections? You know, by tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon, later on today, with gains. I mean, with overall gains in terms of numbers of councillors, let's say. What are your chances of doing that? And I mean, I think Laura's point is very clear, which is that at this point in the cycle, you know, you should be quite confident of making those gains if you're going to form a government in an election which could take place within months. So I'm just wondering, where is your level of confidence there?
Well, I think you can't really compare this moment in time really historically. I think we hope to make progress as a Labour Party. We really can't say until the last minute what will happen. There's lots of things at play here. We've got voter ID, for instance, where, you know, voters are being asked to bring in a few places, but in a few places that have made a huge difference. We had an 87-year-old woman who's always voted all her adult life, turns up to vote and was turned away. So, you know, there are lots of factors in play here that we really have to look at in detail, because I, for one, am very unhappy about how this voter ID has been rolled out, and I think it's a way to try and suppress the votes, the kind of things that the UN has warned us about. Well,
Margaret Beckett did mention it in Derby a short while ago. Is John with us again, John Curtice?
He is indeed.
John, good morning, John, once again. OK, we've heard a bit there about relative performance and expectations. Why don't you give us your take on that?
Well, I mean, I've got some sympathy with the argument that these things are unusual, in the sense that I'm not sure any of us necessarily expected that Leave voters who are unhappy with the Tories' failure to deliver Brexit were necessarily going to vote for the Labour Party as a result. And to that extent, at least, perhaps it is more difficult for the opposition to profit from the government's difficulties. That said, however, there's no necessary reason to believe, given the state of the opinion polls, that the Labour Party would be losing ground as compared with 2015, as compared to gaining it, unless, of course, at the end of the day, the message from voters is that, well, actually, we don't really care whether the Labour Party is in favour of Brexit or against, wants a second referendum or not, that actually we're not really terribly convinced that you've got a terribly clear policy on Brexit, and that therefore, as a result, where the Labour Party is relatively strong, the Labour Party is losing votes amongst voters. And it is perhaps one of the things we've not said very much about so far, although I take the point about Trafford, but so far in the data we've been collecting, Labour have been losing most strongly in councils in the north of England, much less in the south of England. But it doesn't fit, a pattern of, it's Leave voting areas in the north of England. It just seems to be a difference between north of England and south of England, which perhaps fits more neatly this argument that what the voters have been saying is a plague on both your houses, and that one of the ways in which that's expressed is that they swung away from Labour where Labour were previously strong, and equally they're swinging away from the Conservatives most where the Conservatives were previously strong. So it's just basically saying, if you were the incumbent party locally, we are sufficiently unhappy about the way in which both the government and the opposition have been dealing with matters, we're going to take it out on whoever is the local incumbent.
Which really, where will that leave us then, John? By later on Friday, when we look at this set of results, what can we reliably read into a set of results that is based on that kind of logic?
Well, I guess one question that arises is that, given one of the notable features of this local elections is that the two new parties on the party bloc, that is Brexit and Change UK, weren't fighting these local elections. There must be a warning here that if indeed these parties can demonstrate a degree of credibility, and at least one of them, according to the polls, has, that if voters are in this mood, then indeed when it comes to May the 23rd, they may be inclined to use these parties in order to express their discontent. I mean, after all, again, what quite remarkable story of tonight's vote is that, as it were, the party that's doing best is, frankly, the party that's not on your table, Hugh. It's the collection of independents. And the voters are willing to vote for independent councillors and independent mayoral candidates in order to express their dissatisfaction. One suspects that Nigel Farage will at least be able to attract some of them as well. But equally, perhaps also, Change UK complaining both about the stance of the Conservative Party on Brexit and the Labour Party's handling of anti-Semitism, well, we might discover that that is also something that is able of picking up this apparent mood of protest amongst the public. So I think there's a bit of I think what we take away from this, in part at least, is an indication that May the 23rd could be difficult for both the Conservatives and the Labour Party if indeed voters are going to continue to use the opportunities that they have to protest against both those parties.
A very interesting prospect, John. Thank you very much once again. John Curtice there for us. We'll be back with John in a short while. Labour's performance, what can we say about it in terms of north of England and the south of England? Are there patterns there which tell us something different? Rita's got some thoughts on that, yes?
Well, John was saying there, Hugh, wasn't he, that there were notable variations in Labour's performance in the north and the south. So I've got a couple of councils here to show you the differences. Liverpool and Southampton, both Labour holds. The share of the vote in Liverpool for Labour is 59%, so by far and away the largest share. A much closer contest in Southampton between Labour and Conservative on 37% of the vote versus 34% of the vote. But I want to show you the difference between the two councils. There you have Labour going down by 7% in Liverpool, but up by 2% in Southampton. So a really marked difference. And John was saying that this is something that is being replicated across the north and the south. So one thing to bear in mind, that About half the councils will be reporting their results tonight, the other half tomorrow, and there are more southern councils reporting tomorrow. So it could well be that if this trend continues, actually Labour's performance by the end of tomorrow looks rather better than it might do at the end of tonight.
Very interesting, Rita. Thank you very much. And we'll pick that up with our friends here in the studio in just a second. But before we do that, why don't we just have a look at some of the other areas where the counts have been taking place and where results have already come in. And I'm thinking, first of all, of Colchester, because my colleague Andrew Sinclair is there. Andrew, we spoke earlier. The Conservatives have failed to take it again. But tell us about the circumstances and what you read into the result there.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, this was the main Conservative target seat in the east of England, and they failed to take it. In fact, they lost 2 seats tonight, including that of their group leader, who lost his seat to the Greens. But it's not been a great night for the Tories across the east of England. They've lost control of Basildon, Peterborough and Southend, all of which go into no overall control after gains from a combination of Independents, Labour and the Liberal Democrats. They have held on to most of their other seats, and you know there will still be the main party of local government in the east, but losing places like Southend, Basildon and Peterborough are not great gains, are not great things for the Tories to have to do. The main story, though, tonight, and it's still developing, seems to surround the Liberal Democrats. They won a seat here in Colchester. They've made gains in Brentwood and Southend. They're making gains in Chelmsford, which is still counting, and they're expecting to take control of North Norfolk, although we're still waiting for results from there. But the Lib Dems are feeling on quite a high tonight, and they're saying that after the pain of coalition, which they've had to endure really for the best part of the last 10 years, they think they're bouncing back. So at the moment, it looks as if it's been a very good night for the Liberal Democrats, and that's still developing. Not so good for the Tories. Quick word about Labour, which you were talking about. They held on to Harlow, they've held on to Ipswich, they've held on to Cambridge, but those are their strongholds. In other parts of the east of England, there hasn't been much sign of big Labour successes tonight. And remember, if we're quite close to a general election, which many people expect us think we are, you would expect Labour to be making more gains in this region, and they're just not doing that at the moment.
Just a quick point, Andrew, because we've been talking, repeatedly about the Brexit factor, and we've been talking about, the fact that that in many cases overshadowed local factors. So the Lib Dems making, quite considerable gains there in your part of the world. And yet we've been talking about people being angry about the Brexit process being blocked and, going into stalemate at Westminster. How do we square then these votes for the Lib Dems, whose policy on, opposing Brexit couldn't be clearer?
It's a bizarre one because, remember, they're doing well in the east of England, which is a region which largely voted to leave. Liberal Democrats say, look, yes, Brexit came up on the doorsteps, but we didn't keep saying we are a Remain party, that's why we want you to support us. Lib Dems say we just sold ourselves as the fact that we're not the 2 main Westminster parties. What they're finding on the doorstep is that Labour and the Conservatives are equally being blamed for the delay over Brexit happening. And the Lib Dems are just saying, look, it's had nothing to do with us. We want to offer something different. We want to move on. We want to take politics. We want to go back to normal politics, so to speak. And it's Labour and the Lib Dems, and it's Labour and the Tories who've been holding it up. So the Lib Dems are putting their success down to the fact that they weren't the 2 main parties.
Andrew, thanks very much. I'm bound to ask Christine about that because basically, Christine, what's Andrew saying there? He's saying that, yeah, of course you make gains, but you make gains by sort of, not talking about the thing that will upset people in that part of the world, which is basically opposing Brexit. And you're just saying, look, we're just not Labour and we're just not the Conservatives. It's the classic protest vote. It doesn't add up to anything more than that, is what he's suggesting.
I don't think there can be anybody out there, Hugh, who doesn't know,
you never know
that we are a Remain party. We've made that absolutely clear for the last 3 years. That is our message. Our message is Remain. That's what we want. And it's clear tonight that that's what people are voting for. And John Curtice was talking there about May the 23rd. I'm actually possibly the only one here who's looking forward to May the 23rd because we have shown that we are the party that is putting forward an alternative to the mess that we have over Brexit. We always said it would be a mess. It is a mess, and I don't think you can actually take it out of the equation tonight. It is what is making a difference, and you know we're doing well in places like Chelmsford, the Cotswolds, Bath, and Somerset. We're doing extremely well across the country tonight. So I don't think that you can say it's, you know, it partly is down to the fact that we're neither Conservative nor Labour, and people are not happy with them, and they see us as a viable party to vote for.
I mean, I don't think you can say the Lib Dems are putting forward an alternative. I mean, but you are.
Remain is an alternative to Brexit.
Well, it's exactly the same way we are. But I think what you can legitimately say that you're not Tory or Lib Dems, whereas in 2015 you were essentially Tory. So I do kind of agree with that.
Really?
No.
On what basis do you
because
say
they're
that?
because you're in coalition and you got punished for
in
part
Scotland
of the
in
austerity
Scotland.
and the cut. So I can take that point.
In Scotland from 1999 to 2007, we were in coalition with the Labour Party, so would you see them were basically Labour. Coalition does not mean you become Labour or Conservative, it means you work with them, which is what people are crying out for now, is consensus and working together.
But I'm talking about because of the austerity measures and the cuts and tuition fees, and you know that was a wound that was quite raw, and people remembered that. But you know, but
now they're looking at what they've got, and they're saying that perhaps the Liberal Democrats were what stopped the Conservatives going as far as they wanted to.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fine. The Lib Dems are notorious for telling people what they want to hear on the doorstep, so it's fine.
Politicians do tell people what they want to hear. Isn't that what you do?
Well,
actually, Don, what we've done tonight is we've gone out into a country where you're both telling us that people want Brexit, and that it's the fact that Brexit isn't happening, that they're not voting for you. That's what we're being told tonight. And yet, we are going out and saying to people, we are the party of Remain. And you're saying that's not what people want.
That's not what I said.
We are telling people
I was asking the question because it invites the question, doesn't it?
We are saying Remain. We are the party of Remain. We have never made any doubt about that. The Labour Party's position is a bit more fudged. The Conservative Party are now the party of Brexit.
It's not
about telling people what they want
people who voted to leave and not ignoring
We're not
people
ignoring them.
who voted to remain, but you are,
Okay.
because you're saying, if you voted to leave, you're saying, we don't care that you voted to leave because we just want to remain, and we make no apologies about it. That's what you've just said.
Take a look.
And we're saying you need to consider both sides.
Let's take a look at this result. It's quite remarkable. Rita?
It's a really interesting result, Hugh. So this is a Conservative hold in Malden, which is on the Essex coast. You can see it there on the map. They've held it by a majority of 1. This is a council that has been Conservative for 20 years. And you might say to yourselves, well, so what? The so what is that their previous majority was 21. The Conservatives have held on to Malden by the skin of their teeth, a majority of 1. And where have those votes gone? Well, they've gone to the Independents. So 16 seats to the Conservatives, 15 to the Independents. And let me just show you the seat change there. Tells the whole story, doesn't it? Conservatives lose 12, Independents gain 13, and UKIP loses 1.
Well, that's remarkable. And Nadine, what do you make of that? That was a close shave for you.
Well, I was actually just fascinated by the discussion between my colleagues, Labour and Lib Dem. And if I were Lib Dem, I'd be worried because it's the Independents who are surging, as John Curtice suggested, because it's a protest vote, because we haven't, I believe, it's because we haven't delivered Brexit on the 29th of March. The two main parties promised to do that, and I think the Prime Minister's instinct is right on that. If I was Labour, to lose ground in Walsall and Wirral, which is metropolitan heartland, at this time in the cycle, if you are to convince the nation that you really are the party of government, then that's a bad place to be. So, look, it's not a good night for us. I didn't expect it to be. I came out tonight expecting us to lose up to 1,000 seats. There's a lot of counting to take place tomorrow, but I think the overall message to all politicians is unless we take Brexit off the table, the two main parties certainly are going to suffer for this, and we'll see that in the European elections, would be my analysis.
Let's go to Plymouth and see what's going on there, because my colleague Luke Pollard is there. Luke, tell us what's going on. Give us your Labour perspective on what's going on there.
Well, in Plymouth, we've had a really good night for the Labour Party. Labour's held every single seat we went into this election with, and we've made a gain off the Conservatives and run them close in a number of different wards here. So from a Plymouth perspective and a Labour perspective in Plymouth, it's been a really good night for us here.
What are the factors in the campaign?
Well, we've had a really good Labour council for the last year, but weirdly in Plymouth we've seen Labour vote remaining strong, not only in our Leave areas, but also in our Remain areas as well. Now, Plymouth really is a tale of two cities with very, very different communities in the north of Plymouth and the south of Plymouth. But what we've seen in both of them is voters in very, very different communities all voting Labour, and that actually is helping buck the national trend, as Plymouth often does.
Your colleague up in Sunderland earlier, was the Labour leader in Sunderland, was basically complaining about Labour policy, very clearly saying that the option of having a people's vote was incredibly unhelpful to Labour Party workers on the doorstep. What's your perspective on that?
Well, I think we need to have greater clarity in our position. That's why I want to see the option of a public vote on any single Brexit deal. I think it's clear in Plymouth that we've seen voters move from Labour to the Greens and the Liberal Democrats in small numbers. That has influenced the overall result in some of our marginal seats here. But also, people are sick and tired of Brexit. We know that Brexit is a mess, and the voters know it's a mess. They know that politicians aren't finding the solution that we need to at the moment. And so people are rightfully angry about what they see. But also, there's a lot of people that are actually using a local election to vote on local issues. They're voting on bins, not Brexit. And actually, that's a topic that actually national commentators sometimes miss out on, is that for a lot of people, local elections are about local issues as well.
Luke Pollard, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Luke there in Plymouth. Let's go to Trafford and talk to Sean Anstey, who's there, who's the Conservative group leader in Trafford. And they lost control last year, as we were saying earlier. And we'll talk to Sean now about the position there. Thanks for joining us, Sean. What's going on? Tell us what the position is there.
Well, I mean, I think we're nearly there with all of the results in now, and it's been a particularly painful night for us here in Trafford. We've lost, I think, what will be 9 seats, and so that is, some incredibly hard-working councillors and candidates. Unfortunately, have not won the seats that we wanted them to win tonight. We were defending seats from 2015 that were previously thought in what was an exceptional year for us in Trafford and also nationally. And so, we were never going to replicate that 2015 result, but of course we would have hoped to have done significantly better than what we have done already this evening.
Let's have your assessment of maybe some local issues that may have been problematic or national issues which may have played against you. What's your reading of it?
Well, I mean, I think there'll be a combination of factors that have driven the way that people have chosen to vote here in Trafford this evening and throughout the day yesterday, I suppose. We need to really consider now about, if you look at councils that have similar demographics to Trafford, the Conservative vote is not going the way that we want it to. If you look at other councils, as you've sort of been explaining in your show this morning, where there are similar demographics, Bolton, Walsall, there is progress that's been made. And so, the party will need to think about what it does to be able to speak to the people of places like Trafford to ensure that we can recover the Conservative vote in future years, because clearly that's what I'm committed to doing, and it's what the Conservative Party should be committed to doing as well.
What's your take on the party's handling of the Brexit process, and what kind of effect did that have on your campaigning?
Well, I mean, I think there's certainly a sense of frustration that we haven't been able to get the Brexit deal over the line. I don't think that's confined just to the Conservative Party. That's a frustration with Parliament. I think there's a responsibility on all of our parliamentarians to say, look, what I felt in this campaign was a number of people sort of saying to us, look, we just want this done. We need to be able to start, in many respects, move on to the next phase of what Brexit will be, so that we can give people the messages that we want them to hear, and to get people believing in the Conservative Party again. And that's particularly important in places like Trafford, because we want to continue to offer good councils and good council services, all of the things that we were very proud of in administration here in Trafford. We want to be able to do that again. And so that has to be our focus, and to ensure that doing that with a confidence and with a clear view about what the next stages are going to be will be incredibly helpful to us, rather than frustrating the electorate.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Trafford, I'm sure some of our viewers may or may not realise was a Remain area. And I'm just wondering what those Conservative supporters are telling you about the Brexit process, because it's not the issue that we were talking about in Colchester and some other areas. It's a different thing in Trafford. So, you know, what are your traditional supporters there who would be Remainers back in 2016? What are they saying to you?
Well, I mean, I think you see a split in the opinion of people who were Conservative Remain voters. So we have seen across the borough today an increase in the vote for some of the smaller parties. I was a Remain voter in that referendum. I'm one of those people that would want to say that we now have the result of the referendum. It's incumbent on the party and everyone in Parliament to get to a point where the Brexit deal can be completed in whatever form that is, because people want to see progress, and that clearly has been frustrated over the last few months. Like I said, I don't think that's particularly just solely a Conservative Party issue. That's the responsibility of all parties to be able to do that. And so, you know, if we want to recover this position, then it's absolutely essential that is the case.
Sean, thanks very much for joining us. It's good of you to talk to us so early in the morning. Sean Anstey there for us in Trafford, the Conservative group leader, having made a few losses. Laura, you were going to say?
Well, it's just interesting hearing him there at one point when he was, I believe, the Trafford council leader and one of the youngest Tory council leaders around the country. Some of the points he was making there, I think, about the future of the Tory party in terms of cottoning on to demographic change, talking about appealing to the next generation, talking, I think, also about, very specifically, about how to not lose northern voters, are a lot of the concerns beyond Brexit that plenty of Conservatives have. We know that the demographics for the Conservative Party are looking pretty grim at the moment. Labour is far better at appealing to younger voters, and the average age of Conservative voters has been going up and up and up. And from what I was hearing there, it sounded to me as quite a senior local government figure in the Tory party from the rising generation does not think that the party's got a handle on how to solve that problem for them.
Is that fair reading?
I think it's very fair. I think, actually, you know, an observation, again, is we're doing a lot of stuff on things like the environment, in my department, on children and families. It doesn't get cut through because, rightly so, and I'm not going to do what Dawn did and blame the media for some of our challenges, it's because Brexit still remains the issue that we haven't taken off the table.
Maybe you're not doing.
And I think we need to do that. We need to come together as a parliament and deal with Brexit. Otherwise, we're going to struggle. Dawn, look, if truth be told,
on the environment, are you doing as much as you can on the environment?
I think we absolutely are, and we're the party that's going for net zero emissions by 2050. And one of my brilliant colleagues, Alex Chalk, is putting that bill forward. Can I just say one thing? If truth be told, the Lib Dem gains tonight should have been Labour gains. And you are struggling because you are facing both ways on Brexit. And the sooner we get to a place where you actually decide to want to deliver on the promise in your manifesto, the better it is.
If you think that Labour Party is going to support Theresa May's bad deal or no deal, you can think again.
Because
we're not going to. So it doesn't matter how much you try and bully, which is Theresa May's trying to do. It's not going to happen. Parliament's not going to stand for it, and Labour's not going to stand for it. So you know what you need to do.
Your voters are sending you a message.
Speak to your current Prime Minister.
Your voters are sending you a message.
Still there.
You're
you need
not
to
listening.
speak to her and say to her that she needs to be more flexible and move on her red lines.
Well, your voters are sending you a message, and I think the danger for you is you demonstrate you have a tin ear for them, and the Lib Dems gains tonight should have been Labour gains. That's the truth.
There's a theme, Don. I mean, I'm just, you know, let's not overstate, but you know, more than one person has said, you know, in senior Labour campaign roles in local government, has said that they have a perception problem with Labour policy on Brexit because it's not clear enough. And we've heard again there, you know, people saying, I'd like more clarity. You know, these are, and in some cases, these are people who are saying, who made gains. So they're not complaining about losing seats in some instances, but they're still saying, we want more clarity around the policy. Now, do you think that's fair? And is this something that you need to respond to?
I think that's an absolute fair point. I don't think that you can put all of the results that we're seeing today on that particular issue, but I think that's a fair point. And I think as we go through each of the stages and take bits off the table and be clear about what we don't want, I think Labour's position will be clear. And I think we're the only party that has been clear from the very beginning in terms of what was on the table and what we would not accept. And I think that came from our, over 500,000 party members, and I think it's a good position. But I take the point that there needs to be more, more clarity. But we're not just going to say we're remaining, ignore everybody who voted to leave. We're not going to say that, because that's not who we are as a political party. We will consider the country.
But how would you make it clearer to voters, Dawn Butler? Because it's been the policy since conference, so that's a long time. Nearly a year. You've had this policy trying to perfectly understandably trying to keep both sides of your party and both sides of the public on board. How should the leadership make it clearer?
Well, what we're trying to do is unite the country and find a way forward. And that means that we have to take, at the moment, there's small pigeon steps, because we're not the ones making the decision. I mean, I know that sometimes there's an over-dominance on what Labour thinks and what Labour's doing as though we're in government, and we're not actually in government. But we are taking pigeon steps and moving forward, and we're doing all that we can. And, there may possibly be a point at some stage where we're like, OK, this really isn't working, and we have to take it to the public, and the public then needs to decide. Yeah. But we would take it in stages and steps, as we promised to do right from the very beginning.
They're still counting in northeast Lincolnshire. Let's have a look at what's going on there. And it's 23 to the Tories, 13 to Labour. Let's look at the change from last time, with 14 of 16 declared. 5 up for the Conservatives in northeast Lincolnshire and 5 down to Labour. What I'd like to go is to go to Grimsby and talk to Tim Ideal, who's there. Tim, thanks very much for waiting to talk to us. Just bring us up to date on what's going on.
Hi, Hugh. Yeah, I think this was a result that few would have predicted before the polling stations opened, because the Conservatives have taken control of North East Lincolnshire Council. It previously was hung, but with Labour, the largest party, running the council with the help of the Liberal Democrats. So we've seen a big turnaround here. Many of the Tories I spoke to on the campaign trail were pessimistic. They thought they'd face a big Brexit backlash, because this is a big Leave voting area. The geography here is that it's an authority that surrounds the town of Grimsby. It's a Labour voting area generally, but it was 70% Leave in 2016. So the Tories really thought they were going to face a kicking from the voters here. And tonight, the theory that the Brexit backlash will affect Tories in Leave voting areas has been completely disproved. And I've just spoken to the local MP, the local Labour MP for Grimsby, Melanie On, who's very critical of Labour's Brexit policy, particularly in regards to the fact that she does not want the party to commit to a second referendum. And I put to her, why are voters going back to the Tories and deserting Labour in what is a big Labour voting area? She said she was as puzzled as anyone, but argued that it should be something the party looks at when the dust has settled on these elections.
Well, that's a very interesting point, isn't it? I mean, it's one we've been discussing here. We'll pick it up again. Just in terms of party workers' morale, talk to us a little about what Tory party workers and Labour party workers have been telling you during this campaign, so that we get a sense of what the campaign was like.
Well, Tories generally pessimistic. They didn't expect to make gains here. Labour too. I mean, I spoke to one veteran Labour councillor who went out on the doorsteps in Grimsby and proudly boasted that they'd spent money fixing the potholes, they'd saved local libraries, and they'd managed to preserve local bus routes. And he'd had the doors slammed in his face numerous times from people who were just not happy with the party's position on Brexit. So, yeah, it's been a very bad night for Labour here, but we've had a low turnout, quite low, 27%, and also a lot of spoilt ballot papers. Now, it's interesting talking to some of the election agents here, Hugh, because they've seen the spoilt ballot papers. Some interesting comments written on them. Some of them I certainly wouldn't use on air, but there was one in particular where a disgruntled voter had attached a post-it note to his spoilt ballot paper, giving the politicians to whom it may concern a lecture on where they're going wrong with Brexit.
Oh, we'd love to see that, Tim. It's a shame you didn't bring that one along. Thank you very much. It's good to talk to you. Tim Ideal there for us in Grimsby. Yeah, that would have been good to see, wouldn't it?
It would have been great.
If I'd have taken them all, I
viewers
wouldn't
could,
have
at this
just
time
the
of the
Post-it note on the others.
Viewers should send them in, take pictures and send them to us. We could have a little look.
Be quite good. But before we ask Dawn to pick up on that point, because it's the same point again, Rita, you've got some more results for us. Thank you.
I have indeed, Hugh. These are some of the key results. We've shown you some of these already, but these illustrate, if you like, that theme that's developing now of the main parties suffering at the hands of independents, Liberal Democrats in different areas. So these are 8 councils where the party who was in control before have lost the council. And you can see that of these 8 councils, 6 of them have gone from either Conservative or Labour into no overall control, and just 2, Walsall and North East Lincolnshire, have been gained by the Conservatives. I want to show you a couple of the councils just to show you what's going on. Let's look at St Albans, which went from Conservative to no overall control. Look at the Lib Dems there, the largest party on 25 as opposed to the Conservatives on 23. And the share change, which is always so fascinating on these screens. Look at that, plus 19% for the Liberal Democrats and minus 13% for the Conservatives. Let me just take you back to that main screen and go into the Wirral. So this went from Labour to no overall control. This is now a hung council. And let's just look at the share change again, and you'll see it makes sort of the same point, really. Labour's vote share going down by 13%, and the main beneficiaries here appear to be the Greens.
Rita, thank you very much. Well, with all of that in mind, why don't we bring in John Curtice once again? John, can I talk a little about the Conservative performance?
Yeah.
And what you're picking up about the strengths or weaknesses in the north of England and the south? And, you know, can we discern any trend?
Well, indeed we can. As I think, noted half an hour or so ago, the Labour Party seems to be doing rather better in the south of England than they are in the north. And Rita showed that quite neatly by comparing Labour's performance in Liverpool with that in Southampton. Well, the converse, frankly, is true for the Conservatives. The Conservatives seem to be losing ground in the south of England rather more heavily than they are in the north of England. And of course, the reason why that matters is that a lot of the councils in the south of England, lots of other smaller, more rural councils, are counting tomorrow. They've got the sense to go to that. They've had the sense to go to bed tonight rather than get up and stay counting into the wee small hours. And this is also, of course, also an area where the Liberal Democrats are often the challengers. So therefore, although at the moment the Conservatives might be inclined to breathe something of a sigh of relief that the scale of losses are not as great as some were anticipating, maybe they just shouldn't relax quite too much yet. Now, why is this happening? Well, I think, you know, our best guess at the moment is that it is part of this story that's developing of, you know, if you are the local party that's strong, if you are the party that's strong locally, then we're the ones that we take it out to you on, because, you know, Labour Party is basically losing where they're strong historically. The Conservatives now losing where they're strong historically. It's a plague on all your houses.
Back with you in a short while, John. Thank you very much, John Curtice there. I'd like to go to Bath and talk to Tim Warren, who's waiting patiently to talk to us, the former leader of Bath and North East Somerset Council, who I think, Tim, you've lost your seat, so commiserations. Tell us what happened.
We had a bad night, to say the least. It just didn't work out. We're having troubles on the doors. We expected it to be bad, but not this bad, to be honest with you.
Tell us a little more about that. So what was being said and what kind of things were you being told?
I mean, it's difficult. I think the electorate has spoken tonight. They've been very angry. Whether they've spoken to us or central government's another matter. I feel really sorry for some of my cabinet especially, who've worked really hard over the years. They've run the council well, and I think they've lost their seats through no fault of their own. We were being told on the streets that they couldn't trust the Conservatives anymore, wouldn't vote for Conservatives because of Brexit, basically.
Right, and do you suspect, because I think I'm right in saying to him, I don't think the full result is in, but Do you suspect the Lib Dems might capture it, or what's your sense of it?
Yeah, without a doubt. We've had a bad night. We'll lose a lot of seats. The Lib Dems will... If you're at the back, and they're very pleased, the Lib Dems will take control of the council, yes.
Let's talk us through some of the factors here about, you know, let's talk about Brexit, for example. What were you being told on the doorsteps on that?
I think the people that were Remainers blamed us because we were going to leave, and the people that were Leavers, they blamed us, sorry, the people that were Leavers, they blamed us because we were still there, we hadn't left. And they just didn't think it was happening, and they just didn't come out and vote for us. It's as simple as that, really.
It's a pretty impossible thing when you describe it that way. What would your message to Theresa May be?
It's hard to blame one person. I'm not going to blame one person particularly, but I think we've suffered for this as a party, and actually the country, I think, is suffering for this. So let's please just do something. And please get it sorted out.
But for you, what would that something be? What are you suggesting?
Well, I don't mind admitting I voted to remain, but I was just on the cusp. I didn't really understand it, so I voted to remain. However, the vote was to leave. I think we have to honour the referendum. Otherwise, why would anyone bother to vote? So I prefer to have a deal and move on.
I suppose the Prime Minister would say to you that that's precisely what she has been trying to do.
I think they all have. I think all parties need to grow up and get together. I spoke to the Labour leader in the opposition here, and I said if it had been us running the country, we've had a deal, it would have been done by now. And I just think it would have been. So I plead. I'm no longer a council leader, so I can say what I like. So I plead with all MPs, just please to grow up and act for the country.
No, we love your openness. It's great. But I'm just wondering what kind of Brexit would you...
No, I'm no longer...
What kind of Brexit would you have come up with?
I'd like to see a deal happen. I think it will happen. I've made ideas before, but they've always been wrong. But I think something could well happen actually before the European Parliament elections. I think what we've seen tonight, if we had European elections, that could actually make tonight look quite good, to be honest with you.
Oh, right. Well, tell us about that, because, you know, we know it could be challenging for not just one party, but for several parties. But what would your assessment be of Conservative prospects in the European elections?
I think they'd be very low. I don't think Labour would be much better. If you then had UKIP or the Brexit Party in Europe, I'm not sure that would be the best thing in the world for Europe or for us. So I think the best thing, please, get a deal done beforehand so we don't need to go to the polls for the Euro elections. Nobody's really interested, nobody really wants it.
Tim, it's great to talk to you, and it's 3:30 in the morning. Commiserations again, and thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks very much. Life goes on. We'll all move on. Thank you, Hugh.
The saying of the night. Well done, Tim. Thank you very much. Well, but of course he did say, and he grow up. Grow up and sort it out, he said, didn't he? Is that fair?
He is very fair. Tim is actually the voice of sensible Britain, sensible England. It's where the Prime Minister's instincts are at. And he's right to say, you know, Dawn sort of had a go at me earlier about the negotiations. You look at where Labour is on the customs union, and you look at what Liam Fox is saying. Look, in the current withdrawal agreement, the customs arrangement takes all the good things of the customs union and leaves behind the things that would prohibit us from doing deals with the rest of the world. You know, we should be able to come together and agree a deal and take this off the table so that good councillors don't lose their seats because people are so angry that we haven't been able to deliver Brexit on the 29th of March.
But Minister, it's the Prime Minister's job to lead people to be able to do that. And she's the person. Her government is the government that's failing over many months
and
to
I
be able
would
to
say
get
to
to
you,
that
because
place.
colleagues in Parliament have not been able to come together and decide on a way forward, and have, for all sorts of reasons, have convinced themselves that their position is right, whether it's those who want to deny the referendum and have a second referendum because they think the 17.4 million people are stupid, which is the Lib Dem position, or those on the other side who have
but you must admit
basically
it's a
rejected the
failure
Prime
of
Minister's
leadership,
deal
though,
of
is
the
it
withdrawal
not?
agreement, where we need a withdrawal agreement to lead.
But surely you accept it is partly a failure of leadership. Of course, people have had entrenched positions for a long time. But when you listen to what that councillor said, interestingly, Hugh, almost a direct echo of what the Sunderland Labour leader said about the Labour's position. He said people couldn't trust the Conservatives anymore. People who were Remainers blamed us because we're going to leave. Leavers blamed us because we are going to leave. Yeah. Now, the Prime Minister has been in charge of this process for a long time now. Surely you must accept that the government, it's not just, oh, Parliament, things are a bit difficult. The government has failed here to bring people together.
I've been saying all night that my reading of tonight's results is that because we haven't been able to deliver Brexit on the 29th of March, we're seeing these results. And actually, the message, I think, is equally powerful to Labour from what's happening in their heartland. The Prime Minister stretched every sinew. She's tried everything, including basically coming to Parliament saying, I will leave if we get the withdrawal agreement through.
She was unbelievably slow, wasn't she?
My colleagues, look,
incredibly slow to reach out.
We can keep blaming the Prime Minister. Ultimately, it's in the hands of us parliamentarians. We all have to reflect on the results tonight, look in the mirror and say, are we serious? Do we really want to deliver Brexit? Or are we finding excuses to find a way to scupper Brexit? And actually, the plague on all our houses, all mainstream parties, including the Lib Dems, would be, if we don't deliver this, we will unleash forces that I don't know where this thing will end up. On hard left or hard right or wherever it is, populist parties will rise and say, these politicians, these elites, have ignored you, they've got tin ears, and they're not
Christy. On that point, compromises have been put to the Prime Minister long before the talks with Labour. The very first time she said, I'm going to reach out across the Commons. Hang on, we're prepared to compromise.
You want to remain, so you don't want to remain?
We're prepared to compromise and put it back to the people. Now, if the Prime Minister genuinely wants consensus, what she will do
is a denial of democracy.
No,
that is a complete denial of democracy.
Giving people the vote be a denial of democracy.
Can I just say...
Going back to the people and saying, is this what you really want? Is this the deal that you voted for, or do you want to remain, or do you want to leave without a deal? Giving people that choice is democracy. That's the very basis of democracy.
You would say, I will deliver the instruction of the first referendum. So if I do want a confirmatory referendum, it would be between the Prime Minister's deal and leaving. Right, because actually the instruction to all of us of the first referendum is to leave.
They're not a choice.
The Prime Minister's deal or leaving is both leaving.
Yeah. Correct, because the people have told us we want to leave. If you want to deliver on the promise of the referendum, the people said to us, you have to leave.
But then you'd reject it. Let's say you rejected the Prime Minister's deal.
Yes.
You're still leaving. Yes?
Because otherwise, what would you say to the 17.4 million people if you remain? That's my point.
You
then reject democracy.
We've moved on from Nadine's saying that the Prime Minister has done everything she can, bringing her deal back to Parliament 3 times, exactly the same deal without any changes.
It's
not doing everything you can to get a consensus.
We're now negotiating with
But I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but we still have to be, we still have to be honest and realistic about. You can't say the Prime Minister tried everything she can when she's brought the same deal to Parliament 3 times with no changes.
Okay, all I'm saying to you tonight is reflect on the results in Walsall. Right, reflect on the results in Middlesbrough.
Can you be honest and say the Prime Minister has not tried everything?
Reflect on the results in Middlesbrough. You are negotiating with the Conservative government.
Will you admit that the Prime Minister hasn't moved one jot?
I'm saying to you, there's a negotiation at the moment taking place. It is incumbent upon all of us.
Will you admit that?
The negotiation is taking place between your two parties. I mean, what viewers are going to make of this? No idea.
It's ridiculous to say the Prime Minister's tried everything she can, but she hasn't moved one jot. That's the thing. It's just let's be honest.
Can I just point out that the voters tonight are saying, we've talked a lot about the fact that you're both losing votes. The voters tonight, to me, are looking at what you're doing and saying it's not good enough. The Prime Minister's not compromising, Labour aren't compromising, and you've accused me of not listening to 17 million people. Yes, we are. The point is, people are changing their minds and they don't like what they're being offered. And we're seeing clearly tonight that they are not happy. In those circumstances, we have to listen to people and think again about what we're doing.
And you and I I hope we'll be on a similar programme after the European elections, and let's see what happens. My analysis of what is happening tonight is people are upset that we have not delivered on the 29th of March and leaving the European Union.
Solidly remain.
I will tell you why. Because the law of small numbers, people are voting for the party that turns out their voters.
Numbers.
Because it's a low turnout. You know that.
It's
a low turnout. That is why. And actually, John Curtice said it. It's a plague on both our houses, and the smaller parties.
Not my house.
No, independents
Not
are
my
ahead
house.
of you.
It's not a plague on my house.
Independents are ahead of you, and you've
all
come
talking about the
from a very low base in 2015.
You're all talking about the numbers, and I want to talk about the numbers.
But we're not going to be on a low base.
I want to have my own turn
Go
to
for
talk
it.
about the
Go
numbers.
for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nadine, for giving me permission. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, shall we? Because the scoreboard says this. This is numbers of councillors. Tories down 157 as we speak. Labour down 61. The Lib Dems, having put on 111 councillors. Before we lose it, let me just tell you, the Greens are up by 18. The Independents are up by 100. UKIP is down by 25. So that's the scoreboard. Let's pause for the news again with Mike.
Hugh, thank you very much. Here is that summary of the BBC News. First results are coming in from voting in local elections for 248 English councils and 6 mayors, also for 11 councils in Northern Ireland, but councils there will begin counting in the morning. Jessica Parker reports.
Results coming in, some smiles and cheers. But not everyone's upbeat. For Labour, they've lost control of Hartlepool and Wirral. Overall, the parties so far looking at a small net loss of seats.
It's not looking good. This is going to be a very difficult night for Labour. We've been out and about across the borough, and the message we're getting loud and clear is all about Brexit, and the residents are telling us they're going to make sure there's some change because of their dissatisfaction over Brexit.
Initial net losses for the Tories too, despite holding on to the battleground of Swindon. The Conservatives have lost control of councils including St Albans, Southend and Peterborough. Earlier, the Prime Minister, polling card in hand. What does the picture mean for her?
I think she needs to take a look at how many councillors we've lost overnight, wake up in the morning and think about how she thinks the Conservative Party needs to put its best foot forward.
So, early signs it could be some of the smaller parties like the Lib Dems and Greens, as well as local independents, gaining ground. But there's a long way to go. This is a big set of local elections, and parties are watching closely, testing the waters after recent tumultuous times in Westminster. So on it goes, verdicts being delivered, one ballot box after another. They were certainly eager to get going here. It's democracy in energetic action. And energy's what's needed. It's a long night ahead. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, has accused William Barr, Attorney General of the United States, of lying to Congress, which would be a crime. He released a summary of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report on Russian interference in the 2016 election. He told Congress he wasn't aware of any reservations Mr. Mueller had about that summary. It has since emerged that Mr. Barr was in possession of a letter from Mr. Mueller outlining serious concerns. Speaking to BBC News, the Democratic Senator and presidential candidate Bernie Sanders said there was a culture of dishonesty in the Trump administration.
The truth is that you have a president of the United States who lies all of the time. Shouldn't be very shocking that we have an attorney general who lies to Congress. And that's something that the House will make their own determination about. What you have, which is equally frightening, is an administration that is trying to stonewall the House of Representatives, not bring people forward who should be testifying, not providing the information that the American people are entitled to have. So, you know, I think the House will do what it will do, and they should be as tough as they can be.
A jury in the United States has for the first time convicted drugs company executives of charges relating to the opioid crisis. John Kapoor, founder of Insys Therapeutics, was found guilty of racketeering charges, along with 4 senior former employees. They'd bribed doctors to prescribe a painkiller containing the highly addictive opioid fentanyl, often to patients who didn't need the drug. More than 40,000 people have died in the US of opioid overdoses in the past year. People on the northeastern coast of India are bracing for the arrival of one of the most powerful storms to hit the region in years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes as Cyclone Fani approaches. Many have taken refuge in shelters set up in schools and government buildings. Expected to make landfall within the next few hours, with winds of about 200 kilometres an hour. That's it. Now back to election 2019.
Yes, welcome back to the BBC Election Centre, and we're monitoring all the results as they come in from 248 local authorities in England, and so far 67 of those councils have been declared, and some 1,600 seats already declared as well, with more than 6,000 to come, so quite a lot of counting to go throughout Friday morning and into the afternoon too. But we're already in a position where we can spot certain trends, and what I'd like to do now is ask Rita to take us through some of the latest results.
Hugh, these are some of the latest results. Most of these are in, as you can see. Barrow in Furness is a Labour hold. Rugby is a Conservative hold. I want to take a look at a couple of them in closer detail, though. Chelmsford is still counting. It's white, so that means that there's not yet a declared result. Still counting. The winning post is 29. There are 34 to declare. But look at this. The Liberal Democrats are on 20 seats and the Conservatives are on 3. Now, this is a Conservative council. It has been Conservative since 2003, and they had a majority of 47. It was a Liberal Democrat council in the 1990s, and the Lib Dems did have several councillors here in 2011, but they were defending 5 seats last night, and they've won 20. Let's have a quick look at the seat change. It's a straight swap. 17 for the Lib Dems. The Conservatives have lost 17. So, you know, a real reflection of what we've seen going on elsewhere tonight. I'd also like to show you Wokingham. So the Council of Wokingham is a Conservative hold with a majority of 8. But we'll see, again, this very interesting Liberal Democrat progress. So the Conservatives on 31 seats, Liberal Democrats on 16. And I'll just go to the share change. There you have it. The Conservatives losing 12% of their share of the vote, and the Liberal Democrats going up by 18%. This is a very interesting council because it's a Remain voting area, but the Conservative MP is John Redwood, a key Eurosceptic. So lots of different factors at play here in Wokingham.
Rita, thanks very much. Christine, you couldn't resist a little wry smile at that point.
No, Chelmsford, to go back there for a second, is not a council at the start of the evening that we would have thought we would be on the verge of taking. We also look, incidentally, like taking North Norfolk, and we're now finding MPs like John Redwood and Jacob Rees-Mogg with, you know, a sizable number of Liberal Democrat councillors in their seats. Jacob Rees-Mogg now has a Liberal Democrat councillor himself. So we're seeing a move in these areas from Conservative to Liberal Democrat, and it may well be that the many millions of people who voted Remain, who live in Conservative seats that are voting Leave, feel ignored, that their views have not been taken on board. And I think there's a lot for all of us to listen to in this result. We've been absolutely clear about where we stand from day one, and I think the Conservatives have moved. Labour is unclear, and the voters are saying that what they want is clarity. They've had 3 years of a mess, and now they want clarity. And we're coming out of this well tonight because we are providing that clarity and have done from day one. It may not have been what 17.4 million people voted for originally, but they see in us a clear view. And I'm confident that when we get to May the 23rd, that clear view will be popular again.
I'm going to talk a little more about the Lib Dem performance in a second with John Curtice, but the result from Trafford has come in. So let's have a look at these figures. 32 needed for a majority. Labour's already on 33, the Tories on 19. Lib Dems on 3, the Greens on 3. So the change from last time, let's have a look to see what's happened, because we were in Trafford last year, of course, when the Tories lost their control, and we spoke to the former Tory leader earlier. 5 up for Labour, 7 down for the Conservatives. Percentage, well, Labour on 41% of the vote, with 29% to the Tories, 10 to the Lib Dems, 14 to the Greens and 5 to UKIP. So the big loser there is the Conservative Party. If we look at the difference, 15% down on the result last time. And I suppose, first of all, Dawn, I'll ask you really for Trafford and your thoughts on that, because that could well prove to be one of the highlights of your night, couldn't it?
It is at the moment, most definitely.
Yeah. I mean, even at the end of it. I'm glad you're so optimistic.
But, I mean, Trafford is a Remain area. You know, we're really pleased that we've won it from the Conservatives. I think we had some Labour councillors that were working really hard that show the difference that Labour councillors can make, and now we've got a Labour council that will show the difference that a Labour council can make. So it is a good win for us. I think we've won 15 out of the 21 seats, and as you said, with 33 seats at the moment.
It's your only council gain so far, so you'll be hoping to add to that.
It's a good result, and I'm sure we will as the evening wears on.
Trafford's interesting. It's a really symbolic win for the Labour Party, because for a long time Trafford was the only little pinprick of blue in a sea of red in the northwest of England, all the areas of central Manchester and then the kind of donut around Manchester City. So it is important for them to have gained that foothold in local government in Trafford. So no doubt that is an important moment for the Labour Party. And just also some whispers from Labour sources tonight. They've looked at some of the analysis, which I think, you know, Don's accepted isn't going brilliantly for them so far tonight, at still quite an early stage. But they're suggesting on the basis of the vote across various different bits that we've come in, they would actually have taken some key seats that they would need in a general election, like South Swindon, Thurrock and Peterborough. So just big health warning, caveat as ever, at this point in the night, we've got a lot of results, but there's a long way still to go. And also the way that the pattern of the results come in, it might mean the Tories have a rougher morning and Labour has a better morning. So just that kind of health warning. We are not at the stage yet where we're able to make conclusive sort of any kind of final judgment, although clearly both of the main parties are not exactly impressing voters in big numbers.
Trafford's a blow for you, Nadeem, isn't it?
It is. Of course it's a blow. To lose any councillors is a blow, but I would just remind viewers that the 2015 result in the local elections then was a really high point for us. You know, we took 6 out of 10 council seats, 32 councils were taken by us, and so the expectation tonight is we would lose seats and we'll lose some councils, but also places like North Warwickshire and Swindon. These are for us are real bellwether seats. North Warwickshire, no party can form a government without really winning North Warwickshire. Yet we held North Warwickshire. Swindon, we've done well. Other parts of the country seem to be holding better for us. But I think the caveat is we're still to see more councils declaring, more results tomorrow. My area is counting tomorrow morning. So there's a long way to go still.
And at this rate of loss, although, of course you're right, it is still relatively early, but, it could turn out to be a bit more painful maybe than you'd thought, but we'll have to see.
When I came on to your programme, I expected us to be, as I said, losing 1,000 seats. We are at minus 174 at the moment.
That's right.
But a long way to go.
Okay. We talked about the Lib Dems, and Christine was, understandably pleased with the gains that they're making. But I think it is important to put that into context. And I'd like to bring John in again, John Curtice. So, John, if there are Lib Dems, ordering crates of champagne or whatever it is to celebrate, what would you say to them?
Well, I would suggest a cheap rather than an expensive champagne. Maybe even Prosecco would be more appropriate. Now, I mean, in fairness, it is quite a long time since Christine Jardine and her predecessors have frankly been able to enjoy local election night. So let me just perhaps take a little bit of fizz out of the bubbles. We do have to remember, as has been pointed out on more than one occasion, that the Liberal Democrats are defending their worst ever set of local election results. These seats were last contested on the same occasion of the 2015 election, when the party was thoroughly punished, not only in the general election but also in the local elections, for what many voters regarded as its sins in the coalition. So to that extent, at least, gains were inevitable. Perhaps a rather more sober measure of how well the Liberal Democrats are doing is to compare their position with 12 months ago. A bit of progress, on average up by 2 points, but not progress at a level that would suggest that the party is still performing at the kind of level that it was regularly before 2010. Well, when, you know, sometime tomorrow we'll be telling you what the projected national share is. Well, when we were doing that before 2010, we always had the Liberal Democrats well above 20%. They've been nowhere near that since 2010. And so far, at least, I'm not entirely sure that we're going to be putting back to the early levels. That said, well, 2 other points to make. Christine may or may not be right about the importance of what she considers to be the clarity in the Liberal Democrat position. But the honest truth is, so far at least, we here cannot find much of a relationship between whether the area was particularly pro-Remain or particularly pro-Leave and how much the Liberal Democrat vote has gone up, which does kind of incline one more to they're a useful vehicle of protest explanation, perhaps now a vehicle of protest now that perhaps voters are beginning to forget the sins of the coalition and that they've gone back to being able to perform some of that role. But then the second thing I want to say in this, in a sense, is perhaps the good news for the Liberal Democrats, is that one of the reasons why their seat tally is going up as much as it is they are actually doing particularly well where it matters, i.e. where they're second, where beforehand, where they're the challengers, or indeed, frankly, where they were starting first. That's where the Liberal Democrat advance is strongest. And remember, one of the ways in which the Liberal Democrats managed to crack the first past the post system before 2010 and to begin to get sizable representation in the House of Commons was to build up local bastions of strength. Now, many of those got badly eroded in the 2015 general election. Maybe what we're beginning to see here is some signs of recovery of some of those bastions of strength. But that said, I'll just remind Christine, in terms of the national vote share in the opinion polls, the party is still running at 8%, which is exactly where it was in 2015 and 2017 general elections. So signs of progress maybe, but has the party fully recovered from the problems that the coalition created for it? I think not. Still quite a way to go.
And a quick sentence, if I can limit you to that, John, at this, with apologies for that, on where you think the Tories are running at the moment, given the rate of loss that we're seeing.
Well, I mean, you know, the truth is, because the Liberal Democrats are up, because the Liberal Democrats challenge more in Conservative areas than in Labour areas, because they're doing particularly well where they are, as I was saying, they were challengers, and the Conservative vote is undoubtedly down from 2015. Ergo, the Conservative tally is beginning to increase, but it's the Liberal Democrats who are doing the damage to a much greater extent than the Labour Party.
And more specifically on Labour, where you think that's running at the moment?
Well, I mean, look, you know, the honest truth is we've been saying, frankly, since the first result, this is looking like a rather disappointing set of results for the Labour Party. We can argue about how many gains we expect the Labour Party to make, and I think certainly there was a serious question mark about exactly how well Labour would do in these local elections. But shall I put it like this? I think, to be honest, the Labour Party have certainly come in at the bottom of expectations, or indeed probably even a little bit below that.
John, useful as ever. Thank you very much, John Curtice, there for us. Back here in the studio, Rita, take us through the result in Ashfield.
They're still counting in Ashfield as it happens, but this is still really interesting and another display, really, of the way in which voters seem to be moving away from the two main parties towards smaller parties. So, as you can see, the winning post in Ashfield is 18. There are 17 still to declare. And this great big column for the independents here, 16 independent seats and just 2 Labour seats. Now, just to talk you through where this council was before, it had been won by Labour in 2015. They had 22 councillors then. Then the party suffered mass defections locally and it went into no overall control. It was a hung council. One wondered whether voters would be more loyal to the Labour Party than their own councillors were, but on the display so far, it doesn't look as if that is happening. Let's just have a little look at the seat change, and there you have it. Independents up 15 and Labour down 9. Liberal Democrats down 4 as well, and the Conservatives down 2.
Rita, many thanks. We'll bring in the panel in a second, but I'd like to bring in my colleague Sean Dilley, who's in Winchester. Sean, what can you tell us about the position there after the counting?
Well, there's no way that the Conservatives can come back. They did have control of the council with just 1 seat. At the moment, we've 4 results yet to declare, and at this stage, there is no way that there is any result other than the fact the Liberal Democrats are going to take control of what, frankly, has been a 2-party race here in Winchester.
What are the factors, Sean? What's led to this?
Well, everybody was saying it was Brexit, but that really doesn't appear to have been the case. We heard earlier from Peter in Portsmouth that everybody was almost surprised that that wasn't very much of a factor there. Liberal Democrats all throughout the evening were saying, well, they expected to gain between 3 and 5 seats. At the moment, that seems very much like they're going to be sort of on course for that. The results are still slightly marginal. Both parties were insisting, well, actually people were voting not just on Brexit, but other issues. That would be sort of recycling in the local area, that would be parking, transport infrastructure, because it is a very short hop to London on the train. But what is interesting, speaking to the Conservative sources here in Winchester, they'd spoken about a rather large number of spoilt ballots with general Brexit abuse. They say not just directed to the Conservative Party, but very much a frustration by the electorate. And also we should, of course, mark there are an awful lot of frustrated Conservative candidates here as well to this evening.
Sean, thanks very much for the latest there with some news from Winchester. And Nadeem, Winchester, if that is with 4 to declare and the Lib Dems definitely taking control, is that outside the realms of what you thought was going to happen or not?
Well, I think what you do get in local elections is also some local variation. I mean, we've seen that now in Winchester. I think Portsmouth, where they said actually doesn't feel like the sort of the Brexit
That's right.
issues playing out in the same way. And in Winchester, you know, we only had that council by 1 seat. Yeah. So I think that was sort of to be expected. But again, some areas, what you're getting is sort of local issues playing out. We saw it with Sam Gima earlier at Tambridge, you know, around housing. But in other areas, you're seeing the sort of big protest vote, whether it's going to the independents or to other smaller parties, including the Lib Dems. So I think you know, the caveat on all of this is, as I said at the beginning of the programme, you know, we can't read too much into it, but certainly, you know, there is in a lot of areas the Brexit issue where the 2 main parties seem to have suffered from whether it's Labour's lack of clarity or us, you know, being unable to deliver on 29th of March with an orderly Brexit. So you know, there are variations.
You've been a great panel, and I'm sorry to say that you're going to leave soon, but you're probably thrilled that you're going to be leaving. So anyway, I'm telling you now, Christine, just an end thought then before we bring some of your colleagues in, and again to the 3 of you, thank you for being here. Just some thoughts as you leave as to where the Lib Dems are now.
It's still early. And we have, as John Curtice said, made progress. Wouldn't have imagined at all at the end of this evening we will be where we were before 2010. But he's absolutely right. Our strength was always built on grassroots politics. It was always built in our local communities, and that is where we knew we had to start rebuilding. And that's what we've been doing. And I think we're seeing tonight that we are coming back, people are coming back to us, and we still have a lot to do to rebuild and to rebuild that confidence. But I think we're confident that we are coming back, and what we're seeing is that people respect the fact that we have been absolutely clear about our national message is remain.
Vince Cable once tonight, which I noticed. Not once.
Have I not?
No.
Well,
You
you've,
did. Well,
you've done it now, Nadia.
We've done it now.
You've done it. You've done it, yeah.
But
You've
Vince
been
has.
mentioned.
Maybe you should stay on, Christina. Finally, the Lib Dems are seeing success.
Well, Vince has done a good job. He's done a great job in rebuilding this, and he's been a big part of that. And I think it's only fair to say. I think it's only fair to say that
that was a low blow. Sorry.
It was. But we've heard a lot about Theresa May. We haven't actually mentioned Jeremy Corbyn
No,
very much.
and
either.
now's Dawn's chance. This
Yes.
is it, Dawn. Where are we? Where are you at the end of this? I mean, we're nowhere near the end of the counting. We're at the end of this session now. Where do you think we are with Labour?
I think that we will be looking very closely at the results at the end of tomorrow, probably. I think we'll also need to look at the turnout, because where we have low turnout, Labour normally does less well and smaller parties do better. So I think we need to look at each council individually. It has been disappointing results thus far.
Okay.
And I hope that we make progress and it gets better as time goes on.
Okay, and sentence. A sentence as to where you are. As honest as Dawn has been about the disappointment that she's sensing, what are you sensing?
If we don't deliver on Brexit, then we will be punished, I believe. Whenever the next general election is.
You are being punished.
Well, no, I mean general election-wise, because I think the parties that haven't played a part tonight are the Brexit Party and the Change Party. But the Brexit Party clearly making grounds in the European elections. It's incumbent upon all of my colleagues who want to honour the result of the referendum and keep their promise, is to deliver on that. Let's take that off the table so we return to looking at the domestic agenda and what each party will do for the country.
To the three of you, thank you very much. Hope you get a little bit of kip at some point. Good. Thanks very much. I'm going to go to Stoke-on-Trent because Ruth Smith is waiting for us, the MP for Stoke-on-Trent North. Ruth, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
So, give us the update there on Labour in Stoke-on-Trent. What's going on?
It's a very mixed bag here this evening. It's not a great set of results for the Labour Party. Conservative Party are having an OK night. But really the winners for this evening are the independents. We have a formal city independent grouping. They've done very well this evening. The reality is, from my perspective, that the leadership need to look at these results very carefully. A genuine post-mortem, because this is a strong Leave area and my constituents just simply don't trust us to deliver.
Well, let's unpick that a bit, Ruth. What do you mean by that? And does it tally with the kind of things that some of your Labour colleagues have been telling us on the programme this morning, which is that they feel that Labour's stance on Brexit is either unpalatable or not clear enough?
My constituents just don't believe that we'll deliver Brexit. I represent a seat that is 73% Leave. And what is quite clear, especially if you look at the spoilt ballot papers this evening, is that it was, we don't trust you, UKIP, 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 and we haven't got very many UKIP candidates standing here this time. They'd have done very well if they had. And a huge amount of independent support, which is, anyone but the Tories or us. So it's been a really, really tough set of results so far. Some brilliant local councillors have lost their seats. And my frustration is that we seem to have just abandoned them. No matter how hard we're working locally, we need clear messaging from the top, and playing around just isn't working.
OK, so give me an example of a clear message which you would like, which you're not getting.
Well, I think it's very clear. I want to deliver Brexit for my constituents. At this point, I don't think, I think what we've seen from the results today is that the Labour Party's current position is in our industrial heartlands, in places like Stoke-on-Trent, in Ashfield, in other places up and down the country, in Warsaw, where we are equivocating, that isn't helping either the Remain or the Leave Remain or Leave areas. Sorry, that threw me a little bit. So in terms of, we need a clear policy and a clear strategy. I need to be seen to be delivering for my constituents, and at the very least we need to be seen to be listening to them.
You did brilliantly with that chap who passed the lens there. I've got to say, Ruth, well done for getting through that very quickly. That was excellent. Just in terms of, the whole notion around the possibility of a people's vote or another referendum, You know, Barry Gardiner was on earlier, and he was trying to say, look, this is not a clear-cut proposal. It's a very difficult thing for us to put together. He was saying in terms of policy options, and it's not just a simple A or B thing. He was trying to plead the case, really, for the kind of stance the party has taken on this. Do you have any sympathy at all with the fact that the party is trying to face in at least two directions on this?
Well, look, I'm quite clear, and obviously I speak to my colleagues who represent Remain seats on a regular basis. The reality is we represent the most Remain seats in the country and the most Leave seats in the country. But this isn't working for anyone. The results tonight just aren't good enough. After 9 years of a Tory government, 9 years of austerity, 9 years of cuts for my constituents, and we should have walked this tonight. I am so devastated for my brilliant candidates who haven't won, although one of them just has won, which is why you're hearing the cheers in the background.
Well, yeah, obviously, and they're celebrating. When you make the case to the leadership about the fact that you can't see a lack of clarity, that you can't see the clarity that you want, and that it's difficult to sell that policy on the doorstep, what is the response you get?
Look, I understand how difficult this is for the leadership, but I resigned as Tom Watson's PPS in order to vote against the second referendum. I didn't vote to extend Article 50 because I am trying to honour the wishes of my constituents. I understand why people like Ben Bradshaw in Exeter and others have a very, very different view and a position to me. So I don't envy the leadership this decision at all. But the difference is we are losing seats in our industrial heartlands, in our core Labour heartlands, and we're not winning seats elsewhere. So we need to decide what kind of political party we are going forward, who we really are here to represent. I'm quite clear who I want to represent, and I'm going to keep fighting for my constituents. But tonight has to be a wake-up call. We can't keep sitting on the fence.
But leaving without a deal, Ruth, surely would you think that would be bad for your constituents?
I think it'd be absolutely appalling for my constituents, which is why I've never voted for it, and nor will I. I've been consistent for my constituents all the way through. Sorry, it was a good result for us.
No, I know, but
I've been consistent.
Because you were against extending Article 50, I'm just wondering then, you know, why did you do that if you think that a no-deal Brexit would be very damaging for your people there?
I think a no-deal Brexit would be extremely damaging. I didn't vote to extend Article 50 because I just want us to get on and deal with it. We are definitely in the right place now in terms of the negotiations. They should have started much, much sooner. But I want to make sure that I can actually have something to vote for as opposed to keep voting against, so we can move on with Brexit, move on to the next stage. And at least for my constituents, they can stop hearing us talk about the B word. I'm
just going to bring in Laura Kuenssberg, Ruth.
Ruth, do you think the set of results tonight will make it more likely that you and many other of your colleagues who are desperate to get Brexit done for their constituents would vote for the Prime Minister's deal? Of course, you've been one of the people who's been involved in talks with the Conservatives about trying to find a way forward that might get some Labour MPs on board. Do you think this set of results will mean more Labour MPs are willing to come across?
Look, in terms of whether this set of results wasn't going to sway my mind one way or the other, as you know, Laura, I am inclined to be supporting the Prime Minister's deal because I want to move on to the next stage. I want the assurances that I think we're now starting to see in terms of workers' rights, environmental rights, consumer protections, all the things that will matter to ensure we don't leave without a deal. I just want to move us on to the next stage, and I really hope that with the Customs Union means that we can move forward.
And would it make it more likely for you to put pressure on Jeremy Corbyn to budge in the cross-party talks?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been quite clear with the leadership about what my position is. I'm Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Labour Party. Jeremy Corbyn knows my views on this issue, and I will continue to make sure he does. But tonight there are consequences for us not moving forward with Brexit, and that our hundreds of councillors will lose their seats tonight, and I won't have a Labour council, and neither will my constituents in the Potteries.
Ruth Smith, thanks very much indeed.
Laura, thank you very much. And Ruth, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being so open in your comments, which is good for the programme and good for the exchange of views. Let me introduce the new panel. This is our third panel, so they are fresh. It's more than me and Laura. So we have Sean with us, Sean Berry from the Green Party, and we spoke a little earlier, Sean, didn't we? Thank you very much for coming in. We have Nia Griffith from the Shadow Cabinet for Labour. Nia, good morning. Thank you very much for coming in. And we have the Vice Chair of the Conservative Party, Marcus Jones. Marcus, very good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
Nice to see you all. What I'd like to do, we'll have a little chat in a moment, because there's plenty to talk about there after Ruth's contribution. But I would like to bring in, because it'll give us some comments as well that Marcus can deal with, I'd like to bring in Caroline Horrell, who's I think former Conservative leader in Winchester. Caroline, good morning to you. Are you listening to us loud and clear?
I am, thank you. Yes, good morning.
Thank you so much. I know it's early, but it's good to talk to you. So tell us what happened to you this evening.
Well, in Winchester this evening, I was delighted to be able to retain my seat and be re-elected as a city councillor. But sadly, we lost control of Winchester City Council this evening to the Liberal Democrats.
And what is your analysis of why that happened?
Well, my understanding from the electorate is that they love what we had to say about the work we've been doing in Winchester, where we're giving them recycling of glass, building affordable homes, and we gave them 0% council tax rise. And most residents were absolutely delighted with that. But unfortunately, the national picture was frustrating many of our residents. We're a 60-40 Remain area, and that impacted our campaign.
So do you think that the vote, the boost in the vote for the Lib Dems locally was mostly to do with Brexit in your case and not local issues?
Well, certainly based on the comments we had on the doorstep, people made the distinction between local issues and national issues, and that they are happy with what we're doing, but they're frustrated, not just with our government, but all politicians in Westminster who failed to bring about a conclusion to the Brexit deal.
So Caroline, what would your message be then to the party leadership, given your experience in Winchester in this campaign and what's happened there?
I would ask them, please listen to the people. Whether you're a Remainer or a Brexiteer here, it seems that they just want a deal completed. They want the transaction completed as per the referendum. And so if people can actually come together and agree a deal, that would be the best position for everyone.
Very good to talk to you, Caroline. Thank you so much for waiting up so late to talk to us. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Caroline Horrell there for us in Winchester. And before I talk to my friends in the studio here, I would like to go down to Bath to talk to my colleague there, Paul Bartrop. Paul, good morning. Tell us what's going on.
It's been a dreadful night for the Conservatives here. Bath North East Somerset was a council which they won a solid majority on 4 years ago. It has been turned on its head this evening. Not only have the Conservatives lost their majority, they've lost most of their councillors, reduced down to a rump. The Lib Dems have come roaring through. It looks as though they will end up with overall control of the council. The wider picture generally, well, independents have picked up some seats. Labour are still just a very small presence in this area. It seems to be on the door. What has been playing large has been Brexit. This was an area that voted Remain back in 2016, and I think cynicism about Brexit, cynicism about the government's performance has played a large part in this. And one really interesting one to note, the council leader himself, Conservative Tim Warren, lost his seat to the Lib Dems. One resident of his area is one Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's now got a Lib Dem councillor representing his part of rural North East Somerset.
I'm sure that'll go down very well, Paul, no doubt at all. Just your thoughts on how the campaign has gone in Bath. I mean, it's interesting for us. We've talked about lots of areas where there have been big majorities in favour of leaving, but it's interesting for us to look at an area like Bath where the dynamics are completely different. So just in terms of what Conservative Party workers have been having to deal with on the doorstep, clearly there are lots of people there who don't want Brexit to happen at all. So is this a range of views that goes from people who want the deal completed and get it out of the way, or people who frankly are looking for different ways, including with the Lib Dems, of trying to get to a different place on Brexit altogether?
I think within the city of Bath itself, you've got quite a strong and vocal campaign for Britain to stay within the EU. They have been some of the strongest supporters here, and that has given a lot of a boost to the Liberal Democrat cause. You come out into the more rural areas, there was probably a stronger Leave vote. Jacob Rees-Mogg has long contended that his constituency probably voted for Leave, but those Leave voters are not impressed with what the government has been doing. So for the Conservatives, over the course of this campaign, they have been trying ever so hard to get across their local record. They're fairly pleased with it. They feel they've not done badly at a time when it's been really difficult, when council finances have been cut severely. Actually, Bath North East Somerset has not fared too badly compared to some of its neighbours. But they found on the doorstep that message was not being heeded by the voters. And one thing I would point to tonight is turnout in some places is quite low. It's variable, but it seems that the Lib Dems got their vote out. The Conservatives couldn't get their normal supporters to get out to vote today.
We'll look at that as well. Paul, thank you very much. Interesting to hear the view there in Bath and the surrounding area. Paul Bartrop there, our political editor in the West Country and in Bath. Right, so Sian and Nia and Marcus, you've been waiting very patiently now. There is a theme, and Laura will join us on this. There is a theme, and it is to do, especially with the big parties, if I can call them that, about intense frustration on the ground. And it isn't just Leave areas, as we've just seen now, it's some Remain areas as well. Intense frustration with the leadership of the parties. We've heard it with Labour, and now we've heard it with the Conservatives. Will this set of election results, whatever it is by the end of Friday, be enough to persuade Theresa May, for example, that a much bigger effort needs to be made in tandem with Labour to find some kind of deal, possibly even before the European elections can take place, as some people suggested earlier, although the timetable for that seems rather ambitious. Does that not need to happen?
Well, I think when you look at it, there are a number of things. Firstly, when all of these seats were contested that we've just been talking about, it was off the back of the 2015 general election. There was a huge turnout on the day. The Lib Dems absolutely collapsed to nothing. And off the back of that, there were many Conservative councils elected across the country. And where we were against Lib Dems, quite often they were elected and literally wiped the Lib Dems out. And clearly, we've had a challenge tonight, and I'm really sad that we've had a number of excellent Conservative councillors and good quality Conservative councillors that have been delivering for their residents that have lost this evening. But what I would say is there is a lot of frustration on the ground. I've seen that in my own constituency, the 2 wards that had up for election this morning. But it's more nuanced than whether you will Leave and Remain. Mm-hmm. And we saw that in Sunderland, where 70% of people voted to Leave up there, but Labour lost 10 seats, we gained 4, UKIP stood everywhere and won a couple of seats, but also the Greens gained 1 and the Lib Dems, which indicates to me that people's frustration more than anything is that the politicians haven't got to an outcome. And therefore, it will be very interesting over the next few days whether some of the people, whether my colleagues and the constituency you've just talked about, and the Labour MPs, people like Ruth Smee, people in the north. You know, I've met the car manufacturers with these Labour MPs, and the car manufacturers have said vote for the deal, and they've refused. And I think they're going to have to reflect, because when you look at what's gone on over the last few days, they may need to rethink, and I think the deal on the table is better than the sort of compromise that's been discussed, because it gives us the opportunity to get out there and do our own trade deals rather than being locked in to a permanent customs union. Unfortunately, Nia's leader, and Ruth Smee said it, he's got splinters in his backside in terms of being on the fence. Down in London, they're trying to say we'll have a second referendum. Up north, they're saying we'll respect it. The public are not stupid, and you can see it tonight.
Well, here's me asking a question which is about Conservative and Labour trying to sort of agree some kind of deal. I mean, the dynamics of that are very difficult. You were still talking about getting Conservative MPs to vote for the deal, those who've been very reluctant to do so.
There's a reality that there is a deal on the table. If people have come together by now and voted for that deal, we would be out of the EU, and this frustration you're seeing coming through tonight would not have come through.
Of course, but
the other point is, it's the second part of this that's the important part in terms of forming what will be the future arrangements with the EU. And Ruth pretty much said it there, that actually the first part, in terms of the withdrawal agreement, she didn't seem to have too much problem with that. And I'm just wondering whether quite a few Labour MPs may take a different view.
Nia, a word from you on this again. Just you know, you must be picking it up as well. And I know there weren't any elections in Wales this time, but that level of frustration with the stalemate at Westminster and the lack of progress, you know, you must be picking that up.
Well, clearly these were never going to be easy elections for us because, as you quite rightly say, the public has been rather turned off politics by what they've seen going on in Westminster. And also, of course, as Mark's just noted, the Lib Dems did very, very badly in 2015. They were virtually wiped out, hardly an MP there in Parliament, and the local councils obviously reflected the same position. And so one would expect to see some gains from them. And again, we're seeing very, very low turnout in these elections. Again, possibly an effect of people having been
turned off politics.
In some areas,
not everywhere. In some areas it's been fine.
Yes, I mean it's varied.
Universally low. Yeah.
It has been varied, but not the same sort of turnout as you get when it's combined with the general election.
Of course not. But it's never going
to be. So yes, so they have been very difficult, and yes, I think there is a tendency very often for local issues to dominate and for local individual candidates. And let's be very clear: in local elections, it can be very small numbers of votes that actually make a difference between one candidate and another one.
But after 9 years of Labour government, surely, Hugh, the Labour Party should be winning hundreds of seats tonight. They should be winning in seats like mine, the 2 wards I've had up today. They should have won those. They should win in North Warwick. They should win in Swindon. In Swindon, we've won a seat there tonight, a good Labour seat. Traditionally, we haven't held it for years and years off the Labour Party parliamentary candidate.
There's a point there, isn't there, about the political cycle. We are in exceptional times. You know, let's note that. We know that. And yet, this is a government which, lots of people take the view that it's made a complete hash of the Brexit process. It's prime territory, really, for Labour, in terms of lots of people's perspective of where you should be. So it's not just that this is a disappointing result. You've lost 54 seats at the moment. You should be in a position where you're gaining hundreds of seats on this electoral cycle. Is that not something you accept?
Well, it's also a point that some areas like London, where Labour does extremely well, are not up for election this time. These are a lot of rural areas, a lot of quite difficult areas for us. We have actually taken Trafford. Now, Trafford is a difficult area. Manchester, very strong Labour, but Trafford has always been a highly contested area. And there are other areas like Thurrock and Plymouth, Moor View, where we would actually take parliamentary seats on the sorts of results we've seen this evening. So there are important things to note on that side as well.
But overall, I mean, Dawn, who was sitting there before, was perfectly honest about the fact that she thought that this was a pretty disappointing performance so far for Labour. Let's see where it ends up, yes, understandably.
Well, absolutely.
But so far, pretty disappointing. You go along with that?
Well, clearly that there have been some difficulties for us, and yes, of course we would have liked to have made stronger gains, but it is a very mixed bag of results, and I think a lot of local factors have come into play. And also I think it's quite interesting to note, as in Sunderland, for example, a strong Leave area, that actually we lost seats to Remain parties. So it's much more complex than just what's happening nationally.
Yeah, I get that. Sian, we talked earlier about the fact that the Greens were up by, I think we were talking about up by 15, 16, 17, 18. What is the latest figure?
Well, you're showing 19 on
19.
your scoreboard. I know about 18 of them. I was just saying if I could get
because I got the magic voice, 20. Okay.
Where was that last
20,
one from?
Okay?
Where was that?
So where was the last one from? Do we know? Okay, I think let's just give them a second. But no, recent Green gains are going. Melton in Leicestershire, Trafford, North West Leicestershire, South Lakeland, Worcester. Then we got Cotswold, Leeds, Rochdale, Sunderland, Wirral, South Tyneside, Reading, Tameside. Rochdale, Colchester, Exeter, St Helens. So the spread is still there.
Yeah.
What accounts? I mean, we put the point to the Lib Dems earlier. Given the fact that this pattern is not consistent, it's simply a protest vote. It's simply people thrashing around for something in order to avoid the other parties. I'm just putting it to you.
No, but these, I mean, yes,
so you answer that.
So
it is true that the awful results for the Conservatives, and they're not at all impressive results for Labour, are pretty disastrous for the two biggest parties, the ones who should have been running the country, you know, keeping things on an even keel. They've made a complete mess of Brexit. It's complete chaos, and they're both to blame. And I can't believe you're arguing that this result means that Labour and Conservatives should sit together and put together a deal and take the decision away from people, when the absolutely clear conclusion is it's a complete mess. Everybody just wants it to stop no matter what, and that putting something to a people's vote is the correct way to deal with this now. Okay. I cannot believe you think a backroom deal between Labour and the Conservatives is a mandate that you have from those numbers.
Number 20 was in Braintree.
Right, brilliant. Yeah, okay. We already had councillors, I think, but yeah. I think you know the gains we're making here, and I've been to a lot of these places and visited the teams who were working to win those particular seats. These are breakthroughs onto new councils, and they come about through hard work. You know, these are so like the Lib Dems. If you look at the Lib Dems now, they're defending seats from 2015. And they had a very, very bad year in 2015. So you'd expect them to have some kind of like dead cat bounce this time and make some gains, and they are making some gains. We had a very good year in 2015. We had our best ever general election. We were on the back of a huge surge in membership and activism and all of that. So what has been happening since then is people have been working in individual wards in new areas of the country, so not the usual suspects, places like Cumbria and Tameside and South Tyneside and you know, Exeter, Colchester, where we've been trying for a while. They've been working exceptionally hard to deal with local issues, to listen to people, deal with some of the problems that caused Brexit, and I'm not surprised to see any of these names on the list. I am surprised to see the margins with which we're winning some of these seats. But these are local campaigns that have lasted for years.
I wonder, though, also given all of the headlines and news and activism that people have seen on the streets in different parts of the country, the interventions by the young climate change activists speaking around Europe, there has been in the last few weeks a focus on environmental issues in this country that we haven't seen for some time. Do you think that has contributed to
I think it explains some of the margins by which we're winning. So I think in Colchester we beat the Tory leader of the group there by something like 800 votes. Like we went from below them to above them by 800 votes. Now that's really extraordinary. And I think so where people have had Greens campaigning and they know the Greens can win, and then the big surge of interest in climate change, that's really pushing up our majorities. Where people haven't been campaigning so much, maybe not as much. But our vote shares, if you look at a lot of the councils, we've got the biggest gain in vote share, even when we've not been campaigning very hard. So again, that might be to do with climate change and our strong position on Brexit. There are lots of reasons to vote for the Greens at the moment, and they kind of come together in this moment.
Some more interesting results coming in, so I'd like to just ask Rita to update us on those. Thanks, Rita.
So we've had a result from North Norfolk. Now, this was in no overall control, and it has gone Lib Dem. This is a Liberal Democrat gain with 7 still to declare, in fact. And you can see 27 seats for the Liberal Democrats, 4 for the Conservatives and 2 for the Independents. Prior to tonight, the Conservatives needed 5 seats to gain this council. The Liberal Democrats needed 6. It's the Liberal Democrats who've done it, and quite vehemently, actually. Look at this. Look at the seat change there. 13 for the Liberal Democrats. Conservatives losing 15 seats there, and Independents gaining 2. I want to show you one more council here. They're still counting here in the Cotswold. Now, this is a Conservative council, and they're still counting, as you can see. The winning post is 18, and there's 5 seats still to declare. Liberal Democrats on 16 seats, Conservatives on 11, and Greens and Independents on 1 apiece. And let's look again at the seat change here. Look at that. Lib Dems gaining 6 and the Conservatives losing 8. So this council still several seats to declare, but this could go from Conservative into no overall control.
Rita, thank you very much. And another interesting result. Take a look at this in Dudley. Look at these figures, because they speak for themselves. Very much a hung council. Look at that. 36 apiece to the Conservatives and to Labour. So I think we can join our reporter there, Lindsay Doyle, who's in Dudley. Lindsay, I know it's very early in the morning. Thanks for talking to us. Tell us about this result, how it was produced, and indeed what the next step is going to be.
Well, I think for both the Labour group and the Conservative group, it was a case of, will somebody rid me of this troublesome seat? The same seat. 4 recounts on the one seat, which caused the trouble last year, leaving Dudley with no overall control. Now, last year we had the interesting situation of a Conservative councillor who later defected to become an independent and then began to support the Labour group. That seat went back to the Conservatives this time, but they subsequently lost another seat where they put a previous safe councillor into the Norton seat where the independent was standing. So we're back to the same situation as we had last year. 50-50, no overall control. But the Conservatives do have a plan up their sleeve. They're planning to use their casting vote with their Conservative mayor as a deputy Labour mayor when they get back to full council. So we could see the Conservatives take control by one seat, as opposed to Labour taking control until today by one seat.
Well, it's a very exciting thing to report on. And I'm just wondering, given that you followed the campaign, what kind of campaign was it in Dudley, and was it like in other parts of England?
I think the main campaign for both parties really was to actually get people to vote.
Oh, that's a shame. Lindsay was just telling us the big battle there was to get people to vote, because it's clearly it's been an issue in terms of voter apathy in some areas, and Nia earlier talked about turnout. Well, John Curtice was telling us that actually turnout in 1 or 2 areas has been remarkably low, but in lots of areas it's been very much in line with local government elections in the past.
Which is interesting, given how we expected, or a lot of people thought, a lot of people might just sit on their hands, stay at home, express their frustration with the mess in Westminster by just saying, I'm not taking part. And instead, while turnout is still low, it's low in the way that it's always low at local elections compared to general elections. So people don't seem to have expressed their anger or upset with Westminster by deciding not to take part. They seem to have expressed it actually by turning up and voting in different ways.
Just a thought at this point as well, Laura, in terms of, when we look at the fact that, Nia's, I hope I'm right in saying this, slightly more reluctant to say that, it's a disappointing performance at this point than Dawn was earlier. Maybe that'll be, it'll balance out later on, and we're still in a position where we've got, 6,500 seats to declare, in fairness. What is your sense of the relative performance at this point, with 223 losses so far for the Tories, 54 losses to Labour?
Well, look, if we were in normal times, a Conservative government that had been in power for 9 years would be losing seats hand over fist. They are losing seats, but at this stage, it's not the kind of hemorrhage that they might have feared. And there was chatter of perhaps them losing 800, maybe 1,000 seats. Now, by this time tomorrow, that could yet still come to pass. But the rate that we're seeing is not some terrible flood away of support from the government. In contrast, in normal times, again, which we're not living in, but in normal times, an opposition, any opposition, should be credibly taking hundreds and hundreds of seats. And instead here we see Labour losing. Now, not losing lots and lots and lots of seats, but certainly not making gains. Again, by this time tomorrow, that picture may look very, very different. But I think that is a real contrast between the parties. Again, we're upending tradition here. We have a government that is kind of clinging on to seats in a way we wouldn't expect after such a long time in office, and an opposition that is not making gains in the way that traditionally we would if they were on the verge of being able to take power. And remember, particularly why it's so prescient now is because Labour is pushing for a general election. Things are so unstable at Westminster, it is possible that we might find ourselves in a general election very, very quickly. So there may not be the luxury of opposition to think, well, we've got 3 years. The election doesn't have to be till 2022.
No, exactly. Which really brings me into one of the other battlegrounds, given that we're talking about that Labour-Conservative battle. Why don't we bring in my colleague Patrick Burns. Patrick, good morning to you. And it's 25-5. How does the world look where you are?
The world looks
really, to follow on from what Laura was saying, but for the two main parties, varying degrees of disappointment, acute disappointment for Labour. Bearing in mind, as I said at the beginning of the evening, that Stoke City Council was where they set out their stall. They had their major event at the launch of their campaign for these council elections. And so it follows from that to fail, as it appears they have done, the result is delayed because of some verification issues right at the beginning of the evening. So we're not expecting the result for maybe another 45 minutes or so. But it's pretty clear that the city independents are going to be the big success story again here in Stoke. And the likelihood is that the coalition with the Conservatives will live to fight another day. So given the history of Labour's campaign and the priority they gave it, obviously a very considerable disappointment. But talking to local Conservatives as well, Hugh, candidly, they've been saying to me away from the microphones that both the main parties take away from tonight's event so far the message that the ructions at Westminster and the logjam in particular on Brexit casting a very long shadow for them into these elections, which is why these city independent candidates in Stoke are the perfect vehicle for this sort of sense of disillusionment. And one of the key things I think in all this is we've been talking about the possibility of a very low poll. Well, actually, if you take out 2015, which was the last time these particular seats were contested, and was of course a high watermark because it was tied in with that surge of interest in what turned out to be David Cameron's Conservative general election winning campaign. If you take that year out of it, the turnouts we've seen here in Stoke are actually in line with what we've seen in previous elections here. I've seen plenty of turnouts in the 30-odd, 40-odd%. One actually, would you believe, over 60%, although I believe that one does have a particular history of turning in very high turnouts. One caveat, though, to bear in mind, and we heard Nadeem Zahawi talking about it earlier on. Tomorrow we'll see another set of results which come much more from the Tory heartlands. We've seen the Conservatives losing overall control in Worcester tonight, and tomorrow there will be counts in other places rather like that. Places like Warwick, where the Conservatives are defending a majority. In Redditch, ditto. So there has to be a question there over, given that tonight has been deeply disappointing for Labour, is there a sort of flip side to this where the Conservatives will be fighting something of a rearguard action in the morning?
That's very interesting, Patrick, as ever. Thank you so much, and giving us something again to discuss here. Patrick Byrne's there for us in Stoke, but really offering us a thought about the balance of these results and whether actually Labour is soaking up some losses during this morning, but that as we go into the rest of Friday, you know, the Tory losses, which are currently at 227, Laura, you know, could look actually much worse than that.
They could indeed, and we know the geographic pattern of where the overnight announcements were and where the counts that come back tomorrow are. I mean, that Labour was always more likely to have a rough night and the Tories a slightly better night, and then flip at some point in the early hours of the morning or perhaps mid-morning through the day tomorrow. So look, we will see. What all we can say at this stage is that Labour are not doing as well as that they would have hoped to. The Tories are doing less badly than they feared, but as you rightly say, that could well change. I think the theme that we probably can feel, we'll be pretty sure we'll still be able to say by the end of tomorrow, is that both of the main parties are suffering here. We're not seeing a situation where one of them is dramatically managing to escape from the fallout of the Brexit mess.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard as we stand, because we're talking about numbers. And what does it tell us? Well, just to stress, these are councillor numbers. These are councillors gained or lost. 231 losses for the Tories so far, 55 losses for Labour so far, and 160 gains for the Lib Dems. The Greens have gained 22 and the Independents have gained over 100, and UKIP are down by 26 at this stage. So that's the scoreboard for you as we join Mike again for the latest news.
Hugh, thank you. Here is that summary of the BBC News. Results are coming in from voting in local elections for 248 English councils and 6 mayors. Also for 11 councils in Northern Ireland, but councils there will begin counting in the morning. Jessica Parker reports.
Results coming in, some smiles and cheers. A hold in the battleground of Swindon for the Tories and again in north-east Lincolnshire. But less favourable counts in other areas for the Conservatives, losing control in places including St Albans, Southend and Peterborough. Theresa May, polling card in hand. What does the picture mean for her?
I think she needs to take a look at how many councillors we've lost overnight, wake up in the morning and think about how she thinks the Conservative Party needs to put its best foot forward.
For Labour, again in Trafford, but the party's lost control of councils in Hartlepool and Wirral. A sense in some areas that it wasn't quite the night they'd hoped for.
It's not looking good. This is going to be a very difficult night for Labour. We've been out and about across the borough, and the message we're getting loud and clear is all about Brexit, and the residents are telling us they're going to make sure there's some change because of their dissatisfaction over Brexit.
So, early signs it could be some of the smaller parties like the Lib Dems and Greens, as well as local independents, gaining ground.
Actually feeling pretty buoyant. We're seeing a lot of our vote coming out, and the national picture, of course, is really tough for the Tories. So we believe we're going to make some gains tonight.
But there's a long way to go. This is a big set of local elections, and parties are watching closely, testing the waters after recent tumultuous times in Westminster. A sign in the wee hours of some cross-party collaboration. So on it goes, verdicts being delivered, one ballot box after another. They were certainly eager to get going here. It's democracy in energetic action. And energy's what's needed, with the results of many other races yet to come. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, has accused William Barr, Attorney General of the United States, of lying to Congress, which would be a crime. He released a summary of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report on Russian interference in the 2016 election. He told Congress he wasn't aware of any reservations Mr. Mueller had about that summary. It's since emerged he was in possession of a letter from Mr. Mueller outlining serious concerns. Speaking to BBC News, the Democratic Senator and presidential candidate Bernie Sanders said there was a culture of dishonesty in the Trump administration.
The truth is that you have a president of the United States who lies all of the time. Shouldn't be very shocking that we have an attorney general who lies to Congress. And that's something that the House will make their own determination about. What you have, which is equally frightening, is an administration that is trying to stonewall the House of Representatives, not bring people forward who should be testifying, not providing the information that the American people are entitled to have. So, you know, I think the House will do what it will do, and they should be as tough as they can be.
Bernie Sanders there. A jury in the United States has for the first time convicted drug company executives of charges relating to the opioid crisis. John Kapoor, founder of Insys Therapeutics, was found guilty of racketeering charges, along with 4 senior former employees. They'd bribed doctors to prescribe a painkiller containing the highly addictive opioid fentanyl, often to patients who didn't need the drug. More than 40,000 people have died in the US of opioid overdoses in the past year. People on the northeast coast of India have been bracing for the arrival of one of the most powerful storms to hit the region in years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes as Cyclone Fani approached. Many took refuge in shelters set up in schools and government buildings. The cyclone has now made landfall with winds of about 200 kilometres an hour. That's it. Now back to election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre. It is 4:43 in the morning. In some places they're still counting. In some places they very sensibly put that off until later on in the morning. So there's lots of results going to come in a bit later. But we've had quite a few results, and Laura's still with me, and Rita will be joining us, and we've still got our very good friends on the panel here with us too. But outside the studio, we've had lots of reaction as well from different places, such as in Sunderland, where there were some very strong views expressed about the way Labour's presented its Brexit policy. And then we went down to the West Country and to Bristol and then to Bath, where there were some very strong views against the Conservative Brexit handling. So, you know, there's been a spread of criticism as well. Priti Patel, who is a former Conservative cabinet minister, had this to say about the results.
Do you think Theresa May needs to go?
Well, I think that is absolutely now the ultimate question, and I will reflect and play back many of the comments that I've had on the doorstep over certainly the last 3 weeks while I've been knocking on doors. People have very categorically said that, you know, she is part of the problem. So I think, you know, where we've got to now look at these results, look at our direction of travel going forward as a party. I think obviously our party leadership and our party nationally needs to look at the situation and make some very, very serious decisions now in terms of where we go.
Where would you like to see it go?
Well, I think we need change. I mean, I just don't think we can continue like this. I've been very clear, quite frankly. Many of my constituents have said this to me, you know, we need change. We need a change of leadership. Perhaps the time has now come for that.
Priti Patel being very forthright. And Marcus, what would you say to Priti Patel? She's on the right track or not?
Well, what I would say to her is that I've been out on the doorstep a lot. I've been in my own constituency this morning, and I came across a lady and a gentleman on their front drive and had a direct conversation with them. They were strong Brexiteers. They really wanted to leave the EU. They were really disappointed and frustrated that we haven't left. But then the conversation switched, and actually they turned their fire onto people who'd not supported the deal that they understood would have got us out of the EU. And
Conservative MPs, you mean?
Yes,
yeah.
and other MPs.
Right.
You know, and look at the results, say, in Sunderland,
yeah.
Where people clearly, and the leader of Sunderland Council clearly said that he was very frustrated, and he saw the frustration from the public that in an area that voted 70% leave, they just think Labour's not serious about leaving the EU. Now, I agree that there are challenges, but I've got a lot of sympathy with the Prime Minister's position, and if we had a new leader, would the numbers be any different in Parliament? And that's what you've got to consider, and that's why I've been saying, look at the results. You've mentioned several constituencies where there have been Conservative MPs and not supported the deal. It would have got us to a position where we would have left the EU if they had. If Labour MPs in strong leave areas had have supported the deal, and I think all these people need to reflect on this because the numbers aren't changing anytime soon. I know what Laura says, but I don't see there being a general election anytime soon. So I don't see much, bearing in mind these results tonight, I can't see much will in Parliament for that. But people have got to realise, and I voted Remain, that the public voted to leave. And even in Remain areas, I don't think it's the fact that people are trying to leave the EU that they take exception to. I think it's the fact that they see the confusion that's gone on, they see the prevarication that's gone on, and they see that a decision was made and politicians haven't followed it through. And I think there's an even bigger frustration that it's now causing so much uncertainty. And I think that's what's driven a lot of these results tonight.
But perhaps someone like Priti Patel might think that a different Prime Minister might do a better job of being able to persuade Parliament it's time to move on and time to get behind the deal. You're right, that the numbers in Parliament might not change, but the political atmosphere, the political alchemy might change if it was somebody else.
It may. But I think you've got to consider that there's so many people, and this is not just in, you know, on either flank of my party, but it's within the Labour leadership, within what is now the independent group, for example, the SNP. They're just so entrenched. I think it's going to be very difficult for any leader to try and change the dynamic. But I do know that there's a deal that's on the table, and actually the discussion and debate and disagreement possibly actually is in the second part, which is not the withdrawal agreement, it's actually the future arrangements.
But what changes then, Marcus Jones? What changes then? Because you just said, well, the numbers in Parliament aren't changing, the deal on the tables isn't changing, and there's no point changing the Prime Minister. So
the point I make to you is that take the result in Sunderland. in Sunderland tonight, UKIP have pretty much put a full slate out, and the Conservatives have won 4 seats, the Lib Dems have won a couple of seats, UKIP have won a couple of seats, and the Greens have won a seat, which shows that this is far more nuanced in terms of an issue. And I think the frustration of the public now is that the politicians are not getting something tangible that represents Brexit over the line. And I think that's what Parliament now needs to reflect on. And certainly I think there are some Conservative MPs, and certainly MPs in constituencies in the Midlands and North that represent Labour, that really need to think on that.
But the direct answer to Priti Patel is she's wrong to call for a change, even though, I mean, the Prime Minister's already signalled that there will be a point at which she goes. But Priti Patel is basically saying, look, on the basis of these results, she should go now. That was the implication. You're saying that's wrong?
Well, the point I come back to is I think it's very difficult to see how you are going to change the dynamic without having different numbers in Parliament. And we've got certain members of Parliament in my party who are saying, well, if this person's the leader, I'm off. If this person's the leader, oh, no, I'm going to go. And I think people need to reflect from these results. And as I say, you know, bearing in mind there's been in Sunderland a full slate from a party that very much represents a very pure form of Brexit, 70% leaving that constituency, and it was very nuanced. As I say, I think people are more interested in getting out of the EU and moving on, rather than now trying to go for the purest option that they perhaps wanted. I think people just want this settled.
Pause for a second. I'll bring Nia and Sinead.
Sorry.
Results. Rita, let's have a look.
We've got some more results in for you, Hugh. Let's go to Welwyn Hatfield first. This council in Hertfordshire. Now, this is a Conservative loss. This is a council that the Conservatives have had for since 2002. They had a slender majority, just a majority of 2, but they've lost that. And as you can see here, they got 23 seats tonight, Labour on 13 and the Liberal Democrats on 12. Let's just take a look at the seat change here, and you can see a slightly familiar pattern that's developed over the evening. Conservatives losing 3, Labour 1 and the Liberal Democrats up 4. So that is a Conservative loss in Welwyn Hatfield. I want to bring you a couple of other, one's a result and one is an ongoing count. Result in New Forest, so this is a Conservative hold. A hold with a majority of 32. The Conservatives had almost all the councillors in this council prior to tonight. But as always, the devil is in the detail. Let's just take a little look at the way in which the seats have changed overnight and look at that. Conservatives have lost 12 seats and the Liberal Democrats have gained 11. So that is a very striking result there in New Forest. And just want to take you to a last council. This is Cotswold, which we've been following all evening, all morning, I should say now. Still counting, 4 to declare. The winning post is 18. The Liberal Democrats are on 17, so they need 1 more seat to take this council. So we will, of course, bring you that result as soon as we have it. And it might be just time for a quick update of where we are on the councillors. So out of the councils, there are 80 of the 248 declared, and you can see the tally there. The Conservatives have lost 248 councillors. Labour are on -59. The Lib Dems have picked up 168 councillors. The Greens have picked up 25, and then UKIP and Independents and Residents, you can see there. With the Independents, an interesting figure there, plus 130.
Rita, thank you very much. So we were, before the results that Rita took us through, we were chatting about perceptions of party leadership and all the rest of it. An interesting question, I suppose, Nia, is given what Marcus was saying there about changes of leadership, would it be more likely that there might be a kind of finding of common ground on Brexit in Parliament if there were a new Prime Minister, or even if there were a new Labour leader? Would a change of leadership produce a change of climate and produce a different appetite to look for compromise and common ground?
Well, the way that our Parliament works is that in normal circumstances, the governing party drives through its electoral programme because it has a majority and because those people stay united and they all work together. And what we've actually seen over the past 2 years is, of course, a completely split Conservative Party. So instead of having a party who's in control, who's governing, who can drive through its programme, they're almost afraid to bring any sort of legislation to the table at the moment because they can't actually guarantee getting it through. And so it's a major split. It's not a small little faction. It's a major split down the middle. And therefore, I think it would be very difficult, even with a new Conservative leader as Prime Minister, to change those numbers in any way. And that's why we've been saying, well, quite frankly, there is a very strong case for having a general election.
Is that, before we get to that, is there, I mean, lots of voters have said, oh, you know, these parties, they're just talking. There's no serious intent in terms of these talks. They're not really in the business of trying to get some kind of Brexit agreement. We had a couple of panellists earlier, much earlier, several hours ago, kind of saying the same thing, that, or questioning whether there was the real will there to find common ground and to get some kind of Brexit deal on the table. What's your sense of that?
Well, we're certainly going into the talks in good faith. I think there are two real problems. One problem is that Theresa May as Prime Minister has come very late to this. We could have told her months and months ago, even back in November, it was very clear to her that she was going to lose the vote on her deal. Instead, she repeated the same process 3 times, 3 massive losses. We could have been at this position of doing some talking a lot sooner, which would have been a lot more helpful. The other issue is that we've talked about the things that are really valuable to us, like keeping workers' rights and environmental protections, and also a customs union with the EU in order to do the best for our economy and particularly for our industry. But what I fear is that although we're hearing that the Prime Minister may be willing to talk about a customs union, is whether when a final agreement or deal may be put together, whether in fact the Prime Minister will be able to command the support of her party for that, or whether it will simply collapse at that point.
Well, we've had people sitting in this chair tonight saying that the customs union idea is a non-starter. Well, that's the issue, isn't it?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. If I can just say, though, Hugh, I think a customs arrangement is something that clearly has been looked at. I think, though, what the Labour Party are looking for is a fully blown customs union where we can't do deals, our own deals, with countries outside of the EU. And I think the Prime Minister has been very clear. And I think that was what people voted for, one of the reasons that people voted at the referendum. I think one of the challenges, though, when you go into a negotiation is the hands of the Labour Party seem almost tied by their conference last year, which really sets out only 2 options, which is a general election and then, if not, another referendum. So I don't see how that's a good starting point for the negotiation, but I hope Labour do come to the table and offer something up that does truly represent Brexit that we can then move forward with.
I suppose, though, if I may, a brief question to both of you. And really, the point is, from the results that we've seen so far, would you, both of you like your leaders to do more to try to find a compromise? Because both of you have been talking openly about frustration we're seeing from voters on all spectrums with the way that your parties have coped with Brexit or not. Would you both like to see more seriousness, more effort from your leaderships to get something done together that could then get passed through the House of Commons?
Well, I think on that, the governing party is the Conservative Party, and they call the shots in Parliament. That's how Parliament works. It's extremely difficult from an opposition point of view to push forward a timetable. We eventually managed to get some indicative votes, but that was a massive struggle. Even to get a small amount of time
that are underway. I mean, would you like to see more effort because of these results? So the public's telling both of you, we're frustrated. We want to get something sorted. Fix it. Would you like?
Well, we want a final say, is what they're saying.
And some people may be saying that, but you know, we'll no doubt discuss that a lot in the coming days.
Make that original deal happen, or trying to completely renegotiate anything without a commitment to put whatever you renegotiate before the people for a people's vote is nonsense from both of these people. I'm really sorry. I've sat here for ages and I'm like so frustrated.
But what we've got on the table
that we're rehashing things that were talked about 6 months ago.
And I think that the issue is that the dynamic there is there's a group of people who don't want Brexit at all, who are not willing to compromise. There's a group of people who want what they see as the perfect Brexit and not been willing to compromise. And the Labour Party, who quite frankly have played political games most of the way along with this.
Well, that doesn't sound like much more of a spirit of compromise.
I think the issue is here that there is a compromise on the table, and if people had have met that compromise, and then they could have had the negotiations on the second part. On the second part, we would. Well, the problem is of these factions, not all of them could be right.
But there is a cross-party process underway, and I think from these conversations between these two, Hugh, I'm not sure we're going to get much more effort.
That original deal failed partly because the DUP wouldn't vote for it because it completely didn't work for Northern Ireland. It's not a deal that you can just try and force through now. Labour should be going into talks asking for whatever comes out of them to go for a people's vote. And we're looking today at all these results that are changing completely how councils are made. All the voters are surprising everybody. The idea that people in 3 years, it's 3 years now nearly since the referendum, the idea that in 3 years people shouldn't have another indication of their feelings on Brexit, and that referendum should stand for that long when so much mess has gone on in the meantime. It's ridiculous.
In terms of working together and compromise.
What about people's vote?
Well, the fact of the matter is that Theresa May's deal has been rejected 3 times very clearly in Parliament, and it's a very bad deal. Therefore, the compromise has to be to move towards the Labour suggestions as to how, and we've set out, we haven't changed our minds, we've set very clearly the things that matter to us. Keeping that close relationship with the EU, which is absolutely vital for jobs and the economy, and keeping that dynamic relationship with the environmental protections and workers' rights. But the point is, because Theresa May's deal has failed, the compromise has to be moving towards our direction.
But you can't be in favour of just stitching that up with the Conservatives without putting it to a people's vote.
Let's just take a look at one result that's come in. It's Cotswold. This is an interesting one again. This is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. And it's now been confirmed, 18 needed for a majority. There you have it. The Lib Dems on 18, the Tories on 14. The difference from last time, if we have a look at that, the Lib Dems up 8 and the Tories down 10. It was seen to be a bit of a possibility for no overall control. So I think it's fair to say that this is a result that's taken lots of people by surprise. That's Cotswold. And then I'll have a quick look at Folkestone as well, because this is a Conservative loss in Kent. 13 to the Tories, 6 to the Greens. Look at this one. 6 to Labour. This is Folkestone and Hythe. 2 to UKIP and 2 to the Lib Dems. So if we look at the difference, just to underline the story here, 9 down for the Tories. The Greens putting on 6 seats in Folkestone. This is a major Brexit area, let's not forget, in this part of Kent. Labour up by 5, UKIP down by 5, so very interesting patterns of voting going on there, which I'll come to the panel on in a second. But I want to go down to Bath because Wera Hobhouse, the MP, is there for the Lib Dems, and thank you so much for waiting patiently to talk to us, Wera. It's very kind of you. Tell us what's happened to you there overnight.
Well, we had a fantastic night. We thought we would be doing well, but we have done exceptionally well. That the Tory vote would collapse in the way it did, we didn't expect, but it did. But across the country, we know we are making gains against Labour and against the Conservatives. It's our big night. We're making the biggest gains since 2003. The Liberal Democrats are back.
So here's the question, which we're asking, you and lots of your colleagues. Given that you have such a clear line on Brexit and your campaigning on that has been very clear, is this to do with that, or is this to do with the fact that you're seen in lots of parts of the country as, a protest vote? I'm not saying that in any derogatory way, but, a protest vote and not something that's specifically to do with the Brexit issue.
I think the Liberal Democrats have done exceptionally well locally, and we have always been the best defender of local democracy, and we are representing our communities very well. That's why we make gains. And quite frankly, the Conservative council has made a mess of it, so people have given their vote against the Conservatives because locally they're not happy. Yes, nationally, of course, it is also because the Brexit issue is around. Everybody is concerned about this, and voters have given their verdict on Brexit to the two main parties. We are representing the Remain vote. The European elections are around the corner, and very much we hope that on this exceptional night we will do very well in the European elections, because voters will come to the Liberal Democrats as a true Remain party.
When you look at the way that the political process has developed, certainly at Westminster over the last 3 years, and when you look at your experience in government between 2010 and 2015, are you saying that people's perceptions of the Lib Dems, people's perceptions have changed in the last, I don't know, the last 6 months to a year, or what's happened?
Oh, undoubtedly. The brand has recovered, and I'm very pleased about that, because we actually did good work in government. We had a disastrous result in 2015, but 4 years down the line, we are doing well again.
And just in terms of what people are saying to you on the doorstep, I'm just interested in what your party workers are telling you that they're getting on the doorstep. What kind of message are they getting?
Well, I think people want honest politics and honest politicians. And I think on Brexit, the two main parties have been deceiving their voters, and voters feel deceived, whereas we as Liberal Democrats had a very clear message of what we are standing for. And I think people respect that. They might disagree with us, but they respect that we've been very clear about our message throughout.
We're good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. We're Hobhouse there, the MP
Pleasure.
for us down in Bath. Good to talk to her as well. It is 5:05 in the morning. So I told you about the Cotswold win for the Lib Dems, which I think was possibly beyond their expectations. I don't want to take anything for granted. So let's have a look at a little bit of celebration, if you like.
How does it feel to be part of a Liberal Democrat majority?
Do you think they're happy?
I think we can answer the question. It feels jolly good for those people there. I mean, particularly somewhere like the Cotswolds. You know, we can't overstate this is David Cameron's country pad backyard, the sort of land of green wellies and agricultural shows and people driving 4x4s, to go to all the cliches and making clear I'm making cliches rather than offending all sorts of people who are watching from the Cotswolds, a diverse and varied area too. But that is quite something. I mean, that should be absolutely solid, safe, Tory territory. An outside chance the Lib Dems might have been able to push it to a hung council, as I understand it, but actually to win there is quite something. Brief word.
Big housing row there, of course, so that was one of the issues. Yeah.
Kind of area where lots of young people simply can't afford to buy their own homes. Yeah. No doubt other local issues too. Really interesting, though, listening to Rita Hobhouse. She was quite reluctant to say, we've made all these gains because we were promising Remain.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
she was making a more nuanced point than other Lib Dems were jumping to, basically saying, I think that people have respected our clarity.
Yes.
And also acknowledging the importance of local issues. But I expect over the coming days there's going to be endless debate about whether good results for the Lib Dems and the Greens mean that somehow millions of voters want to have another go at the referendum, or were they registering protest, frustration with the mess that's unfolded in Westminster? The answer is probably absolutely both.
Yes.
But which way it will swing, we'll never know, because sadly we can't actually get inside voters' minds.
No, but without wishing to cause a lot of trouble here in the studio, if we look ahead a few weeks to, you know, the potential likelihood of a European election, well then, of course, we're looking at a rather more multi-layered thing going on, where some of these voting motivations will be rather more complex and in some areas rather more forthright and assertive.
And in a way, even simpler, because then straightforwardly there will be a party on the ballot paper that has the word Brexit in it, the Brexit Party. Second of all, there will be a party that has been founded largely in order to stop Brexit, Change UK, who've also had, at least in their early days, made a big splash. Figures like Anna Soubry and Chukwuemeka, they have, one reason for being. So there will be, at the European elections, not just another opportunity for people to vent at the main parties, but a binary choice, maybe a bit like the referendum itself. Tick here if you want it to happen right now, tick here if you want to stop it, in a way that certainly Labour has not been able to do, the Tories have not been able to do, because the parties have been so agonised over their own divisions since the referendum itself, really.
I know we're talking about the local elections, I know that, but there is this potential prospect of European elections where the choice, as Laura's been explaining very clearly there, will be very, very different. Now, I'm just wondering from your points of view, the Greens will have a different perspective on this, but from Labour and the Conservative point of view, if you've had issues with message in these elections, and if that message has been in some way overshadowed or I suppose, if you were a campaigner, you'd say contaminated in some way by issues which you can't control, that'll be even worse in a European contest, won't it?
Well, I'd rather not have European elections at all. If people had followed the way I voted, we would be out of the EU by now. We wouldn't be having.
we are.
Well, we wouldn't be having those, Laura, at all. Now,
you made that point.
In an ideal world, it would be good to put things to bed before we got to that point. That seems to be very tricky now to do. I think people are looking, and you've seen this today, and clearly the European elections is a completely different type of election where people again are faced with a binary choice. And I think that is different again to another general election where under our first past the post system, the election then becomes about a wider range of issues, as we saw in 2017, and it becomes a much, much bigger situation rather than one particular issue. And I think many of these areas are clearly very frustrated, and we've got to look as a party and reflect on that. But I think certainly at a general election, people would be looking at whoever is the Conservative leader at the time, and the Prime Minister's already made it very clear she won't be standing in the next general election, and whether they want the Conservative leader or whether they want Jeremy Corbyn in number 10. And I think people are really, the electorate is getting very sophisticated. Many years ago, it used to be quite a binary thing whether people voted one way or another. But I think more and more people are looking at each separate set of elections and making the decision based on what they want out of that election at the particular time.
Let's look at the result from Ashfield, because I've got that to show you. Look at this. Gosh, right. Still counting there, but as you can see, the independents are in control. 20 to the independents, 2 to Labour. But if we look at the difference, that's where the drama comes in, because the independents have put on 16 seats in Ashfield. And Labour, I mean, bear in mind, this is traditionally rock-solid Labour territory, going back decades. And there we have Labour losing 10 seats, the Lib Dems down 4, the Tories down 2. So, there'll be certain circumstances around this contest, but that's a remarkable result.
It is a remarkable result. I mean, Ashfield, one of the areas where there is a Labour MP, Gloria De Piero, rather like Ruth Smith, who we heard from not long ago in Stoke, who has consistently said, I have a strong Leave voting constituency. The Labour Party must be clear about what it really wants on Brexit, and who has warned against the implications and the potential consequences of holding out the possibility of another referendum. Now, there has been some local dispute. There have been a couple of defections and upset in the local party, so that no doubt has been part of this here. But it's hard to look at that result and think that some of the warnings that were made about Labour dancing with the possibility of another referendum have had a consequence.
Well, as you say, Laura, that there are certain circumstances in Ashfield, and there's a very powerful, in fact, very well organised group there, Ashfield Independents. They're very well organised. But when you see that result, Nia, I mean, you must think, gosh, for us to be in that position in Ashfield of all places, that is not a good reflection, is it?
Well, I think it's very difficult to draw generalisations because of the very specific circumstances. I think we've seen that in a number of other places where the independent vote has gone up, because very often it is about local issues, it is about local satisfaction, dissatisfaction, certain personalities, all sorts of things that come into play. And so to actually try and extrapolate from that really is
Okay.
very, very difficult.
you've got Bolsover there as
Having
well.
said that,
So hang on a second here, because I will promise I'll give you the chance to answer. If you look at Bolsover, because this plays into the argument, okay? Bolsover. So here we are. This is prime Labour territory again. Here's a loss of control in Bolsover, 19 needed for a majority, so you're short by 1. You're on 18. The independents, look at them again on 16. That'll be a big boost from last time. Let's look at the change. So Labour have gone down 14 in Bolsover. This is Dennis Skinner territory. And then, you know, the independents up by 11. So, you know, it's not just Ashfield, is it? It's not just, you know, there's a trend here where you're losing to independent groups. For what reason? And, you know, I'm just thinking Dennis Skinner, a very strong Brexit campaigner, a very strong Brexit supporter. You know, you know, a very big Leave vote in Bolsover, a massive Leave vote. You're bound to ask the question, aren't you? You know, what that must be a factor.
well, I think the question is, again, you know, we're looking at very specific areas where there've obviously been very strong campaigns by certain independent groups, and I think it would be very difficult to try and, you know, draw a generalisation from this. Having said that, it isn't easy when we are trying to represent, as we do, areas which are both Remain and Leave, and we're trying to get a good compromise position which looks after jobs and the economy, and it's not always easy to explain that.
It's what Barry Gardiner earlier, I think Laura, I'm right saying, said party speaking with two voices or something, yes?
And he's a senior ally of Jeremy Corbyn, a fellow member of yours in the Shadow Cabinet, saying openly, we are speaking with two voices. Now, all three of you know parties do well when they lead with a clear message that people know exactly what it's about. And it's difficult. Brexit is difficult for all of you.
But that's not the real world, is it? The real world is we're in opposition in a parliament where a Conservative government is failing to get through their programme. So by a very small number.
That has nothing to do with you being in opposition. That's about how you as a party are communicating what you would like to do. Now, that's what your colleague Barry Gardiner said, is Labour is speaking with two voices.
But there are only certain things that we can do. And therefore, the position at the moment has to be that we have to see if there's any way that we can mitigate the sort of deal that Theresa May has put on the table. And that's where we're up to. And because, you know, we're only partway through a process here, it is very difficult, and therefore it isn't that easy to communicate.
But aren't the Labour Party doing what the Lib Dems used to do, where at one end of the country, in the southwest, they used to put on their literature that they were, you know, dead set for having a referendum on the our membership of the EU, and then up north and in Scotland, they were saying exactly the opposite. Now, if you're a national party, Nia, you can't do that. Now, clearly, we've got some challenges in terms of views, but you can't sit on the fence and try and put a situation in place where the leadership are trying to allow people on Twitter that represent London, on the one hand, to say, oh, well, we'll have a second referendum, and then up north and in the Midlands, in places like Ashfield and Bolsover, well, no, we'll actually respect the referendum result. The people aren't stupid.
Well,
they want Brexit.
Marcus, just before you get carried away, Hinckley and Bosworth in Leicestershire, the Lib Dems...
I know it's over the A5 from my constituency.
So there you go. The Lib Dems, you know, look as if they could take that from you there.
It's a very interesting one,
switched the other way in 2015.
You know, I've got great sympathy because actually Hinckley and Bosworth has been a very, very well-run council under the Conservatives over the last 4 years. They benefited from the massive rise in Conservative support and the absolute collapse on the general election day in 2015 to come in. But it's an interesting council because it quite often switches between parties, and the last time the Conservatives held that council when we've been in control of it was the early 1970s. Right. So it is one of those areas that does switch between Lib Dems and the Conservatives.
Can I try and join in and back up Laura's point from a few minutes ago?
Yes.
I'm really sorry.
Always.
You want to back up Laura?
I had to do
Carry
this
on.
last time as well. But I think it's really important to remember that people prefer to vote for things. And what we are not seeing from the big parties at the moment is clarity and leadership, and actually an offer of something that people can vote for. And that's the problem. Labour are trying to say almost nothing in order to try and avoid the question. The Conservatives are really split. They don't have a... You know, they've tried... To be fair, you've put things before Parliament, but they've been rejected so badly, and there's nothing else that you can do now. And also, it did take like 2.5 years for you Theresa May to come back with any kind of deal whatsoever. So the mess that there is, that's why a group of solid independents who are campaigning maybe on like a single issue or a big development or a particular plan they have for the council, they can win. And that's why people are turning to us, because the Lib Dems have got Brexit that they're very strong on, but we're very strong on Brexit, on climate change. We've been very strong on austerity for years. These are all things people can positively vote for, not for austerity. We've been very strongly against austerity for many years, but these are positive things people can vote for a new plan, and that's what's attracting people over to us. And the other parties, in places where they can convince people they have no other choice, there's these swings. But I think it does explain the kind of confusion that there is in places like Cotswolds, for example. I mean, we want a seat in Cotswolds, in the loveliest little villages, but we also want seats in South Shields and middle of Liverpool, and so there are very different places where we can win because there are other parties just not giving people any other choice. And I just wanted to sort of join in with the conversation and say that, because it isn't all about Brexit. It is about the fact that people will turn up to the polling station when they're being offered something to vote for.
It's not all about Brexit, and I think we were trying to make the point, and asking questions of people at counts, what were the factors in this campaign? Was it all about Brexit? What were the particular local issues? Why are some of these independent groups surging ahead in such an impressive way? John is with us again. John Curtice. Hi, John.
Hello.
The surge for the independents, which is notable. What can you tell us about that?
Well, what I can tell you is that on average in our key wards where the independents were fighting, they were getting as much as 25% of the vote. Has to be said, however, no obvious pattern. I can't tell you they were doing particularly well in Remain areas or Leave areas, or particularly well in areas against the Conservatives or necessarily against Labour. So to that extent, at least, it is very patchy, but evidently, certainly, where there were already independents that were reasonably well established, they've managed to increase their support. It's part of this broader piece whereby, frankly, it's anybody but Conservative or Labour that seems to have been able to make progress tonight.
Other patterns, if they are there, John, just because we've been talking at length, really, about voter motivation.
Yep.
Again, we're 89 councils down and 159 to go. So, we're past the halfway, but we're quite a lot to go. Trends there in terms of what you can pick up in terms of the way that different parts of England have voted overnight?
Well, I think there's two patterns that we would pick out, at least as far as Conservative and Labour is concerned. The first is that there is this north-south pattern. It looks as though the Labour Party has gone back most heavily in the north, the Conservative Party has gone back most heavily in the south, and of course these are the areas within which those two parties respectively tend to be relatively strong, and that fits a wider pattern whereby even at the ward level it looks as though wards where Labour was starting off relatively strong, Labour went back rather more, wards where the Conservatives were relatively strong, the Conservatives went back more, which again just seems to fit this wider story that basically where a party was the incumbent, where a party is in an area where relatively strong, it is that party from which the voters are defected, and it seems to be part of this general plague on your houses syndrome. And I guess we shouldn't perhaps have been quite so surprised as we were. We've perhaps all been slightly blindsided by the drama of the Conservatives' difficulties, the collapse in the Conservative vote in the recent polls, and the rise of Nigel Farage. But the truth is, on the other side also, the Labour Party vote has been quite clearly falling in the opinion polls. It's not necessarily been falling particularly amongst Remainers or particularly amongst Leavers. It's been falling amongst both, and indeed we're seeing tonight. It's not obvious that the Labour vote's particularly going down more in Remain areas than in Leave areas or vice versa. It's just simply that, just remember that very, very simple rule of electoral politics. Voters don't vote for divided parties. And of course, one of the remarkable things about Brexit and about our current politics is that both our major parties are divided. Usually, at any one point in time, one or other of them, yes, get themselves into a bit of a muddle, but at least the other one seems to be able to present a reasonable face to the electorate. I think the lesson they need to both take away is that, frankly, neither of them are operating very effectively when it's persuading the electorate that they're capable of providing this country with effective government.
Very succinctly put, John, and thank you very much. We'll put that to the panel. John Curtice there for us. What I'd like to do before I do another little chat with the panel here is to go to South Gloucestershire, and I think Pete is there, Pete Simpson. I can see them clearing up, Pete, so why don't we talk to you before they throw you out and ask you what the story is there.
Well, I'd like to say it was worth the wait here, Hugh, but unfortunately it wasn't, rather, in terms of excitement and interesting stories. If you like your politics mildly dull, then South Gloucestershire certainly has traditionally been the place to be, and so it's proven tonight. This is an authority that represents the kind of urban, rural northern edge of Bristol, as well as the southern part of the ceremonial county of Gloucestershire, so it's quite split in terms of rural and urban. There was a Conservative majority here. They were defending a majority. They were very anxious and nervous at the start of the evening. They thought that that might have slipped away from them, but as it's proved, they have held on to their majority. Only slightly, they lost a couple of seats to the Liberal Democrats. And yes, the Conservatives have ended the evening very happy because, as I say, they were worried. They've changed the boundaries slightly. There's fewer councillors than there were before, but the candidates, as they troop off into the morning light, the Conservatives ones are pretty happy. The Liberal Democrats were hoping to make gains here. In fact, there aren't any Liberal Democrat candidates here. They split the count into three different parts of South Gloucestershire. Their heartlands is more in the northern part of South Gloucestershire. They gained a couple of seats, but that was really it for them. So the Conservative Party remain in control of South Gloucestershire, and they're very relieved to have done so.
Just a thought, if I can, Pete, as well, about the nature of the campaign over the last few weeks. Yep. You know, what have party workers been coming up against in terms of reaction on the doorstep?
Yeah, reaction on the doorstep. Actually, there was one incident. There are a couple of incidents around the country. There was one incident in South Gloucestershire where one of the Conservative members was actually physically attacked. That was reported to Avon and Somerset Police, and they are investigating. In terms of, you know, the actual politics, of course, Brexit was a huge issue here. South Gloucestershire is somewhere that kind of followed the national vote insofar as that it just voted in a very slim way for leave. And, of course, they were very worried that they were going to receive the backlash, as we've seen in many other parts of the country this evening. It hasn't proven as such. They've also made cuts, of course, South Gloucestershire Council, tens of millions of pounds over the last 4 or 5 years. But, of course, they've done so in a manner that voters seem fairly happy with at the moment in South Gloucestershire. And, as I say, they're very relieved this morning, the Conservatives, that they've managed to hold on to their majority.
Pete, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. And Pete Simpson first there in South Gloucestershire at 26 minutes past 5. So we have 90 councils declared with 158 to go, and we have about 2,500 seats declared, individual councillors who've been elected, with just under 6,000 to go. So lots of counting and lots of declaration still to come on this Friday. Counting will go on in the morning. In lots of places in England, they'll be starting to count at 9 o'clock. So we'll have lots of results coming in late morning and over lunch, and our coverage will be continuing then, of course. But in the meantime, let's ask Rita for a kind of summary of the key results so far.
The story of the night has been of the Conservatives and Labour losing seats and councils to smaller parties and independents, and also of the Liberal Democrats taking seats and some councils off the Conservatives. So this screen gives you a good summary of what has happened overnight. Cotswold, which was Conservative, went Liberal Democrat. The Conservatives lost Folkestone and Hythe. That is now in no overall control. St Albans, that was a Conservative council, and that has now become no overall control. And if we just go into St Albans, I can show you a bit more detail of what happened. There you can see the Liberal Democrats, the largest party with the Conservatives on 23 seats. And if I just show you the change in the share of the vote there, you can see what's happened. The Liberal Democrats going up to 19% of the share of that vote. The Conservatives losing 13%, and Labour also losing 4%. The Greens gaining 4% there. Let me take you back to the main screen. There's better news for the Conservatives in Walsall. They gained that council from no overall control. And also North East Lincolnshire was a Conservative gain from no overall control. Ashfield was a bad news story for the Labour Party. That went from no overall control to independent. A group of independents have taken Ashfield Council, which will have been a difficult moment for Labour. Wirral also went from Labour to no overall control. And I want to show you what happened here. So although Labour remain the largest party with 32 seats and the Conservatives on 22, let me show you what happened to the share change. Isn't that interesting? I think I've got a seat change there. Let me just take it back again. There you go. That's what I wanted. Labour on minus 13% of the share. And look what's happened to the Greens there. They've gained plus 12% of the share. So they'll be very happy with that. And I'll take you back to my big screen one last time. One good gain for Labour, one prominent gain for Labour this evening has been Trafford, which they will have been very happy about.
Rita, thanks very much. And I suppose when we look at that range of results, and we start with the Conservatives, Marcus, we can, you know, there are some pockets where, you know, you've had some rather promising outcomes. But if we look, for example, at Bath, and if we look at because we've now got the final figures in from Bath and North East Somerset, let's take a look at these figures from Bath, because they're worth looking at. And they are, of course, a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. If you look at these figures, they're pretty telling. 37 to the Lib Dems, 9 to the Tories, 7 to Labour, 6 to the Independents. Look at the change from last time. The Lib Dems gaining 23 seats and the Tories losing 24 seats. And that was, you know, that was the notable interview that we conducted earlier with the former leader, the Conservative, who basically said, look, we're absolutely fed up to the back teeth with not being able to talk about issues which are important to us locally because of what's going on at Westminster. And I suppose, Marcus, that result in Bath is a bit of an emblem of the night for you. I was saying you've got some pockets of success. Yes, of course you have. But the result there in Bath and the reasons for it, because we spoke to your former leader there, are very clear, which is that, you know, people and your own party workers have lost faith in what's going on.
Well, clearly there's still a lot of results to declare, but for a governing party after 9 years, you would expect us to be losing far more seats than we are. When the Blair-Brown government had 9 years, they had lost 3,500 seats. And before today, we lost 500 seats over that period. So I think we need to put that into context. But clearly the results we've had in Bath and North East Somerset are disappointing. But I would say, going back to what I said before, the last time these seats were contested, we actually won these parliamentary seats with massive majority in North East Somerset, a very respectable majority in Bath. And the reason for that was that clearly we ran a good campaign, but the Lib Dems absolutely collapsed. So the Lib Dems were at a very low point. Last year, they were at their lowest point in council seats for 40 years. So this sort of resurgence, I think, was expected. But I think what...
To that extent?
What the challenge is the frustration of people. And that's the frustration, not just of Conservatives, but also a lot of other voters who wanted Brexit and they want it delivered. And as I say, there's been a number of opportunities to do that, and it's quite interesting because that, you know, whilst we're suffering some difficult results, we've also had some really good results.
Yeah.
You know, we won seats in the Wirral, North East Lincolnshire Council, we've taken tonight. When you look at some of the other smaller results, but important ones, in Bolsover, we've won a seat. The first time we've won a seat in Bolsover since 1987. So I think when you look at it, it is far more nuanced than you say, Hugh. And I think the public, if there's a message coming out of this set of results tonight, is, I think, rather than whether they'll leave or remain, it's far more nuanced and they want certainty.
I think Marcus Jones is a man relieved, frankly, because the Conservatives were looking at overnight what they thought might be much worse than this picture. Big health warning.
It's an ongoing process.
It's an ongoing process,
it's
and
still
it
early
may
on.
well seem very much worse for them tomorrow. But where he is right is that at this stage, traditionally in the electoral cycle, I know I keep banging on about this, but if we look at this huge set of elections as telling us anything about the future, at this stage in the electoral cycle, a government that had been in power for so long would have expected to lose many, many more seats by now. But clearly, they're being punished by the divisions in their party over Brexit that the Prime Minister has not been able to manage successfully.
And that's about coming back to numbers.
Well, and leadership and all sorts of other things.
But if you look at the Labour Party, they should be piling on votes. They should be winning in Swindon, North Warwickshire, and they shouldn't be shipping votes across the north.
I love that every single Conservative spokesman has had a very strong view about Labour's performance. Why is that, do you think?
Well, occasionally, I could reveal to our viewers who are still with us at 5:35, occasionally politicians are given a script.
No, not Marcus. Definitely not.
Not Marcus, not Leo, not Shan. I'm sure none of them have been on tonight.
Some of my language isn't long on a script.
Just to take on, just to take on where you are now.
Well, I think it has just been said, we're only a third of the way through in terms of the counting and the seats coming in, and we may see a picture changing as the day progresses. But clearly there have been local issues at play, where there have been independents, for example, and those will have been played out very much on on very, very local issues. We, of course, were very pleased to have taken Trafford, a very highly contested council, and one that obviously we're pleased to have, and doing well in Plymouth, where again there was a very contested and difficult situation of the last few years.
But at this stage, from a third of the results, we're nowhere near the end, but it's a significant chunk of people's votes being recorded.
Yes.
Does this look to you, honestly, like a set of results that could see Jeremy Corbyn on the march to number 10?
Well, certainly.
Genuinely.
In some seats, like Plymouth Moorview and Swindon South, for example, Thurrock, these are seats that on what we've seen tonight would actually be gains for us in a parliamentary election. But I think it's very, very difficult to compare what happens locally, where people are looking very much at local issues, and what would happen in a general election, where clearly it's much more likely that they're going to vote for a bigger party because of the electoral system. Whereas perhaps in a local election it can be a very strong personality. There can be all sorts of reasons why people might choose to experiment and choose to do things differently.
Or year-round hard work by a good team. What John Curtice was talking about earlier on was he was looking at the overall vote share and the overall changes in vote share. And I think that might be one way to try and even out what's going on here with the different councils. Because just saying it's nuance and local issues to different councils doesn't make a lot of sense. But it could reflect, for example, the Conservatives on the ground, I do not see them being young and active and knocking on doors and doing all that local campaigning.
You want to come to my constituency?
That you do. Well,
not that I'm that young.
I've been to a lot of places where we're challenging sitting Conservative councillors, and they're just not doing that work. And I think there's a genuine problem with the Conservatives on the ground, and that would show up if you were to look at overall vote share across the country. And the other thing about overall vote share is, we're all very excited about getting more seats in Trafford, but when you showed the vote share in Trafford earlier on, we should be getting maybe 15 councillors in Trafford. If you were looking at genuine representation, we should be holding the balance of power on a lot more councils than I think just 2 or 3, as we will be at the end of
When you ran a council, it was a shambles in Brighton.
We had a majority. Thanks for bringing that one out. When we had minority control of Brighton Council, we won awards for our transport work, for our work on sorting out the town centre, for our work with small businesses.
What about the bins?
And you've got the bins there. And the bins was a problem trying to sort out an equalities issue that the Labour Council had just left on the shelf for years and years. This was equal pay between men and women, and they waited and waited to sort it out, Labour, and they handed it over to the Greens, and they made an enormous thing out of it, but so much went right under the Greens. And we'll be interested to see what happens in Brighton tomorrow. And the other one that's really interesting, just to finish off, is Solihull, where the Greens are the official opposition. We've been growing and growing and growing on that council for years now. We've got a lovely big group of councillors, and we could be doing very, very well in the next election and in this election. And I think if you're saying, you know, it's different for Conservatives and what about Brexit, Solihull's a really interesting place to look at because it is basically just Conservatives versus Greens, and it'd be really interesting to see how that works out.
And I do think that the focus on climate change over the past fortnight has given a boost to the Greens.
I think it's probably boosted our overall, like I said earlier, probably boosted our overall vote share, but the places where we go across the line in first past the post, which is really hard for us, that's only done through incredibly hard local work because that's how we win. We can't take any votes for granted, the way that so many Conservative and Labour councillors have done.
What you can do is very often promise the earth because you never have to deliver in many instances. You know you're not going to hold power, you know you're not going to actually have to make the difficult decisions.
Well, agreeing there, did you notice that?
Well, we'd love to be able to do those because we've got absolute confidence in our policies. And when we sit there on councils, even if there's just 1, 2 or 3 of us, we can make a real difference to the way councils do things, the way they run things. We put forwards ideas that nobody else is. We can be an absolute breath of fresh air to a council that's got stale, got boring and started to take its voters for granted.
Can I have a look at Hinckley and Bosworth? Because this is interesting. Because this is where the Lib Dems may well be on course for taking over this council. This is 18 seats so far to the Lib Dems in Hinckley, 11 to the Tories and 2 to Labour. Let's look at the change because this is going to tell us the story. Lib Dems putting on 9 seats in Hinckley and Bosworth. The Tories down 10. Labour up 1 and then no other changes. So Hinckley and Bosworth, you know, looking very, very good for the Lib Dems who will be running that authority from now on. So a good result for them. So on that Lib Dem theme, let's ask Rita to take us through the main Lib Dem gains so far.
Here they are, Hugh. Bath and North East Somerset just come in. That is a big Lib Dem gain. I'll take you into those details in just a moment. And earlier, in the earlier hours, we had Cotswold and Winchester, all 3 councils taken from the Conservatives by the Liberal Democrats, and just North Norfolk, which had been in no overall control, now Liberal Democrats. Let me just show you the details of the results in Bath and North East Somerset. Now, this had been a Conservative council. The Conservatives had a majority of 7. Look how that's changed. Liberal Democrat majority of 15, with the Lib Dems taking 37 seats compared to the Conservatives' 9. And if I just show you how the seat change has worked here, the Liberal Democrats have gained 23, the Conservatives have lost 24, so almost a complete straight swap there. So a very striking result for the Liberal Democrats there in Bath and North East Somerset.
Rita, thank you very much. OK, Laura, but if you're sitting in Downing Street, you know, ready to have breakfast, you know, not it's only 20 to 6, maybe at 6 o'clock, 6:30.
Perish the thought.
Perish the thought. And, you know, you're looking ahead to the rest of the day because there's lots more to come. And you could end up in a position which, you know, is noticeably worse than losing 330. How does that change the dynamics of the way that Mrs May is trying to manage what is already a fractious party?
Well, it may, if it ends up being a lot worse than it appears right now, it may yet, as we've already seen from Priti Patel, stir up again another sense that people might try to oust her in short order. Now, our expectation is that that probably won't happen again until after the European elections, But if things change very much in the next 12 hours, you could once again see a stoking of the fire. And I certainly expect, if with any set of results, just because elections sort of create a moment, that we will hear over the next day or so more articulation of unhappiness with her. The more interesting thing for me really is whether both party leaderships, they might not want to admit it publicly, but look at this sort of two fingers up to both of them from the electorate and say, actually, we really have to try harder to make this work in terms of them being able to find a cross-party compromise on Brexit. Now, that's hugely risky for both of them inside their own parties and also maybe with some voters. And I don't think we can say tonight whether or not the message of support going to the Lib Dems and the Greens is either stop Brexit or get on with Brexit, or we've had enough of both of you.
One of the issues, of course, Laura, and I'll bring John in on this as well, is you start looking at these figures, and then, of course, the natural thing in Westminster terms is to look at projections in terms of Westminster seats. That again is a tricky area to be in, but it's one of the areas that is of interest to us. John, I know you've been looking at this as well. What can you tell us about the results so far and the possible impact on Westminster patterns?
Well, one of the things, as you know, we've been doing throughout the night, Hugh, is collecting the detailed ward-by-ward results across 40 council areas, and that therefore means that for some parliamentary constituencies, we can now tell you which party was ahead and whether or not, therefore, the party that was ahead on Thursday, yesterday, is different from the party that won in 2017. Now, I think Laura earlier in the programme quoted from Labour sources some examples of where the Labour Party was ahead and their constituencies that they didn't win in 2017. Well, I'm afraid I've got a little list of constituencies where the Conservatives were ahead on Thursday, but Labour were behind. They're Bolton North East, Bury North, Derby North and Wirral West. So given that the Labour Party still has to make quite a substantial advance to have any prospects of winning the overall majority, it's not the kind of results that suggest the Labour Party were heading that direction. But before the Conservatives get too cocky, and to confirm that indeed we've been seeing some evidence of the Liberal Democrats reviving in some of the places where they had strength but recently fell back, I've got another list of 4 seats. They're seats where the Liberal Democrats came first, which the Conservatives have been holding hitherto. Cheadle, Stockport, Hazel Grove, Portsmouth South, all of them, of course, constituencies that the Liberal Democrats held either till 2015 or in the case of Southport until 2017. Now, yes, Liberal Democrats always do better in local elections than in general elections, but it's an indication that in these places, perhaps, there is a prospect of a Liberal Democrat revival that might mean that some of these constituencies might be taken back by the party in a forthcoming general election.
Well, that's an interesting prospect, isn't it? Any of those surprising you, John?
No, not to be honest. I mean, given the pattern of the results tonight, whereby, yes, the Labour Party has been making ground more, especially in the south of England, that list of Labour constituencies I've given you was not particularly southern. There were, Bolton, Bury and the Wirral are all in the north of England, and that fits the wider pattern. And yeah, sure, given that we've been discovering that the Liberal Democrats have been tending to do better in those places where they already had a degree of strength, these are the kind of places where you'd expect the Liberal Democrats to come back first. But, remember, one of the crucial patterns of tonight has been Conservative loss, Labour loss of councils as well as seats, very little in the way of Conservative gains and Labour gains, while insofar as the Liberal Democrats might, in an early general election, be able to win more seats. Given the evidence from Scotland, and here we have to rely on the opinion polls, that the SNP aren't going anywhere outside of Westminster anytime soon, I think everybody who keeps on arguing, well, maybe the way out of the Brexit impasse is to have another general election, should remember that perhaps there's a non-trivial probability that we would end up with another hung parliament. And frankly, whether it's a hung parliament in which we either have a Labour or a Conservative Prime Minister, it might prove to be a parliament that is incapable of reaching a decision about Brexit as the current one.
It's a cheerful conclusion, John, for you to share with us at 5:47 in the morning.
Seems quite happy.
But he seems quite happy with that. Once I said cheerful, he started laughing. I'm just wondering, John, because we're off air in 10 minutes or so, but of course we'll be back on later with more results later in the morning. For those viewers just tuning in now, if they're getting up early and they're just seeing these figures, what's your takeaway thought then at the end of this set of results for us?
Well, I mean, these are a set of results in which the Conservative Party has fallen back. It's fallen back quite clearly, both as compared with when the seats were last fought in 2015 and also as compared with the position 12 months ago, though it hasn't fallen back to the extent that you might have imagined from some opinion polls, not least perhaps because the Brexit Party was not there to challenge. But what we've also learned tonight is that, the opinion polls have been somewhat different. And some of them were saying, they're all saying the Labour Party had lost ground in recent weeks and months, but some of them are suggesting the Labour Party had lost rather less ground than the Conservatives. Well, the honest truth is, if you compare the results this year with the results last year, it looks as though more or less the Labour Party has lost just as much ground as the Conservatives, and that therefore, the big broad message has been that this has not been a set of local elections in which we say leave voters punish the Conservatives or remain voters punish Labour. It's been a message of voters punish both parties, and particularly seem to have done so in parts of the country and in local areas where they're particularly strong. Who are the beneficiaries? In part, the Liberal Democrats, as we've been talking about, although it's a modest improvement, it's not a dramatic improvement, and the Liberal Democrats are still not as strong as they were before 2010, before they went into coalition. The real surprise is, perhaps above all, is just the surprising results that a number of independents have achieved. And we're looking at over 100 independent gains of councillors, and some places like Bolsover and Ashfield where the independents are now in control. But also a good night for the Greens, in double figures in terms of their average vote share, clearly up from last year, about 5 or 6 points. And they've also made significant numbers of gains of councillors, which leaves us with the big question that although in 2017 we were looking at a situation where it looked as though Conservative and Labour had restored their dominance of Britain's electoral politics, after this evening, even without the challenge of either the Brexit Party or Change UK, the two new kids on the block, the electoral hold of the Conservative and Labour parties on the British electorate is frankly looking now as weak as it has done at any point in post-war British politics.
John, thank you. And we were just looking there at the key ward statistics there, backing up what you were saying. We'll talk later on, John. Thanks very much.
Okay,
John Curtice there for us in our election centre. So why don't we ask Rita at this point, just given that we're just within the minutes of the end of this part of our broadcast, just ask Rita to bring us up to date with the key results.
One of the main themes of the night has been the loss of seats by the two main parties, the Conservatives and Labour, and the Liberal Democrats making gains largely at the expense of the Conservatives. So the screen here gives you a good impression of what has happened overnight. Councils like Bath and North East Somerset, Hinckley and Bosworth, the Liberal Democrats taking them from the Conservatives. Let me just show you what happened here in Bath and North East Somerset. This was a Labour gain with a majority of 15, and look at that, 37 Lib Dem gain, 37 Lib Dem councillors elected there with just 9 Conservatives. And I'll just show you the seat change there. There you go. 23 Liberal Democrat councillors gained and 24 lost by the Conservatives, so almost a straight swap. Let's go back to the main screen. Other stories emerging overnight are the Conservatives in certain places falling behind. They lost Folkestone and Hythe, for example. That is now in no overall control. Better news for them in Walsall and in North East Lincolnshire, where they gained both these councils. For Labour as well, a very mixed picture. They lost control of Bolsover. That's now become an independent council. A group of independents have won there. And in Wirral, this is also a Labour loss. And let me just go in and show you what happened there. Labour short by 2, although they were the largest party. They were short by 2. And let me just show you the Labour losses there. So they lost 4 seats. Perhaps even more interestingly is the share change. And this is, you can see in terms of the share of the vote, Labour losing 13% of the share, and the Greens being a clear beneficiary, gaining 12% of the share. But just back to that main screen again, better news for Labour in Trafford, where they had been in a minority administration and they are now in overall control of Trafford.
Rita, thanks very much. To my dear friends on the panel, with thanks for being with us, you get a sentence each to tell us where you think you are, because, of course, there's lots more to come, and maybe, you know, we'll be in a rather different place at the end of Friday. We don't know. But, you know, there's a trend there already. We can kind of see which way we're travelling in. So, Sean, to you first of all, just a concluding thought at this point.
We've made a lot of gains, and we've hardly reached now, in terms of the counting, any of our existing seats. So the gains, the gains we've been making here, the councils we've broken through onto, I think is really, really significant. I think at the last count, yes, we got 33 gains out of 39 seats that we won. If you compare that proportion to the other parties, we really are just surging ahead. When we start to get through to places where we already have councillors, then we'll be able to see if there's any more nuance to that. But I think generally it's a very, very positive vote for us today. We're really looking forward to the European elections now.
Thank you very much. There aren't many people saying that in the other parties, so that's something
yeah,
we're
up for this.
Exactly. Nia, your thoughts on where you are?
Well, clearly these elections are never going to be easy for us, and there are still many results to come, but obviously we're very, very pleased to have taken control of Trafford and to have maintained the control there in Plymouth. And it is notable that Tories have lost seats in areas which perhaps you wouldn't expect them to lose, like, you know, Basildon, Tandridge, you know, Peterborough, St Albans, Southend. So I think that's a pattern that we are seeing. And clearly there have been local issues at play as well, and it will be very interesting to perhaps analyse in more detail. But what's obviously very important for us is to make sure that we are really listening to what people are saying and we take on board their messages.
Okay, Marcus?
Well, there's still a long way to go in this, and clearly we expected to lose probably around 1,000 seats. Clearly we're not anywhere near there yet, but there is a long way to go. I think the positive for us tonight is that we've made some very good inroads in the Midlands and the North, particularly into the heartlands of Labour territory, and the situation for Labour is very, very challenging and difficult by the look of it in the Midlands and the North, because of the way in which they haven't had clarity in terms of Brexit. But we can't take anything other from these results tonight, that people are frustrated, and people, whether they leave or remain, and I said this right at the start from the results that we saw in Sunderland, I think people want their politicians to get on with it. They want their politicians to deliver Brexit, and they want to get something over the line. And then that brings me back to members of Parliament perhaps reflecting over the weekend and just thinking, what is the easiest way to achieve that? And clearly there's already a package on the table. And, you know, a part 2 to that, which would then require the debate and discussion. Okay. But that is there, and I think members of Parliament need to look at that over the weekend.
Thank you, Marcus and John. Thank you very much. A quick look at the scoreboard, if I can. A very quick look, just for you to know where we are at the end of this broadcast. The Tories currently down 350, Labour down 74, and the Lib Dems up 239. Big gains for the Greens, as we've been mentioning, and for the Independents too, and UKIP making losses. So that's it. Laura, in a sentence, what are we looking forward to for the rest of the day, just in terms of notable things?
Conservatives waking up will feel relieved right now, but they may not feel like that by the end of the day. Will the scale of their losses increase? Will Labour be able to turn that round and start seeing the kind of gains they have to be making at this stage?
Thank you very much, Laura, as ever, for being company throughout the whole of the journey.
BBC coverage continues on the News Channel and BBC Breakfast. But from us, goodbye.
Hello again. Temperatures reached 17 degrees in London yesterday. We'll keep temperatures into double figures over the next few days, but only just, because colder air is arriving from the north behind this cold front. Now, weather-wise today, we've got cloudy skies, patchy outbreaks of rain pushing the way southwards, and it's behind this area of rain that we'll see the air getting colder for Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, with some showers packing into northern Scotland, a bit of hail mixed in with these, some winteriness over the tops of the hills as well. And there'll be some strong winds, the strongest of these across the Northern Isles, making it feel really quite chilly here. Now, ahead of the arrival of that cold air, temperatures not doing too badly in the south, with highs of 15 degrees in Cardiff, but it will be feeling cooler, certainly further north, especially where those strong winds are blowing as well. Now, through the weekend, we'll have that cold air arriving right the way across the UK. There will be some sunshine around, and it is May sunshine, which is quite strong, so out of the wind, perhaps not feeling too bad, but feeling fresh. But where it is windy, it will feel quite cool.
What's it like to live in Britain's coastal towns? Through a special day of coverage, we'll look at the particular problems they face and some of the creative solutions that are making an impact. Coastal Britain, Tuesday on the BBC News Channel.
We'll be looking at how our warming climate is affecting the environment around us.
From birds to plants and trees, we'll investigate the challenges they face from our changing seasons.
There's not been any kind of frost and they've just grown and grown and grown. They're really quite early this year.
Weather World, tomorrow at 2:30 on the BBC News Channel. Some days of the week are just different.
I've waited all the week for you.
Upgrade your tech, apps and gadget knowledge.
Weekend, 2 days for making dreams come true.
Click this weekend on the BBC News Channel.